Reverend Richard Williams Morgan and his contribution to ancient British historiography. Introduction. Rev. Richard Williams Morgan (1815–1889) was a Welsh clergyman, antiquarian, and author whose work profoundly impacted the study of ancient British history, particularly through his exploration of the traditions, laws, and cultural heritage of the Welsh people. His scholarship represents a significant attempt to reframe the history of Britain from a perspective that emphasizes the contributions and sophistication of its ancient inhabitants, particularly the Britons and the Cymry, the Welsh. Morgan's work is distinguished by its depth, its passionate advocacy for the recognition of Welsh heritage, and its challenge to the dominance of Roman and Anglo-Saxon narratives. Rev. Morgan's exploration of ancient British history and culture represents a significant contribution to the field of historiography, particularly during the 19th century. As a Welsh clergyman, antiquarian, and scholar, Morgan dedicated himself to uncovering and interpreting the rich heritage of the Britons, emphasizing their distinct identity and contributions to civilization. His works, deeply rooted in Welsh folklore, medieval texts like the Welsh triads, biblical narratives, and archaeological discoveries, present a compelling narrative of ancient Britain as a cradle of sophisticated civilization predating even biblical events. Morgan's interpretations challenge traditional historical narratives dominated by Roman and Anglo-Saxon perspectives, asserting the antiquity and cultural achievements of the Britons through meticulous analysis of literary sources and archaeological evidence. This introduction sets the stage for a nuanced exploration of Morgan's theories regarding prehistoric British society, his theological interpretations, and his lasting impact on the study of British history and identity. Early life and background. Born in the early 19th century, Richard Williams Morgan grew up during a period of significant nationalistic fervor in Wales. This era saw a resurgence in interest in Welsh culture, language, and history, partly in reaction to the dominance of English culture and the industrial changes transforming Wales. Morgan's education and religious vocation as a clergyman provided him with both the scholarly discipline and the moral imperative to delve deeply into historical studies. His background in theology likely influenced his historical writings, imbuing them with a sense of purpose and a quest for moral and cultural validation for his people. Rev. Morgan's beliefs regarding the origins of high society in Britain and Ireland before the biblical flood reflect his unique blend of theological interpretation and historical inquiry. These ideas, rooted in both Welsh folklore and biblical narratives, contribute to his broader narrative of ancient British history as a sophisticated and influential civilization predating classical antiquity. Origins of high society in Britain and Ireland. Morgan posits that ancient Britain and Ireland were not only inhabited before the flood but were centers of advanced civilization and high culture. His arguments draw from several key sources and interpretations. 1. Welsh triads and medieval legends. Morgan extensively references medieval Welsh texts, such as the Welsh triads, which preserve oral traditions and legendary histories of the Britons. These triads often mention early settlements, legendary figures, and events that Morgan interprets as evidence of a pre-flood civilization in Britain. For example, Triad 16 recounts the tradition of Hugadern, Hu the Mighty, a legendary figure credited with leading the first settlers to Britain. Morgan argues that these legends preserve memories of a sophisticated society that existed before cataclysmic events like the flood. 2. Biblical chronologies and genealogies. Drawing parallels between biblical genealogies and British legendary histories, Morgan suggests a continuity between figures mentioned in the Old Testament and legendary British kings and heroes. He explores the possibility that figures like Brutus of Troy, mentioned in Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Regum Britanniae, were descendants of biblical patriarchs who migrated westward after the flood. This interpretation seeks to establish a biblical foundation for the antiquity and cultural achievements of the Britons. 3. Archaeological and cultural evidence. While Morgan's arguments rely heavily on literary sources and oral traditions, he also engages with archaeological evidence to support his claims. He discusses megalithic structures, such as Stonehenge and Avebury, as remnants of a prehistoric society capable of monumental architecture and advanced engineering. Morgan interprets these structures not only as ceremonial sites but as evidence of a hierarchical society with the organizational capacity to undertake large-scale construction projects. 4. Comparative mythologies and cultural practices. Morgan explores similarities between British and Celtic mythologies and those of other ancient cultures, suggesting shared cultural motifs and beliefs that imply a common cultural heritage. He discusses religious practices, such as Druidic rituals and the veneration of natural landmarks, as indicators of a complex belief system that underpinned social hierarchy and governance in ancient Britain. Interpretative framework and academic reception. Morgan's beliefs regarding the origins of high society in Britain and Ireland before the biblical flood must be understood within the context of 19th-century antiquarianism and theological scholarship. His interpretations reflect a time when scholars sought to reconcile biblical narratives with emerging archaeological discoveries and nationalistic aspirations. 1. Nationalistic perspective. Morgan's exploration of pre-flood high society in Britain and Ireland serves a dual purpose of celebrating Welsh and British cultural heritage while challenging narratives of cultural and historical superiority from continental Europe. By highlighting the antiquity and sophistication of British civilization, Morgan contributes to a broader discourse on national identity and pride. 2. Historical critique. While Morgan's interpretations are intriguing, they have been subject to critique from modern historians and archaeologists. Critics argue that his reliance on medieval texts and oral traditions may obscure more nuanced understandings of ancient British history. Moreover, his theological framework, which aligns biblical chronologies with British legendary histories, has been viewed as speculative and lacking empirical basis. 3. Legacy and influence. Despite scholarly critique, Morgan's writings have left a lasting legacy on the study of ancient British history and folklore. His emphasis on the continuity and cultural achievements of the Britons has resonated with later generations of historians and cultural scholars interested in exploring alternative narratives of British antiquity. Rev. Morgan's belief that high society originated in Britain and Ireland before the biblical flood is a fascinating aspect of his historical and theological scholarship. Rooted in a synthesis of Welsh folklore, biblical chronologies, and archaeological interpretations, Morgan's assertions aim to establish a narrative of ancient British civilization as not only ancient but also foundational to broader cultural and historical developments. Origins of high society in Britain and Ireland. Morgan's argument hinges on several key points. 1. Welsh triads and legendary histories. Central to Morgan's belief are the Welsh triads, medieval texts that preserve oral traditions and legendary histories of the Britons. These triads often mention early settlements, legendary figures, and events that Morgan interprets as evidence of a sophisticated society existing before the biblical flood. For instance, Triad 16 mentions Hugadern, who the mighty, credited with leading the first settlers to Britain, implying a continuity of culture and civilization from pre-flood times. 2. Biblical genealogies and mythological connections. Morgan draws parallels between biblical genealogies and British legendary histories to argue for a shared ancestry and cultural heritage. He suggests that figures like Brutus of Troy, a legendary founder of Britain according to Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Regum Britanniae, were descendants of biblical patriarchs who migrated westward after the flood. This interpretation attempts to reconcile biblical narratives with indigenous British folklore, portraying Britain as a cradle of ancient civilization. 3. Archaeological and cultural evidence. While primarily relying on literary sources and oral traditions, Morgan also engages with archaeological evidence to support his assertions. He cites megalithic structures such as Stonehenge and Avebury as remnants of a prehistoric society capable of monumental architecture and advanced engineering. These structures, according to Morgan, not only served as ceremonial sites but also reflect a hierarchical society with the organizational capacity for large-scale construction projects, indicative of an advanced social order. Interpretative framework and academic reception. Morgan's theories must be understood within the context of 19th-century antiquarianism and theological scholarship, where scholars sought to reconcile biblical narratives with emerging archaeological discoveries and nationalistic aspirations. 1. Nationalistic perspective. Morgan's exploration of pre-flood high society in Britain and Ireland serves a dual purpose of celebrating Welsh and British cultural heritage while challenging narratives of cultural and historical superiority from continental Europe. By emphasizing the antiquity and sophistication of British civilization, Morgan contributes to a broader discourse on national identity and pride. 2. Historical critique. While provocative, Morgan's interpretations have faced criticism from modern historians and archaeologists for their reliance on medieval texts and speculative connections. Critics argue that Morgan's framework may oversimplify nuanced understandings of ancient British history and the complexities of cultural transmission. His theological alignment of biblical chronologies with British legendary histories has been particularly contentious, viewed as speculative and lacking empirical basis. 3. Legacy and influence. Despite scholarly critique, Morgan's writings have left a lasting impact on the study of ancient British history and folklore. His emphasis on the continuity and cultural achievements of the Britons has resonated with later generations of historians and cultural scholars interested in exploring alternative narratives of British antiquity. Morgan's legacy lies in his role as a pioneering figure in the re-evaluation of British history through a lens that prioritizes indigenous traditions and cultural heritage. Major works and themes. Morgan's scholarship is extensive, but he is best known for the British Cymry, or Britons of Cambria 1857, a seminal work that aims to document and celebrate the history, traditions, and laws of the ancient Britons. In this work, Morgan explores various aspects of ancient British society, providing a comprehensive narrative that seeks to establish the historical and cultural legitimacy of the Welsh people. 1. The British Cymry, or Britons of Cambria. The British Cymry, or Britons of Cambria, is arguably Morgan's magnum opus. The book is structured to present a detailed account of the history, customs, and laws of the ancient Britons, with a particular focus on the period before the Roman conquest. Morgan's intent is clear: to elevate the status of the ancient Britons and highlight their contributions to civilization, contrasting them favorably with the Greeks, Romans, and other ancient cultures. A historical narrative and national identity. Morgan begins by tracing the origins of the Britons, emphasizing their antiquity and their distinct identity. He refutes the notion that British history begins with the Roman invasion, instead asserting that the Britons had a rich and sophisticated civilization long before the Romans arrived. He provides evidence of early British governance, legal systems, and social structures, arguing that these were not only advanced but also morally superior to those of other ancient cultures. B. Laws and governance. One of the central themes of the British Cymry is the legal and governmental systems of ancient Britain. Morgan meticulously describes the laws that govern the Britons, highlighting their fairness, humanity, and sophistication. He contrasts these laws with those of the Romans, Greeks, and even contemporary Christian nations, arguing that the Britons' legal principles were more enlightened and just. For instance, he notes that the Britons provided public maintenance for the elderly, infants, and foreigners who could not speak the British tongue, demonstrating a commitment to social welfare and justice. See roads and infrastructure. Another significant aspect of Morgan's work is his detailed account of the ancient British roads, attributed to figures like Dyfnwal Moel Mud and the Linnets. Morgan describes a network of 9 major roads that connected various parts of the island, facilitating trade, communication, and military movements. These roads, he argues, were a testament to the engineering skills and strategic thinking of the ancient Britons. The Romans, upon their invasion, recognized the value of these roads and often built their own infrastructure upon the existing British routes. D. Cultural achievements. Morgan also delves into the cultural and intellectual achievements of the Britons. He discusses their contributions to art, literature, and science, emphasizing that the Britons had their own rich cultural traditions that were often overshadowed by those of the Romans and Greeks. He highlights the importance of bards and druids in British society, noting their roles as keepers of knowledge and tradition. The Britons' oral traditions, poetry, and religious practices are presented as sophisticated and integral parts of their identity. Methodology and sources. Morgan's work is characterized by a rigorous approach to historical research. He draws upon a wide range of sources, including ancient manuscripts, oral traditions, and the works of earlier antiquarians. His methodology involves cross-referencing these sources to construct a coherent and compelling narrative of British history. However, his work is also marked by a degree of romanticism and nationalistic fervor, reflecting the broader cultural context of 19th century Wales. 1. Use of primary sources. Morgan extensively cites primary sources such as the Welsh triads, ancient laws, and Bardic traditions. He uses these sources to reconstruct the history and culture of the Britons, arguing that they provide a more accurate and authentic account than Roman or Anglo-Saxon records. His reliance on these sources reflects a commitment to reclaiming Welsh heritage and presenting it in a positive light. 2. Critical analysis. Despite his romanticism, Morgan employs critical analysis to evaluate the reliability and significance of his sources. He often critiques the biases and inaccuracies of Roman and Anglo-Saxon historians, arguing that their accounts have distorted the true history of Britain. By doing so, he seeks to correct these historical narratives and provide a more balanced and nuanced understanding of British history. 3. Interdisciplinary approach. Morgan's work is interdisciplinary, integrating history, law, literature, and archaeology. This approach allows him to provide a comprehensive and multifaceted account of ancient British society. He examines not only the political and legal aspects of British history but also the cultural, intellectual, and social dimensions, offering a holistic view of the Britons' achievements and contributions. Impact and legacy. Morgan's work has had a lasting impact on the study of British history, particularly in Wales. His efforts to highlight the contributions of the ancient Britons have influenced subsequent generations of historians and antiquarians. By challenging the dominant narratives of Roman and Anglo-Saxon superiority, Morgan helps to foster a sense of pride and identity among the Welsh people. 1. Revival of Welsh nationalism. Morgan's scholarship played a role in the revival of Welsh nationalism in the 19th and early 20th centuries. His work provided a historical foundation for the assertion of Welsh cultural and political identity. By celebrating the achievements of the ancient Britons, Morgan contributed to a broader movement that sought to preserve and promote Welsh language, traditions, and heritage. 2. Influence on modern historiography. While some of Morgan's claims and interpretations have been debated by later historians, his work remains an important reference point for the study of ancient Britain. His emphasis on the sophistication and humanity of the Britons has been validated by archaeological discoveries and modern scholarship, which have increasingly recognized the complexity and richness of pre-Roman British society. 3. Cultural and educational contributions. Beyond his historical writings, Morgan's work has had cultural and educational significance. His books have been used as educational resources in Wales, helping to teach subsequent generations about their heritage. His celebration of Welsh history and culture has also influenced literature, art, and popular perceptions of Welsh history. Examples and references in Morgan's writings. Rev. Morgana's scholarly work is notable for its extensive use of historical examples, references to ancient manuscripts, and detailed analysis of legal and cultural traditions. His arguments are bolstered by a diverse array of sources, ranging from ancient Welsh laws to classical texts, archaeological findings, and Bardic traditions. This part of the report delves deeper into the specific examples and references Morgan uses to substantiate his claims, as well as the archaeological evidence that supports his narrative. 1. Ancient manuscripts and legal codes. One of the pillars of Morgana's scholarship is his reliance on ancient Welsh manuscripts and legal codes. He frequently cites documents such as the Welsh triads, the laws of Hywel Dda, and other early medieval texts that preserve the oral traditions and legal principles of the Britons. The Welsh triads. The Welsh triads are a collection of traditional Welsh sayings that often enumerate various historical, mythological, and legendary themes in groups of 3. Morgan uses these triads to illustrate the moral and social values of ancient British society. For example, the triads highlight the virtues of hospitality, justice, and bravery, which Morgan argues were central to British legal and cultural traditions. By referencing these triads, Morgan aims to show that the Britons had a sophisticated moral code long before the Roman influence. The Laws of Hywel Dda. Morgan frequently references the Laws of Hywel Dda, a 10th century Welsh king known for codifying Welsh law. These laws, which were based on even earlier traditions, provide a detailed look at the legal systems and societal norms of ancient Wales. Morgan uses these codes to argue that the Britons had a well-developed legal framework that emphasized fairness, community welfare, and the protection of vulnerable individuals. He contrasts these laws with the harsher and more punitive Roman legal systems, highlighting the Britons' more humane and progressive approach. 2. Classical texts and historians. To bolster his arguments, Morgan also engages with classical texts and the writings of ancient historians. He critically examines the works of Roman historians such as Tacitus and Julius Caesar, often challenging their accounts of Britain and the Britons. A. Tacitus. Agricola. In Tacitus Agricola, the Roman historian provides a detailed account of the Roman conquest of Britain, including descriptions of the British tribes and their customs. Morgan uses Tacitus' work to both support and critique his narrative. While he acknowledges Tacitus' observations on the bravery and resilience of the Britons, he also points out the biases and limitations in Tacitus' account. Morgan argues that Roman historians often portrayed the Britons in a negative light to justify their conquests and downplay the achievements of the native populations. B. Julius Caesar's Commentarii de Bello Gallic. Julius Caesar's Commentarii de Bello Gallico offers another classical perspective on Britain. Morgan scrutinizes Caesar's descriptions of the British tribes, their warfare tactics, and their society. He highlights instances where Caesar acknowledges the sophistication and strategic acumen of the Britons, using these passages to support his argument that the Britons were not merely barbaric tribes but had a structured and advanced society. 3. Archaeological evidence. Morgan's work also incorporates archaeological findings to substantiate his claims about ancient British civilization. He references various archaeological sites and artifacts that provide tangible evidence of the Britons' engineering skills, artistic achievements, and daily life. A. Hill forts and settlements. The numerous hill forts scattered across Britain are often cited by Morgan as evidence of the Britons' advanced defensive and architectural capabilities. Sites like Maiden Castle, Danebury, and Castell Henley showcase complex fortifications, extensive settlements, and sophisticated construction techniques. Morgan argues that these structures reflect a high degree of social organization and engineering knowledge, challenging the notion that the Britons were primitive compared to the Romans. B. Road networks. Morgan places significant emphasis on the ancient road networks that predate Roman occupation. He describes the Sarn Gwydion, Walling Street, Sarnican, Icknield Street, and other major roads as evidence of the Britons' strategic planning and infrastructure development. These roads, which connected various parts of the island, facilitated trade, military movements, and cultural exchange. Morgan argues that the Romans recognized the value of these roads and often built their own infrastructure upon them, indicating the Britons' existing expertise in road construction. See artifacts and relics. Morgan also references various artifacts and relics uncovered in archaeological digs, such as pottery, tools, weapons, and jewelry. These items provide insights into the daily lives, artistic expressions, and technological advancements of the Britons. For instance, intricately designed jewelry and pottery found in burial sites suggest a sophisticated level of craftsmanship and aesthetic sensibility. Morgan uses these artifacts to argue that the Britons had a rich material culture that rivaled that of their contemporaries. 4. Bardic traditions and oral history. The Bardic traditions of Wales play a crucial role in Morgan's work. Bards, or poet scholars, were the custodians of Welsh history, culture, and law, preserving these through oral recitation and poetry. A. Bardic poems and songs. Morgan frequently cites bardic poems and songs that have been passed down through generations. These works often celebrate the heroic deeds, moral values, and cultural achievements of the Britons. For example, the poems attributed to Taliesin, a legendary Welsh bard, are used to illustrate the Britons' reverence for knowledge, bravery, and justice. Morgan argues that these bardic traditions provide a more authentic and culturally nuanced account of British history than the often biased narratives of Roman and Anglo-Saxon sources. B. Druidic traditions. The Druids, who were the religious and intellectual leaders of the Britons, also feature prominently in Morgan's work. He describes the Druids as not only spiritual guides but also judges, teachers, and preservers of knowledge. Morgan emphasizes the Druids' role in maintaining the legal and moral framework of British society, highlighting their contributions to education, law, and culture. He contrasts this with the often negative portrayal of Druids in Roman accounts, arguing that the Druids were integral to the sophistication and stability of ancient British society. 5. Comparative analysis. A key aspect of Morgan's methodology is his comparative analysis of British and other ancient civilizations. By comparing British laws, customs, and achievements with those of the Greeks, Romans, and other contemporary cultures, Morgan seeks to elevate the status of the Britons and demonstrate their contributions to human civilization. A comparison with Roman law. Morgan contrasts the humane and community-oriented nature of British law with the more punitive and hierarchical Roman legal system. He highlights examples of British laws that provided for public welfare, such as the care for the elderly, infants, and foreigners, arguing that these reflect a more progressive and just society. By comparison, he points out the often harsh and exploitative nature of Roman law, suggesting that the Britons had a more advanced sense of social justice. The cultural parallels with Greek civilization. Morgan also draws parallels between British and Greek civilization, particularly in terms of intellectual and cultural achievements. He compares the bardic tradition of the Britons with the Greek tradition of poets and philosophers, suggesting that both cultures placed a high value on knowledge, art, and moral education. By doing so, he argues that the Britons were on par with the Greeks in terms of cultural sophistication and intellectual development. Let's delve into additional aspects of Rev. Morgan's claims regarding the sophistication of ancient British society and its comparison to Greek civilization. Morgan's assertion that ancient Britain held a level of sophistication comparable to Greece can also be seen in his emphasis on the spiritual and ritualistic practices of the Britons, their societal structures, and their contributions to medicine and science. These elements provide a more nuanced understanding of Morgan's arguments and highlight the multifaceted nature of British civilization. Spiritual and ritualistic practices. Morgan highlighted the complexity and depth of spiritual and ritualistic practices in ancient Britain, which he argued were as profound and significant as those found in Greece. He believed that the Britons had a deeply ingrained spiritual life that was reflected in their rituals, ceremonies, and religious structures. One of the most striking examples is the construction and use of stone circles and hangis beyond just Stonehenge. Sites such as Avebury and the Ring of Brodgar were central to religious and communal life. Morgan argued that these structures were not just astronomical observatories but also places of significant religious importance where complex rituals were performed. These rituals often involved the community and were likely to have included music, dance, and oral recitations, creating a vibrant and cohesive cultural identity much like the religious festivals of ancient Greece. Societal structures. Morgan also emphasized the advanced societal structures in ancient Britain, particularly the communal and cooperative nature of their communities. He noted that the Britons had a well-developed sense of social responsibility and governance that was reflected in their communal projects, such as the construction of hill forts, roads, and communal buildings. One illustrative example is the organization of large-scale agricultural projects. Morgan pointed to the extensive field systems known as Celtic fields, which were indicative of highly organized agricultural practices. These fields were systematically divided and managed, suggesting a communal effort in food production and land management that required significant coordination and social structure. This level of organization can be compared to the cooperative farming practices found in ancient Greek city-states, where agriculture was also a community-centered activity. Contributions to medicine and science. Morgan argued that the Britons made significant contributions to medicine and science, paralleling the advancements seen in ancient Greece. He referenced the medical knowledge possessed by the Druids, who were known not only as spiritual leaders but also as healers and herbalists. Morgan cited evidence of sophisticated medical practices, such as the use of herbal remedies and surgical techniques. The Druids' knowledge of plants and their medicinal properties was extensive, and they were reputed to perform complex medical procedures, including bone setting and minor surgeries. This knowledge was often passed down orally through rigorous training and was comparable to the medical teachings of Hippocrates and the Asclepiads in Greece. Moreover, Morgan noted that the Britons had a practical understanding of natural sciences, particularly in metallurgy and chemistry. The production of high-quality bronze and iron artifacts, such as weapons and tools, required advanced knowledge of smelting and alloying techniques. Morgan argued that this metallurgical expertise was evidence of a sophisticated understanding of materials science akin to the technological advancements in metallurgy in ancient Greece. Artistic and craftsmanship achievements. In addition to the well-known artifacts, Morgan drew attention to the intricacies of everyday items that demonstrated the Britons' high level of craftsmanship and artistic achievement. He cited examples such as the finely crafted pottery, intricate weaving patterns in textiles, and beautifully decorated domestic utensils found in various archaeological sites. The designs and motifs used in these artifacts often carried symbolic meanings and reflected the cultural and spiritual beliefs of the Britons. The use of complex geometric patterns and natural motifs in art and decoration indicated an advanced aesthetic sense and a deep understanding of symmetry and design principles, paralleling the artistic achievements of Greek artisans. Intellectual and educational systems. Morgan argued that the intellectual and educational systems in ancient Britain were highly developed, particularly within the Druidic tradition. The Druids' role as educators was not limited to spiritual and religious instruction but extended to a broad curriculum that included astronomy, philosophy, mathematics, and natural sciences. He cited the existence of Druidic colleges, which were centers of learning where students underwent long and rigorous training. These colleges were comparable to the academies and philosophical schools of ancient Greece, where scholars like Plato and Aristotle taught a wide range of subjects. Morgan suggested that the depth and breadth of knowledge covered in these Druidic institutions demonstrated an intellectual tradition that was on par with, if not more inclusive than, that of the Greeks. Maritime and trade networks. Morgan also highlighted the advanced maritime and trade networks of the Britons, arguing that their seafaring capabilities were on par with those of the ancient Greeks. He pointed to evidence of extensive trade routes that connected Britain with other parts of Europe and beyond. Archaeological findings of British goods, such as tin from Cornwall in Mediterranean regions, and the presence of foreign goods in British sites suggested a sophisticated network of trade and cultural exchange. Morgan argued that the Britons' ability to navigate and trade over long distances required advanced knowledge of shipbuilding, navigation, and international diplomacy, paralleling the Greeks' well-documented maritime activities. Legal and ethical philosophies. Another area where Morgan believed the Britons matched the Greeks was in their legal and ethical philosophies. Beyond just the practical aspects of their laws, he argued that the underlying principles reflected a sophisticated ethical system. The emphasis on community welfare, justice, and the protection of the vulnerable in British law suggested a deeply ingrained ethical philosophy. Morgan compared this to the Greek concepts of justice and civic responsibility as discussed by philosophers such as Socrates and Aristotle. He suggested that the Britons saw practical application of these principles in their legal system was a testament to their advanced ethical thinking. Cultural exchange and influence. Morgan also explored the idea of cultural exchange and influence between Britain and other ancient civilizations, including Greece. He suggested that the Britons were not isolated but were active participants in the broader cultural and intellectual currents of the ancient world. Evidence of Greek artifacts in Britain and British goods in Greece indicated a two-way exchange that likely included ideas and knowledge as well as physical goods. Morgan argued that this exchange contributed to the development of British society, allowing them to incorporate and adapt foreign ideas into their own cultural framework, much like the Greeks did with influences from Egypt and Persia. Let us now expand the analysis of archaeological evidence and Druidic traditions in the works of Rev. Morgan. Archaeological evidence. Rev. Richard Williams Morgan's work is deeply enriched by the archaeological evidence he uses to substantiate his claims about the sophistication and advancement of ancient British civilization. His references to archaeological findings provide tangible support for his arguments and help to paint a vivid picture of the life and achievements of the Britons. 1. Hill forts and settlements. Morgan places significant emphasis on the numerous hill forts scattered across Britain, viewing them as a testament to the engineering prowess and social organization of the Britons. Maiden Castle, this large Iron Age hill fort in Dorset, is one of the most famous in Britain. Morgan references its extensive earthworks, complex defenses, and evidence of prolonged occupation. The fort's intricate design, including multiple ditches and ramparts, suggests advanced knowledge of military engineering and a high degree of social cooperation and planning. Danebury, located in Hampshire, Danebury is another key site that Morgan discusses. The fortification exhibits sophisticated construction techniques, including well-planned gateways and defensive structures. Excavations at Danebury have revealed a wealth of artifacts, including tools, weapons, and domestic items, which Morgan uses to illustrate the daily life and technological capabilities of the Britons. Castell Henleys in Pembrokeshire. Castell Henleys offers insights into the domestic and social structures of Iron Age Britain. The reconstructed roundhouses at this site, based on archaeological findings, provide a vivid depiction of the architectural skills and communal living arrangements of the Britons. Morgan highlights these reconstructions to argue that the Britons had developed sustainable and well-organized settlements. 2. Road networks. The ancient British road networks, which Morgan credits to figures like Dive Mull Moelmud and Belinus, are a major focus of his work. He argues that these roads demonstrate the strategic planning and engineering skills of the Britons. Sarngwydelen, Walling Street, this road, one of the most important in Roman Britain, was originally a British route. Morgan describes how it connected key locations across the island, facilitating trade and military movements. The road's construction, often following natural contours and utilizing local materials, reflects a deep understanding of engineering principles. Sarnican, Icknield Street, another significant route, Icknield Street, ran from the south to the north of England. Morgan notes that this road's design, with its straight sections and careful grading, indicates advanced surveying techniques and the Britons' ability to plan and execute large infrastructure projects. Sarnachmeen and Sarnhalen, these roads connected vital economic centers, such as salt mines and ports, indicating a sophisticated economic network. Morgan argues that the strategic placement and construction of these roads show a well-organized society capable of extensive regional planning. 3. Artifacts and relics. Morgan references a wide range of artifacts uncovered in archaeological excavations to support his arguments about the technological and artistic achievements of the Britons. Pottery and tools. The pottery found at various archaeological sites often exhibits intricate designs and high-quality craftsmanship. For example, the pottery from Glastonbury Lake Village and other settlements showcases the Britons' advanced skills in ceramics. Similarly, tools made of iron and bronze, including agricultural implements and domestic utensils, reflect technological sophistication. Weapons and armor. The discovery of weapons such as swords, spears, and shields in British burial sites provides evidence of the Britons' metallurgical skills and their martial culture. Morgan highlights finds like the Battersea Shield, a beautifully decorated bronze shield, to illustrate the artistry and craftsmanship of British metalworkers. Jewelry and ornaments. The intricate jewelry found in British graves, including torques, brooches, and bracelets, underscores the Britons' aesthetic sensibilities and technical prowess. Morgan points to the gold and bronze torques from sites like Snettisham and Great Orme as examples of the high level of skill in metalworking and design. 4. Agricultural and domestic structures. The remains of agricultural and domestic structures provide further insights into the daily life and economic practices of the Britons. Celtic fields, the extensive remains of ancient field systems, known as Celtic fields, reveal a well-organized approach to agriculture. These fields, often marked by low banks and ditches, suggest a high degree of planning and cooperation in land use. Morgan uses these examples to argue that the Britons had developed sustainable farming practices. Roundhouses. The reconstruction of roundhouses at archaeological sites like Castell Henleys and Butser Ancient Farm provides a tangible representation of British domestic architecture. These structures, with their thatched roofs and timber frames, reflect a deep understanding of building materials and techniques. Morgan highlights these reconstructions to demonstrate the Britons' ability to create durable and functional homes. Druidic traditions. Morgana's exploration of Druidic traditions is another critical aspect of his work, offering insights into the religious, intellectual, and social dimensions of ancient British society. 1. Role and functions of Druids. Druids were the priestly class among the ancient Britons, and Morgan portrays them as central figures in British society. Religious leaders. As religious leaders, Druids performed rituals, presided over ceremonies, and acted as intermediaries between the people and the divine. Morgan describes how Druids conducted seasonal festivals and rites of passage, such as the ceremonies at Stonehenge and other sacred sites, which were aligned with astronomical events. These practices, he argues, indicate a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and natural cycles. Judges and lawgivers. Druids also served as judges and lawgivers, mediating disputes and upholding legal principles. Morgan cites examples from Welsh laws that reflect Druidic influence, such as the emphasis on restorative justice and community welfare. He argues that the Druids' role in maintaining social order and justice underscores their importance in ancient British society. Educators and scholars. The Druids were responsible for educating the elite, passing down knowledge orally through rigorous training. Morgan highlights the extensive education system maintained by the Druids, which included subjects such as law, history, medicine, and astronomy. This educational role helped preserve the cultural and intellectual heritage of the Britons. 2. Druidic sites and archaeological evidence. Morgan references various archaeological sites associated with Druidic practices to support his claims about their significance. Stonehenge. One of the most iconic Druidic sites, Stonehenge is often cited by Morgan as evidence of the Britons' advanced astronomical knowledge and engineering skills. The precise alignment of the stones with solstices and other astronomical events indicates a sophisticated understanding of celestial phenomena. Morgan argues that Stonehenge was a major religious and ceremonial center, reflecting the Druids' role in guiding spiritual and communal life. Avebury. Another significant site, Avebury, features a large henge and stone circle that Morgan attributes to Druidic influence. The scale and complexity of the site suggest it was a focal point for religious gatherings and rituals. Morgan uses Avebury to illustrate the organizational capabilities of the Druids in coordinating large-scale construction projects. Uisneach in Ireland. The hill of Uisneach is considered a sacred center of the island and is often associated with Druidic traditions. Although not in Britain, Morgan references Uisneach to draw parallels with similar sites in Wales and England, emphasizing the widespread influence of Druidic practices across the Celtic world. 3. Bardic traditions and oral histories. The Druids were closely linked with the bards, who were the custodians of oral history and cultural traditions. Taliesin and Aneurin. Morgan frequently cites the works of legendary bards such as Taliesin and Aneurin, whose poems celebrate the heroism, wisdom, and cultural achievements of the Britons. These bardic compositions, often preserved through oral transmission, provide a rich source of historical and cultural information. Morgan argues that the bards, guided by Druidic principles, played a crucial role in preserving and transmitting knowledge. Triads and genealogies. The Welsh triads and genealogical records are other key sources Morgan uses to illustrate Druidic influence. These triads often encode legal principles, moral values, and historical events in a memorable and accessible format. By referencing these traditional forms of knowledge, Morgan highlights the continuity of Druidic teachings in Welsh culture. 4. Druidic philosophy and cosmology. Morgan delves into the philosophical and cosmological beliefs of the Druids, presenting them as sophisticated and coherent systems of thought. Belief in the afterlife. One of the core tenets of Druidic belief was the immortality of the soul and the afterlife. Morgan describes how Druids taught that the soul would be reborn after death, a belief that influenced their moral and ethical teachings. This emphasis on the afterlife underscored the Druids' role in guiding ethical behavior and maintaining social cohesion. Natural philosophy. Druids had a profound respect for nature and believed in the interconnectedness of all living things. Morgan discusses how Druidic teachings emphasized harmony with the natural world and the importance of understanding natural cycles. This philosophical perspective influenced their agricultural practices, medicinal knowledge, and spiritual rituals. Symbolism and sacred geometry. Druidic cosmology often incorporated complex symbolism and sacred geometry, reflected in the design of monuments and ritual objects. Morgan explores how the layout of sites like Stonehenge and the use of symbols such as the Triskelion and the Celtic knot represent deeper philosophical concepts. These symbols and geometries were not merely decorative but conveyed spiritual truths and cosmic principles that underpinned Druidic teachings. Challenges and criticisms. While Morgan's work is groundbreaking in many respects, it has also faced criticism from some quarters. Critics have pointed out potential biases in his interpretations and questioned the accuracy of some of his sources. However, these challenges do not significantly detract from the overall value and impact of his scholarship. 1. Romanticism and nationalism. One criticism leveled against Morgan is that his work is infused with a strong sense of romanticism and nationalism. His desire to elevate the status of the Britons and celebrate Welsh heritage sometimes leads to idealized portrayals of ancient British society. While this romanticism reflects the broader cultural context of 19th-century Wales, it can occasionally lead to overstatements or selective interpretations of historical evidence. 2. Reliability of sources. Some historians have questioned the reliability of the sources Morgan uses, particularly the oral traditions and bardic poems. Oral histories can be subject to embellishment and variation over time, and the authenticity of some bardic works is difficult to verify. However, Morgan's meticulous cross-referencing of multiple sources helps to mitigate these concerns and provides a more balanced and credible account. 3. Lack of archaeological evidence for certain claims. While Morgan draws extensively on archaeological evidence, some of his claims about the Britons' achievements lack concrete archaeological support. For instance, the exact routes and constructions of some ancient British roads remain a matter of debate among archaeologists. However, ongoing discoveries continue to shed light on these aspects of British history, often corroborating Morgan's general arguments about the sophistication of British infrastructure. The Tale of Dewi Fan and Dewi Fawk. According to Rev. Richard Williams Morgan. Rev. Richard Williams Morgan, in his exploration of ancient British history and Welsh mythology, delves into the tale of Dewi Fan, Dyfnyn, and Dewi Fawk, presenting them as the Welsh counterparts to the biblical figures Noah and his wife. This narrative is rooted in ancient Welsh traditions and aligns with the broader Celtic mythological framework, which often includes stories of great floods and legendary ancestors. The Tale of Dewi Fan and Dewi Fawk. The story of Dewi Fan and Dewi Fawk begins with a catastrophic flood, a common motif in many ancient cultures. In Welsh mythology, this flood is said to have submerged much of the land, causing widespread devastation. The narrative shares similarities with the biblical flood, where a deluge is sent to cleanse the world. Dewi Fan and Dewi Fawk are depicted as the sole survivors of this great flood. According to the legend, they constructed a large vessel to save themselves and the essential animals and plants needed to repopulate the earth. Their survival ensured the continuity of life and civilization in Wales. After the waters receded, Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach landed on a high mountain often associated with Snowdon, Wy'r Wydfa in Welsh tradition. From this new beginning, they repopulated the land, becoming the ancestors of the Welsh people. Their story symbolizes the rebirth of society and the preservation of cultural knowledge and practices. Rev. Richard Williams Morgan's interpretation. Rev. Richard Williams Morgan's interpretation of this tale is part of his broader effort to highlight the depth and richness of Welsh mythology and its significance in understanding ancient British history. His writings often sought to elevate Welsh traditions, presenting them as integral to the overall narrative of Britain's past. Morgan draws a direct parallel between Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach and the biblical figures of Noah and his wife. He suggests that the Welsh tale may be an indigenous version of the universal flood myth, which appears in various forms across different cultures, including the Sumerian, Akkadian, and Greek traditions. By emphasizing the story of Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach, Morgan aims to assert the historical and cultural significance of the Welsh people. He argues that such myths are not merely local folklore but part of a broader, shared human experience. This view challenges the notion that Welsh and Celtic traditions are secondary to the classical and biblical narratives that have traditionally dominated British historiography. Morgan often integrates the tale of Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach with his discussions on Druidic traditions. He suggests that the Druids, as the keepers of ancient knowledge, would have preserved and passed down this flood narrative, embedding it within their religious and cultural practices. This connection underscores the role of Druids as vital links to the ancient past and custodians of the collective memory of the Britons. The tale's components and symbolism. The vessel built by Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach is described in considerable detail. According to the legend, it was a large, sturdy boat designed to withstand the floodwaters. This vessel is symbolic of hope and human ingenuity, representing the ability to overcome catastrophic events through foresight and craftsmanship. The mountain on which Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach's vessel comes to rest is often identified with Snowdon, the highest peak in Wales. In Celtic tradition, mountains are considered sacred spaces, places where the divine and the earthly realms intersect. By locating the landing on Snowdon, the narrative imbues the tale with a sense of sacred geography, connecting it to the spiritual landscape of Wales. The repopulation of the land by Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach signifies not just a physical rebirth but also the continuation of cultural and spiritual practices. Their role as progenitors emphasizes the idea of continuity and resilience, key themes in Welsh mythology. This aspect of the tale reinforces the notion that Welsh culture, despite external pressures and historical upheavals, has retained its core identity and values. Influence and legacy of the tale. Morgan's retelling of the tale of Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach has had a lasting impact on the perception of Welsh mythology and its place in the broader context of British history. By highlighting such myths, Morgan contributes to the cultural reclamation efforts of 19th-century Wales, a period marked by a resurgence of interest in Welsh language, literature, and history. His work helps to foster a sense of pride and identity among the Welsh people, emphasizing their ancient heritage and its enduring significance. Morgan's interpretation of the tale aligns with his broader efforts to validate Welsh historical narratives. By presenting Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach as proto-historical figures akin to Noah, he positions Welsh mythology within a universal context, suggesting that Welsh traditions are as ancient and significant as those of other great civilizations. The story of Dwy Fan and Dwy Fach, as interpreted by Morgan, has been incorporated into educational materials and discussions of Welsh history and mythology. It serves as a tool for teaching about the resilience and cultural continuity of the Welsh people, providing a narrative that connects ancient myth with modern identity. Let us look more closely at this part of his works. By presenting these figures as the Welsh equivalents of Noah and his wife, he not only highlights the richness of Welsh mythology but also asserts its significance within the broader tapestry of human history. Morgan's work underscores the importance of such narratives in understanding the resilience and continuity of ancient British cultural identity. Let us begin to round up this brief overview of Rev. Richard Williams Morgan's extensive body of work on ancient British history, which provides a profound exploration into various facets of the Britain civilization, going beyond conventional narratives to reveal a complex society with advanced economic, religious, social, and technological dimensions. One of Morgan's significant contributions lies in his detailed analysis of the economic life and trade networks of the ancient Britons. He argues that Britain was not an isolated island but a vibrant participant in European trade networks, evident from archaeological finds and historical records. Morgan emphasizes the strategic significance of British trade routes, such as the Sarn-Gwydion, Walling Street, which connected key economic centers like London, Londinium, with ports and other settlements across the island. These roads facilitated the movement of goods such as raw materials, finished products like pottery and metalwork, and agricultural produce. Archaeological excavations at sites like Caerleon in Wales reveal evidence of commercial activity, including warehouses, marketplaces, and Roman amphitheaters, highlighting the economic dynamism of British urban centers during this period. Morgan's analysis underscores the Britons' proficiency in managing trade relationships and exploiting local resources to sustain their economy. In addition to economic activities, Morgan delves into the religious practices and beliefs of the ancient Britons, offering insights into a diverse spiritual landscape beyond Druidic traditions. He argues that the Britons practiced a form of polytheism influenced by animistic beliefs where natural features and celestial phenomena held spiritual significance. Morgan cites archaeological discoveries of temples, votive offerings, and ritual artifacts to reconstruct the religious practices of the Britons. For example, the temple complex at Bath dedicated to Sulis Minerva reflects the fusion of native British and Roman religious traditions, illustrating the syncretic nature of British spirituality. Moreover, sacred sites like Stonehenge and Avebury, with their alignment to astronomical events, demonstrate the Britons' sophisticated understanding of celestial cycles and their integration into religious rituals and ceremonies. Furthermore, Morgan's scholarship explores the social structure and governance of ancient British society, challenging simplistic portrayals of tribalism. He argues that the Britons had a hierarchical social organization characterized by chieftains, tribal leaders, and regional centers of power. Hill forts and fortified settlements, such as Maiden Castle and Cadbury Castle, served as administrative and defensive hubs, reflecting centralized authority and territorial control. Morgan discusses archaeological evidence of these sites, including earthworks, defensive structures, and residential areas, to illustrate the complex social dynamics and political structures of ancient British polities. He highlights the role of chieftains in maintaining social order, resolving disputes, and negotiating alliances with neighboring tribes, emphasizing their influence in shaping regional identities and collective solidarity among the Britons. Moreover, Morgan's writings offer insights into the technological achievements and innovations of the ancient Britons, highlighting their contributions to metallurgy, textile production, and agricultural practices. He argues that the Britons were skilled craftsmen who produced high-quality iron tools, weapons, and decorative items. Archaeological excavations at Iron Age settlements like Danebury and Stanwick Iron Age Fort reveal evidence of specialized craft production, including iron smelting furnaces, bronze artifacts, and weaving implements. Morgan discusses the technological advancements in agriculture, such as the development of iron plows and improved crop rotation techniques, which enhanced agricultural productivity and supported population growth. His analysis underscores the Britons' ingenuity in adapting to their environment and improving their material culture through technological innovation. Furthermore, Morgan's scholarship examines the cultural resilience and continuity of the Britons in the face of Roman conquest and subsequent cultural transformations. He argues that while Roman influence brought significant changes to British society, elements of native British culture persisted and adapted over time. Morgan discusses linguistic studies, place name evidence, and archaeological findings to trace the survival of Celtic languages, oral traditions, and artistic motifs in Wales, Cornwall, and other regions. He highlights the preservation of indigenous cultural practices such as storytelling, music, and craftsmanship, which continue to thrive alongside Roman cultural influences. Moreover, Morgan explores the impact of Christianity on British religious beliefs and practices, noting the syncretic nature of early Christian communities that integrated local traditions with new religious teachings. Rev. Richard Williams Morgan's scholarship represents a pioneering effort to reassess the history and achievements of the ancient Britons through meticulous analysis of archaeological evidence, textual sources, and comparative studies. His work challenges traditional narratives and stereotypes, presenting the Britons as a sophisticated civilization with diverse economic, religious, social, and technological dimensions. Morgan's detailed examination of trade networks, religious practices, social structures, technological innovations, and cultural resilience provides a comprehensive and nuanced understanding of ancient British society, enriching our appreciation of its complexities and contributions to European history. His legacy continues to inspire who strive for scholarship on British archaeology, history, and cultural heritage, emphasizing the enduring significance of the Britons in shaping the cultural and historical landscape of not only Britain, but the world. I, for one, find Morgan's dedication to uncovering and promoting the history of his people continues to inspire and inform me on history almost forgotten by many, and for that, I thank him. Of these various theories relating to the Druids and Britain, one concerning the Druids gained the most favor for a time, not least of all because of the research and writings of William Stukeley, especially his 1740 work Stonehenge, a temple restored to the British Druids. The Druids were the learned class or sect of teacher priests among the ancient Celts according to Julius Caesar, who is a prime source of most information regarding the Druids for certain scholars. They allegedly assembled once a year at a sacred place for secret rites. They are claimed by some to have offered human sacrifices, and among the subjects they taught the Celt noblemen were the powers of the gods, the sciences of nature, and astronomy. While nothing that has been uncovered by archaeologists at the site reveals any connection with pre-Christian era Druids, the Celts had arrived in the area by that time, and there is no proof the other way either, namely that the Druids did not gather at this sun temple even if they had nothing to do with its much earlier builder, or they indeed built it. Although Roman legions encamped near the site, no evidence was found to connect Stonehenge with the Romans. According to most scholars, a Greek and Phoenician connection, however, shows more promise. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, 1st century BC, a contemporary of Julius Caesar who had traveled to Egypt, wrote in his multi-volume history of the ancient world. In the first volumes he dealt with the prehistory of the Egyptians, Assyrians, Ethiopians, and Greeks, the so-called mythic times. Drawing on the writings of earlier historians, he quotes from a, by now lost, book by Hecataeus of Abdera in which the latter had stated, circa 300 BC, that on an island inhabited by the Hyperboreans, as mentioned prior, I believe Britain/Ireland, there is a magnificent sacred precinct of Apollo and a notable temple which is spherical in shape. The name in Greek signified a people from the distant north, whence the north wind, Boreas, comes. They were worshippers of the Greek Roman god Apollo, and the legends regarding the Hyperboreans were thus mingled with the myths concerning Apollo and his twin sister, the goddess Artemis. We shall look at Artemis in greater deal later on. As the ancients told it, the twins were the children of the great god Zeus and their mother Leto, a Titaness. Impregnated by Zeus, Leto wandered over the face of the earth seeking a place to give birth to her children in peace, away from the wrath of Hera, the official wife of Zeus. Apollo was thus associated with the distant north, and the Greeks and the Romans considered him a god of divination and prophecy, as outlined. Though not attributing any scientific value to such a legendary or mythological connection with Greece, archaeologists have nevertheless seemed to find such a connection through archaeological discoveries in the area of Stonehenge, which is replete with prehistoric earthworks, structures, and graves. These man-made ancient remains include the Great Avebury Circle, which schematically drawn resembles the works of a modern watch or even the meshing wheels of the ancient Mayan calendar. They also include the miles-long trench called the cursus, a kind of wooden pegged rather than stone-made circle called Woodhenge, and the outstanding Silbury Hill, an artificial conical hill which is precisely circular and 520 feet in diameter, the largest of its kind in Europe. Some see significance in the fact that it is situated an exact 6 purported megalithic miles from Stonehenge. The most important finds, archaeologically speaking, have been made in this area, as often elsewhere, in tombs, which are scattered all over the Stonehenge area. In them, archaeologists have found bronze daggers, axes and maces, golden ornaments, decorated pottery, and polished stones. Many of those finds reinforced archaeological opinion that the manner in which stones at Stonehenge were smoothly dressed and carefully shaped indicated influences from Minoan Crete, the Mediterranean island, and Mycenaean, mainland Greece. It was also noted that some of the peg-into-socket joints used at Stonehenge to hold together stone blocks were similar to the joints used in the stone gateways of Mycenae. All this, many archaeologists held, pointed to a connection with ancient Greece. A leading representative of this school has been Jacquetta Hawkes, who in her book, Dawn of the Gods, about the Minoan and Mycenaean origins of Greek civilization, could not help devoting a good portion of the chapter on graves and kingdoms to Stonehenge. Mycenae is situated in the southwestern part of mainland Greece that is called the Peloponnesus, and now separated from the rest of Greece by a man-made Corinth Canal, and acted as a bridge between the earlier Minoan civilization on the island of Crete and the later classical Greek one. It flowered in the 16th century BC, and the treasures uncovered in the tombs of its kings revealed foreign contacts that undoubtedly included Britain. At just this time when Mycenaean kings were rising to a new wealth and power, Jacquetta Hawkes wrote, a rather similar advance, although on a smaller scale, was taking place in southern England. There too a warrior aristocracy was ruling over peasants and herders and beginning to trade and to prosper, and to be buried with appropriate extravagance among the possessions so buried were a few objects that prove these chieftains to have had contacts with the Mycenaean world. Such things, she added, were not of great moment and could just be the fruits of trade or imitation, were it not for the unique event, the building of the great sarsen stone circle and trilithons of Stonehenge. Not all archaeological finds, however, showed such early Greek influences. The finds in tombs around Stonehenge included, for example, decorated beads and amber discs bound with gold in a method developed in Egypt and not at all in Greece. Such finds raised the possibility that all those artifacts were somehow imported to southeast England, neither by Greeks nor Egyptians but perhaps by trad-ine people from the eastern Mediterranean. The obvious candidates were the Phoenicians, the renowned sailors cum traders of antiquity. It is a recorded fact that Phoenician evidence, sailing in and out of the Mediterranean ports, from places like Cornwall in the southwest corner of England, quite close to Stonehenge, in the trading tin, with which hardened bronze was made from soft copper, with Cornish tin found as far as Jordan. But were any of these peoples, whose trade links flourished in the millennium between 1500 BC and 500 BC, responsible for the planning and construction of Stonehenge? A partial answer would depend, of course, on when Stonehenge itself was conceived and built, or who else was there to build it. In the absence of written records or carved images of the Mediterranean gods, artifacts found elsewhere among Minoan, Mycenaean, and Phoenician ruins, no one can answer the question with any certainty. But the question itself became moot when various remains of organic origin, such as carved antlers, were dug up by archaeologists at Stonehenge. Subjected to radiocarbon dating, remains found in the ditch produced a date of between 2900 to 2600 BC minus at least 1,000 years, and probably much more before the sailors from the Mediterranean may have arrived. A charcoal piece found in one of the Aubrey holes provided a carbon date of 2200 BC. An antler pick found near one of the trilithons gave a reading of between 2280 and 2060 BC. Radiocarbon datings of finds in the avenue gave dates between 2245 and 2085 BC. Who was there at such an early time to plan and execute the marvelous stone complex? Scholars hold that until about 3000 BC the area was sparsely populated by small groups of early farmers and herders who used stone for their tools. Sometime after 2500 BC new groups arrived from the European continent. They brought with them knowledge of metals, copper and gold, used clay utensils, and buried their dead in round mounds. They have been nicknamed the Beaker people, after the shape of their drinking vessels. At about 2000 BC, bronze made its appearance in the area, and a wealthier and more numerous population known as the Wessex people engaged in cattle ranching, metal crafts, and trade with Western and Central Europe and the Medi. By 1500, this era of prosperity suffered in Terrania. BC abrupt decline that lasted the better part of a millennium, and Stonehenge must have shared in this decline. Were the Neolithic farmers and herders, the Beaker people, or even the early Bronze Age Wessex people capable of creating Stonehenge? Or did they just provide the labor and the manpower to construct a complex mechanism in stone devised by advanced scientific knowledge of others? Even an outspoken proponent of the Mycenaean connection, Jack Hawks, had to admit that Stonehenge, this sanctuary, constructed from colossal yet carefully shaped blocks that make the Cyclopean masonry of Mycenae look like children. Its bricks has nothing to compare with it in all prehistoric Europe. To allow for the Mycenaean connection and to link it with the early Englanders, she proceeded to offer the theory that some of the local lords controlling the pastures of Salisbury Plain, and perhaps, like Odysseus, owning 12 herds of cattle, may have had the wealth and authority needed to turn what had been a modest sanctuary of Stone Age origin into a noble and unparalleled work of megalithic architecture. It has always seemed that some individual must have initiated it through swollen ambition or religious obsession, but, because the whole design and method of building is so far advanced on anything known in the island before, it has seemed likely that ideas drawn from a more civilized tradition might also have been involved. But what was that more civilized tradition that gave rise to this structure that was beyond compare to anything in prehistoric Europe? The answer must depend on an accurate dating of Stonehenge. And if, as scientific data suggests, it is 1,000 to 2,000 years older than the Mycenaeans and the Phoenicians, then an earlier source of the civilized tradition must be sought. Modern scientific research methods have thus corroborated the findings astounding at the time. 1880 of the renowned Egyptologist Sir Flinders Petrie, that Stonehenge dated to circa 2000 BC. It was Petrie who devised the stone's numbering system still in use. In the usual course of scientific studies of ancient sites, archaeologists are the first to be on the scene, and other anthropologists, naturalists, historians, linguists, and other experts follow. In the case of Stonehenge, astronomers led the way. This was not only because the ruins were visible above the surface and required no excavation to reveal them, but also because from the very beginning it seemed almost self-evident that the axis line from the center toward the heel-stone through the avenue pointed to the northeast, whereabouts the sun rises when the days are longest, to use the words of William Stukeley, 1740, toward the point in the sky where the sun rises at the summer solstice, about June 21st. Stonehenge was an instrument to measure the passage of time. After 2.5 centuries of scientific progress, this conclusion is still valid. All are agreed that Stonehenge was not a place of residence, nor was it a burial place, neither palace nor tomb. It was in essence a temple cum minus observatory, as the ziggurats, step pyramids of Mesopotamia and ancient America were. And being oriented toward the sun when it rises in midsummer, it could be called a temple of the sun. With this basic fact undisputable, it is no wonder that astronomers continue to lead the research concerning Stonehenge. Prominent among them, at the very beginning of this century, was Sir Norman Lockyer, who conducted a comprehensive survey of Stonehenge in 1901 and confirmed the summer solstice orientation in his masterwork Stonehenge and Other British Stone Monuments. Since this orientation is satisfied by the axis alone, subsequent researchers began in time to wonder whether the additional complexity of Stonehenge, the diverse circles, ovals, rectangle, markers, might signify that other celestial phenomena besides sunrise at summer solstice and other time cycles have been observed at Stonehenge. There have been suggestions to that effect in earlier treatises on Stonehenge. But it was only in 1963, when Cecil A. Newham discovered alignments that suggested that equinoxes too could have been observed and even predicted at Stonehenge, that these possibilities were given modern scientific credence. His most sensational suggestion, however, first in articles and then in his 1964 book The Enigma of Stonehenge, was that Stonehenge must have also been a lunar observatory. He based this conclusion on examination of the 4 station stones and the rectangle that they form. He also showed that whoever had intended to give Stonehenge this capability knew where to erect it, for the rectangle and its alignments had to be sited exactly where Stonehenge is. All this was at first received with extreme doubt and disdain, because lunar observations are considerably more complex than solar ones. The moon's motions around the Earth and together with the Earth around the Sun are not repeated on an annual basis, because, among other reasons, the moon orbits the Earth at a slight inclination to the Earth's orbit around the Sun. The complete cycle, which is repeated only once in about 19 years, includes 8 points of a set moon standstill, as the astronomers call them, 4 major and 4 minor. The suggestion that Stonehenge, which already possessed the alignments highlighted by Newham, was built to enable the determination or even prediction of these 8 points seemed preposterous in view of the fact that Britain's inhabitants at the time were just emerging from the Stone Age. This is clearly a valid argument, and those who have nevertheless found more evidence for the astronomical marvels at Stonehenge are yet to provide an answer to the paradox of a complex lunar observatory amidst Stone Age people. Prominent among the astronomers whose investigations confirmed the incredible capabilities of Stonehenge was Gerald S. Hawkins of Boston University. Writing in prestigious scientific journals in 1963, 1964, and 1965, he announced his far-reaching conclusions by entitling his studies Stonehenge, Neolithic Computer, and Sun Moon, Men and Stones, followed by his book Stonehenge Decoded and Beyond Stonehenge. With the aid of the university's computers, he analyzed hundreds of sight lines at Stonehenge and related them to the positions of the sun, moon, and major stars as they were in ancient times, and decided that the resulting orientations could not have been just accidental. He attached great significance to the 4 station stones and the perfect rectangle they form, and showed how the lines connecting opposite stones, 91 with 94 and 92 with 93, were oriented to the points of major standstills, and those connecting the stones diagonally to the points of minor standstills of the moon at moonrise and moonset, together with the 4 points of the sun's movements. Stonehenge, according to Hawkins, enables observation and prediction of all the 12 points marking the sun's and the moon's movements. Above all, he was fascinated by the number 19 expressed by stones and holes in the various circles. The 2 circles of 38 blue stones of Stonehenge 2 can be regarded as 2 semicircles of 19 Stonehenge decoded, and the oval dot horseshoe of Stonehenge 2 had the exact 19. This was an unmistakable lunar relationship, for 19 was the moon's cycle, which governs intercalation, which fits into Apollo visiting Hyperborea every 19 years. Professor Hawkins went even farther. He concluded that the numbers expressed by stones and holes in the various circles bespoke an ability to predict eclipses. Because the moon's orbit is not exactly in the same plane as the Earth's orbit around the sun, the former is inclined to the latter by just over 5. The moon's orbit crosses the path of the Earth around the sun at 2 points each year. The 2 points of intersection, nodes, are commonly marked on astronomical charts N and N. This is when eclipses occur. But, because of the irregularities in the shape and leg of the Earth's orbit around the sun, these nodal intersections do not recur precisely at the same celestial positions year after year. Rather, they recur in a cycle of 18.61 years. Hawkins postulated that the operating principle for this cycle was, therefore, cycle end cycle start in the 19th year, and Hawkins reasoned that the purpose of the 56 Opry holes was to attain an adjustment by moving 3 markers at a time within the Opry circle, since 182% 3 times 3 equals 56. This, he held, made possible the foretelling of eclipses of the moon as well as of the sun, and his conclusion was that such a prediction of eclipses was the main purpose of the construction and design of Stonehenge. Stonehenge, he announced, was nothing short of a brilliant astronomical computer made of stone. The proposition that Stonehenge was not only a sun temple but also a lunar observatory was met at first with fierce resistance. Prominent among the dissenters, who considered many of the moon alignments to be coincidental, was Richard J.C. Atkinson of the University College in Cardiff, who had led some of the most extensive archaeological excavations at the site. The archaeological evidence for the great antiquity of Stonehenge was the very reason for his disdain for the observatory and lunar alignments/Neolithic computer theories, for he asserted that Neolithic man in Britain was simply incapable of such achievements. His disdain and even ridicule, expressed in such titles for his articles in antiquity as Moonshine on Stonehenge and in his book Stonehenge, turned to grudging support as a result of studies conducted at Stonehenge by Alexander Thom, Megalithic Lunar Observations. Thom, an engineering professor at Oxford University, conducted the most accurate measurements at Stonehenge and pointed out that the horseshoe arrangement of the sarsen stones in fact represented an oval, thick, 11, an elliptical shape that represents planetary orbits more accurately than a circle. He agreed with Newham that Stonehenge was primarily a lunar and not just solar observatory, and confirmed that Stonehenge was erected where it is because it is only there that the 8 lunar observations could be made precisely along the lines formed by the rectangle connecting the 4 station stones. The fierce debate, conducted on the pages of leading scientific magazines and in confrontational conferences, was summed up by C.A. Newham, supplement to the enigma of Stonehenge and its astronomical and geometric significance, in the following words: with the exception of the 5 trilithons, practically all the remaining features appear to have lunar connections. He agreed that the -56 Aubrey holes rotate to the 8 main alignments of the moon setting and rising. Thereafter, even Atkinson admitted that he has become sufficiently persuaded that conventional archaeological thinking is in need of drastic revision in regard to the purpose and functions of Stonehenge. These conclusions were to no small measure the result of the research by a notable participant who had joined the growing list of involved scientists in the late 1960s and the decade of the 1970s. He was Sir Fred Hoyle, astronomer and mathematician. He held that the alignments listed by Hawkins to various stars and constellations were rather random than deliberate, but fully agreed with the lunar aspects of Stonehenge, and especially the role of the 56 Aubrey holes and the rectangular arrangement of the station stones. Stonehenge, an eclipse predictor in nature and on Stonehenge. But concurring that the Aubrey circle could act as a calculator for predicting eclipses, in his opinion it was done by moving 4 markers around, Hoyle stirred up another issue. Whoever had designed this calculator, Hawkins called it a computer, must have known in advance the precise length of the solar year, the moon's orbital period, and the cycle of 18.61 years, and Neolithic man in Britain simply did not possess such knowledge. Struggling to explain how the advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics had appeared in Neolithic Britain, Hawkins resorted to ancient records of the Mediterranean peoples. In addition to the Diodorus Hecataeus referens, he also mentioned Plutarch's quote, "In Isis and Osiris of Eudoxus of Cnidus, the 4th century BC astronomer-mathematician from Asia Minor, who had associated the demon god of eclipses with the number 56. In the absence of answers from man, glance at the superhuman." Hoyle, on his part, arrived at the conviction that Stonehenge was not a mere observatory, a place to see what goes on in the skies. He called it a predictor, an instrument for foretelling celestial events and a facility for noting them on the predetermined dates. Agreeing that such an intellectual achievement was beyond the capacity of the local Neolithic farmers and herdsmen. He felt that the station stone's rectangle and all it implied indicate that the builders of Stonehenge might have come to the British Isles from the outside, purposely looking for this rectangular alignment, which is possible just where Stonehenge is located, in the northern hemisphere. Just as the modern astronomer often searches far from home for places to build his telescopes, a veritable Newton or Einstein must have been at work at Stonehenge, Hoyle mused. But even so, where was the university where he had learned mathematics and astronomy? Where were the writings without which accumulated knowledge could not be passed on and taught? And how could a sole genius plan, execute, and supervise such a celestial predictor when, for phase 2 alone, a whole century was needed? There have only been about 200 generations of history. There were upward of 10,000 generations of prehistory, Hoyle observed. Was it all part of the eclipse of the gods? He wondered, the transition from a time when people worshipped an actual sun god and a moon god to become the invisible god of Isaiah? Without explicitly divulging his thoughts, Hoyle gave an answer by quoting the full section in Diodorus from Hecataeus regarding the Hyperboreans. It states toward its end that after the Greeks and Hyperboreans exchanged visits in the most ancient times, they also say that the moon as viewed from this island appears to be but a little distance from the earth, and to have upon it prominences, like those of the earth, which are visible to the eye. The account is also given that the god visits the island every 19 years, the period in which the return of the stars to the same place in the heavens is accomplished, and for this reason the 19-year period is called by the Greeks the year of Meton. The familiarity in such distant times not only with the 19-year cycle of the moon but also with prominences, like those of the earth minus surface features such as mountains and plains, is unquestionably amazing. The attribution by Greek historians of the circular structure in Hyperborea to the lunar cycle first described in Greece by the Athenian Meton tosses the problem of who built Stonehenge to the ancient Near East, so do the soul-searching conclusions and musings of the above-mentioned astronomers. But more than 2 centuries earlier, William Stukeley had already pointed for answers in the same direction, toward the ancient Near East. To his sketch of Stonehenge, as he understood it to have been, he appended the design he had seen on an Eastern Mediterranean ancient coin which depicts a temple on an elevated platform. This depiction, more explicit, also appears on another ancient coin from the city of Byblos in the same area, one that we have reproduced in the very first volume of the Earth Chronicles. It shows that the ancient temple had an enclosure in which there stood a rocket upon a launch pad. Zechariah Sitchin supports this ocean and claims to have identified the place as the landing place of Sumerian lore, the place where the Sumerian king Gilgamesh witnessed a rocket ship rise. The place still exists. It is now the vast platform in the mountains of Lebanon, at Baalbek, upon which there still stand the ruins of the greatest Roman temple ever built. Supporting the massive platform are 3 colossal stone blocks that have been known since antiquity as the Trilithon. The answers to the Stonehenge enigma should thus be sought in places far away from it, but in a time frame quite close to it. The when holds the key. There may be between not only to the who of Stonehenge I, but also to the why of Stonehenge I and II. For, as we shall see, the hurried remaking of Stonehenge in 2100–2000 BC had to do with the coming of a new age, mankind's first historically recorded new age. Whilst Sitchin provides useful contribution to the past segment, he is of beliefs that diverge from my own research. Which is why I would never present anything as factual beyond justifiable reason, for no one truly knows the truth of the origins of Stonehenge, nor of man for that matter. A story that must be told here is one yet more magical abilities by none other than Merlin, written, according to Geoffrey of Monmouth, the Saxons had, through trickery, slaughtered the British at a meeting of nobles. King Ambrosius, brother of Uther Pendragon, wanted a memorial to those slain by the devious Saxons. Merlin suggested transporting the stones from the Giant's Ring at the top of Mount Killarney in Ireland back to Britain. Ambrosius, though this would be a fitting memorial, and an army of Britons went to Ireland to get the stones. Many tried and failed, and only Merlin was able to transport them back to Britain and make Stonehenge. The story then goes on to say that Stonehenge served as a grave for Ambrosius, as well as Constantine, Arthur's successor. Aurelius ordered Merlin to erect around the burial place the stones which he had brought from Ireland. Merlin obeyed the king's orders and put the stones up in a circle round the sepulchre in exactly the same way as they had been arranged on Mount Killarney in Ireland, thus proving that his artistry was worth more than any brute strength. Monmouth, History, 198. As mentioned, Ireland older than Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Giza stands Newgrange, the heart of legends and mysteries stretching back 5,000 years. Situated along the River Boyne near to numerous other such places like Knowth and Douth, that very same river where Fionn Mac Cumhaill was said to have first found and tasted the salmon of knowledge, and the Dega Mór, king of the Tuatha De Danann, made his home here for a while. The Irish hero Cu Chulainn was even rumored to have been conceived in a dream there. It is deeply interwoven through Irish myths and tales, being 3 times 50 sons of kings abode for 3 days with their 3 knights, and said to have been the stronghold to which Angus brought the body of Diarmid after his death so that he could put a wind-born life into him, so that he will talk to me every day. Lugh, son of Dagda, is also reputed to have been buried here. Weighing almost 250,000 tons and covering more than an acre, at the heart of 12 standing stones, the water-rolled stones of Newgrange were taken from the nearby river, but they sit behind white quartz from Wicklow and round granite from the Mourne Mountains. And its passages are still waterproof today. They don't build them like that anymore. Scholars once thought the place a tomb but have since changed their opinions, believing it to be much more a temple to ancient gods, from which the stars were studied and where ceremonies were held. The most remarkable sight to be seen at Newgrange comes during the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, when the light and warmth of the sun is at its lowest ebb. Archaeologists were baffled as to the purpose of the passage above the main entryway to Newgrange, although local people had spoken of the solstice wonder since time out of mind, until by chance they happened to see what occurred as the sun rose on that day. A slender beam of light shines through, scarce even a ray, which rises and widens to fill the whole of the chamber within, lighting it brightly for those fortunate enough to see it. And after that the days lengthened and the sun returned to Ireland, bringing with it the promise of renewed life for man and beast, and perhaps even for the dead. It can still be seen to this day, although the demand is so great that there's a lottery held to see who views it on any given year. Once a pyramidal stone stood at its heart, according to earlier excavators, but that has since vanished. Are we looking at a completely different history than we are told by the M's? Well, let us keep digging. We shall dive deeper now, taking a look at chroniclers of the past as well as scientific, archaeological and mythological analysis as well as a whole platitude of other material. We shall look at parallels and connections, linking dots through the god Apollo, to show how he may have originated far away from the Aegean Sea. The idea that Apollo originated in the West is surely enough to make a professor trained to ignore much of what we shall discuss, produce steam from their ears, disregarding it as if it were paper waste. Instead choosing to go along with the seemingly systemic problem in the powerful institutions that are becoming ever more like the thought police from Orwell's 1984 that has shut down millennia of study, philosophy and research by many great men and women of antiquity. We are only now, with the advent of the internet, beginning to wake up from a century of academic slumber, with so much information available that was not so easily accessible for the whole of documented human record. Unfortunately, we also have a lot more bulls HT to go through, as there are many people online with many contradictory, and sometimes seemingly lunatic ideas. We shall endeavor to keep the wheels on the track, so to speak, as we move back through time, through the life of Apollo, looking at accounts of Celtic Druids in the Aegean, to the notion the War of Troy took place in Britain, and a whole lot more. Let us now open by looking at various cultures' perspectives, devotion, mythology and other such connections pertaining to Apollo/Helios/Orpheus, potentially from Britain to Asia Minor. Apollo was a powerful Greek god and one of the 12 Olympians. He served as the divine patron of prophecy, healing, art, and culture, as well as the embodiment of masculine beauty. Apollo belonged to the second generation of Olympians, along with his twin sister Artemis, goddess of the wild and hunting. He was commonly represented as a kouros, that is, as a young, beardless male. In ancient art, he could be seen carrying a lyre or a bow and arrow. Apollo was the son of Zeus, the supreme god of the Greek pantheon, and Leto, a descendant of the Titans. In myth, he and his twin sister Artemis were born on the island of Delos, the only place on Earth that would give Leto shelter when Hera, Zeus' jealous wife, sought to prevent her from giving birth. Apollo rewarded the island by making it one of the centers of his worship. Keep this in mind in relation to the Isle of Wight later on. Apollo was usually viewed as the prototypical beautiful young man, kouros in Greek. He was distinguished by various symbols of his roles and powers, including the bow, lyre, which I will dope a flow up on this in the coming week or two, and the cithara. He was often depicted wearing a laurel wreath, which I want to look into further. Apollo's sacred animals included the raven and the wolf. Apollo was widely worshipped with sanctuaries and festivals. His oracle at Delphi was one of the most influential in the Greek world. Apollo also had a major sanctuary on the tiny island of Delos, where he was said to have been born. Like the other Olympian gods, Apollo had a rich temple cult and was honored with regular festivals throughout the Greek world, including the Pythian Games at Delphi. He was also worshipped in connection with aspects of everyday life, such as health and medicine. Ritual invocations called paeans were sung to Apollo in various contexts. In a recent archaeological discovery at San Cassiano dei Bagni in Tuscany, Italy, experts stumbled upon a marble statue of Apollo Soroctinos, also known as the Lizard Slayer. This finding occurred during excavations of an ancient Etruscan and Roman bath. The bath, powered by geothermal springs, provided the Etruscans with water at a comfy 42 degrees Celsius, 108 degrees Fahrenheit, for the Balnea Clusiani complex. Legend has it that Porsenna, an Etruscan king of Chiusi, founded the site. However, archaeologists lean towards the idea that the Etruscans built the complex in the 3rd century BC. In Roman times, the spa gained fame for its healing properties, drawing in important figures like Caesar Augustus, who visited regularly, as reported by Heritage Daily. These fragments are Roman replicas of a bronze statue crafted by the famous Greek sculptor Praxiteles, who was a leading artist in Attica during the 4th century BC. In Doridic Spartans and Macedonians video, which was not of great quality, we see how Attica was the place then went on to become Athens, and was the last vestige of the Mycenaean culture. Plato recounts how the Athenians had lost their lineage and how they had repelled a force from Atlantis in their ancient past. This for me was the repelling of the Proto-Doridic forces, of which would be the dominant force around the Aegean and on mainland Greece for some years. Typically made between the 1st and 2nd century AD, these copies of this statue show Apollo in his youthful form, ready to catch a lizard climbing a tree. The Roman poet Martial even wrote a short poem, or epigram, about these statues, warning, "Spare the lizard, treacherous boy, creeping toward you. It desires to perish by your hands." The sun and the serpent and the intertwined nature of the two is seen right through history, particularly in the astrotheological sense. Apollo, the sun in astrology, was a revered deity linked to healing and ailments, was the recipient of votive offerings from those seeking remedies for their health issues. The portrayal of Apollo hunting a lizard holds a connection to ophthalmology, as lizards were believed to have healing properties for eye complaints. Among the findings, excavations revealed a travertine votive altar dating back to the 1st century AD. This altar had a bilingual inscription in both Latin and Etruscan, highlighting the continued influence of Etruscan culture well into the Roman imperial era. As we move forward, we shall look to challenge the perception that the Etruscan people evolved as a high culture due to Greeks coming in from the east, but was rather an element of an already enlightened peoples. Among the remarkable bronze findings in 2022 was a dancing Apollo figure unearthed from the oldest basin at the sanctuary. This figure is estimated to be from around 100 BC. In terms of size and style, the marble Apollo Soroctinos likely dates back to the 2nd century AD, some have claimed. However, it suffered damage in the early 5th century AD when the Christianization of the area allegedly resulted in the toppling of temples and statues into the basins, leading to the closure of the sanctuary. The hot springs and mineral waters of San Cassiano dei Bagni were thought to have healing powers, believed to be bestowed by divine figures skilled in medicine such as Hygeia, Greek goddess of health, Apollo, Greek god of healing and ailments is mentioned, and Asclepius, Greek god of health. Asclepius is a character we will elaborate on further real soon as we discuss the astrology and astrology in coming weeks. Those who bathed in the hot springs believed they were directly connecting with these gods, seeking cures for various illnesses and conditions. The settlement of Troy was said to have many springs as well as Ireland, which is potentially the location of Atlantis, or part of that society. Aplu, the Etruscan god associated with Apollo, holds a significant role in Etruscan mythology. Believed to reside in the sacred Mount Soracte, Aplu is often depicted with a wolf cap or an archer's bow and lyre. As part of the Etruscan pantheon, Aplu has close connections to the Oracle of Delphi and is considered a foreign deity. Let's explore the origins, attributes, and artistic representations of Aplu, as well as his relationships within the divine family and influences from Greek and Roman mythology. Aplu had two notable siblings in the Etruscan religious framework. Eurydice, a prominent goddess, was closely associated with the hunt and often depicted alongside wolves. Fufluns, on the other hand, was the Etruscan equivalent of the Greek god Dionysus, embodying the realm of wine and revelry. Aplu is known as god of the sun and light, thunder and lightning, healing and plague, as well as the protector of divination, a trend we shall see, similar in likeness to Apollo. Here Aplu appears on a coin in a similar style to Apollo. The oldest known representation of a solar deity in Greek culture is associated with Helios, the personification of the sun. One of the earliest depictions of Helios appears on geometric pottery from the 8th century BCE, featuring scenes with chariots and horses that symbolize the sun's journey across the sky. In Etruscan culture, Aplu, identified with the Greek Apollo, also had solar attributes. The oldest representations of Aplu can be found on Etruscan artifacts and inscriptions dating back to the 8th century BCE, including pottery and bronze sculptures that depict him in ways similar to the Greek Apollo, suggesting his role as a solar deity. However, the oldest possible theorized date for the emergence of the Etruscan civilization is around 1200 BCE, corresponding to the end of the Bronze Age and the beginning of the Iron Age in Italy, or in the ballpark of my theorized Doridic expansion east after the fall of Troy in Cambridgeshire, England. This period saw the development of the Villanovan culture, considered a precursor to the Etruscan civilization, characterized by advancements in metallurgy, structured settlements, art and much more. Archaeological findings, such as Proto-Villanovan artifacts, indicate the presence of the ancestors of the Etruscans during this time. Additionally, ancient literary sources and modern genetic studies suggest a complex origin involving both local development and external influences, further supporting the early emergence of Etruscan culture around 1200 BCE. Which again also sees the Dorians having influence in nearby islands of the Mediterranean, including the local Sicily and Sardinia. The mainstream is convinced of a westward expansion on all things in Europe and is sporadic with these dates, hence why the material cultural evidence is more profound, but that is not the focus today. The point here is that Aplu and Apollo are one and the same. As the god of Music, Apollo presides over all music, songs, dance and poetry. On the other hand, Apollo also encouraged founding new towns and establishment of civil constitution, which we see represented in these new colonies all over the place, though sometimes with differing namesakes. In essence, he is associated with dominion over colonists. He was the giver of laws, and his oracles prophets were consulted before setting laws in a city. I have typed up a video on these deities and we shall cover this in a follow-up. I am going to leave this here and we shall continue with a part 2 and part 3. As I said, most of the type up is done and we have much to expand on. Next we shall look further west to Celtic solar deities such as Mabon. If people are thinking why is astroeology important to my historical videos? Well, if these Dorians were intact. Syria is etymologically tied to Sirius, a star we shall look at more deeply later on. Could it be these peoples believe they came from this particular star? Well, we have also the land of Canaan right next to Syria, or the Assyrians. Could Canaan be a reference to the Sirius also, as it goes by the name the dog star? The reason say this example ties in so beautifully is if the Dorians are of the Druid class, then we need look no further than Alan Wilson's translation of the Aldersenes, or the Old Syrians, to be found in Surrey, UK. And the star maps that are to be found littered all over the land of Great Britain, as a number of people are starting to put together. Check out Britain's Hidden History, a number of works have been discussed on that channel relating to this. We are currently ending the period of darkness, and I will be doing a video. Well, probably a few videos relating this and other relative material, as the information has been collecting for a while now, and it is no secret we are exiting the Age of Darkness, or the Kali Yuga one might say, the Age of Copper, as I mentioned a year or so ago, of which Nebuchadnezzar had a dream of a figure with a golden head, which would be the age of Saturn/Chronos, the torso of silver and below that bronze, before we reached iron and clay. Do you know what? I am going to make a video straight after this one and briefly discuss what Daniel wrote on Nebuchadnezzar. I won't go deep as I have things to do, but I will give the direct reading so it is on the channel in full and we may revisit the allegorical details. As I was saying, the return of Saturn means the return of wisdom, and it is of no coincidence that we have the internet now, and I am only just thinking of this as I am writing this video. Is it a divine spark, or a coincidence? Who can really say? For this is what it is, and my birth chart tells me to go with the flow, which I do. That said, we shall come on to this further in a few weeks. For now, I want to put this Doridic expansion and Trojan conflict in Cambridge to bed and place its validity beyond doubt. I have already dropped enough subtle hints to these theories in previous videos of the number 12 and the Pantheon's act, and it is time to start cranking this up, as I have come at this from my own angle, of which AI try to do in most things. Look for the details between the details, if you will. Apologies for the long sign out. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. It is good to be back, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Apollo Mapanos. Apollo, great divine son. A god attested to in both Britain and Gaul, with presumed cognates in medieval Welsh, Irish, and French literature. Mapanos means divine youth, deriving from the Gaulish and Brittonic mapos, boy, with the on divinizing particle. Considering his name and that he is associated with Apollo in some Roman inscriptions, Mapanos appears to be the personification of youth. He may have originally been a god of the Parisii. They lived along the Marne, as well as the Seine, and later some may have migrated to, or in my belief, from Britain, perhaps at an earlier time, but we shall see, where there is found another Parisii tribe in the area of Yorkshire. This area, adjacent to what became the kingdom of Reged, may explain the relationship between Mabon and Owen ap Urian, a tale from the Mabonagi. At least 4 inscriptions identify Mapanos as Apollo. For example, one inscription from Corbridge, the location of Wandlebury rings, and many other Trojan links. This inscription reads, to Apollo Mapanos, Quintus Terentius Firmus, son of Quintus, from the Ophenton voting tribe from Saina, prefect of the camp of the 6th Legion, dedicated this out of devotion. Another inscription, also from Corbridge, states, to the god Mapanos Apollo, Publius Aelius Lucullus, centurion of the victorious 6th Legion, willingly and deservedly fulfills his vow. A third inscription from Corbridge simply says, to the god Mapanos Apollo, while an inscription from Ribchester reads, to the divine god Apollo Mapanos. There are also inscriptions that refer to Mapanos alone. One from Chemaliers mentions Mapanos of the Arverni, suggesting a possible regional association. Another inscription from Chesterholm, Vindolanda, states, to the god Mapanos. These inscriptions highlight the reverence for Mapanos, both in his own right and in his identification with Apollo. Finally, there might be mention of him on the Collini calendar, where the 15th day of the month of Ruos is marked with the word Mapanos. Whether this refers to a feast of Mapanos isn't clear, but it is certainly possible. There are 3 statues to him. The first depicts a young man with a harp, which would identify him with Apollo Kithardos. On the other side of the altar depicts Diana the huntress, though whether she represents Diana, some claim this is not Diana. I shall let you make up your own minds. The second statue is identified as more rugged and has a beard, not a youthful Apollo face. Apollo the harper, but medieval tradition also identifies him, i.e. Mabon, as the greatest hunter in Britain, and probably also reflects Apollo's role as a hunter, a trait attributed to archery. If the spring at the medieval Fonto Mabono refers to Mapanos the god, then it may also identify him with Apollo's role as a healer, springs generally associated with healing centers, as we seen in the Apulu video. In later traditions, Mapanos is generally agreed to be the origin of Mabon ap Modron in Welsh legend. Modron is derived from Matrona, goddess of the Marne River in France, whose name means mother, or Mary in astroeology. We have Corbridge, an Alec-WD Roman town called Coria, where one of the 3 inscriptions to Mapanos are found, is in Northumberland, and Chesterholm and Ribchester in Lancastershire, both areas near the Parisii settlements of Britain, and both adjacent to what became medieval Reged. The town of Locus Mapani, mentioned in the Ravenna cosmography, is likely modern Lochmaben, which is in the county of Dumfries and Galloway, bordering modern Cumberland, part of Reged. Essentially, his worship seems to have centered in northern England, southern Scotland, and over into Ireland. The significance of this is found in several stories regarding Urian and his son Owen, which mention Mabon and Modron. In a story from Pennyarth 147, It is told that Urion's children were sired on Modron, daughter of the king of Anwfn. In a poem attributed to Taliesin, Owen is apparently identified with Mabon. It is possible, as John T. Coke notes in the Celtic Heroic Age, that the story of Urion having children with Modron may go back to a sovereignty right, as is found in Irish literature. That all of these post-Roman associations happen in the area where Mapanos was worshipped is not an accident. Mapanos simply became Mabon as the language mutated. The question, of course, is that although Mapanos and Mabon are to be identified with each other, it is unknown how much of Mabon's mythology reflects beliefs about Mapanos. In Welsh literature, Mabon is stolen from his mother when 3 days old, and held prisoner at Carlowie, Gloucester, but with the added meaning of City of Light. He can only be found by asking the oldest animal, and is also said to be a great hunter. In Irish tradition, Mapanos is apparently connected to Aengus mac Indog, whose name means Aengus the son of youth, son of the Dagda and the river goddess Bone. Like Mabon, his birth is strange. The Dagda makes Samhain last for an entire year, so that Aengus can gestate and be born in a single day. Also, Aengus is associated with the Newgrange monument with its famous winter solstice alignment. Mapanos' father was likely the god of lightning, as Mabon's father is apparently Melti, the Welsh word for lightning. We see link recurring of such a deity being child of the lightning god, Zeus amongst other names. The reconstructed name would be Meldos, though there are other possible names. If true, Mapanos/Mabon represents an essential element of Indo-European cosmology as a god of fire in water Meldos and Matrona. This fire and water parentage is also seen in Mapanos' Irish reflex Aengus, son of the Dagda, called Aid, fire in some texts, and the river goddess Bone, one of several fire-water couplings in Celtic and Indo-European mythology. Could Mapanos and Mabon be tales that are intertwined with this astrological principle hidden in plain sight? When it comes to the motions of the stars, we do see the word Mabon at the beginning of one of the most famous works of ancient British literature, the Mabinogi/Mabinogion. The Aengus sounds ever so relatable to the Greek Orpheus. Orpheus and Helios, significant figures in Greek mythology, each with distinct characteristics, and Orpheus is a legendary musician, poet, and prophet in Greek mythology we touched on briefly. We shall expand a little bit on that. Is best known for his exceptional musical skills, which were said to charm humans, animals, and even inanimate objects. Orpheus is also associated with the Orphic Mysteries, a religious tradition that emphasized spiritual purification and the attainment of higher knowledge. Helios is the personification of the literal sun in Greek mythology, is often depicted as driving a chariot across the sky each day, bringing light and warmth to the world. Helios is one of the Titans, the divine beings who ruled the cosmos before the Olympian gods. Helios is not as prominently featured in mythological stories as some other figures. However, his role as the sun god is significant, representing the life-giving and illuminating power of the sun. His name is to be found is the great cities of the sun, Heliopolis. So while Orpheus, Helios, and Apollo share some similarities as figures in Greek mythology, each has distinct attributes, roles, and mythological stories that set them apart from one another. Minus. Achilles was a relative of Galatea through his mythological mother Thetis, another Nereid. He was of course neither god nor of the same generation as Celtus, which means that Thetis was substituted for his biological mother merely as a mark of honor. In the Bronze Age, there were no civilian or military honors, and the best way to immortalize kings and heroes was to substitute names from the pantheon for one or both of their biological parents. As to the Illyrians, they are mentioned by Thucydides among the barbarians living in western Greece in his time. Much later they would become so influential that, during the Roman Empire, Greece and part of southern Yugoslavia were known as the prefecture of Illyricum. The close relationship between Galatea, Celtus and Achilles is evidence that Homer's epics are of Celtic origin. In this context, it is interesting to note that several specialists of the Celts actually compared the Celtic culture in Western Europe with Homeric culture, as both the vernacular Celtic epics and Homeric epics are heroic, both recount warrior aristocracy, both describe warriors fighting from two-wheeled, horse-drawn chariots, and both show the highest esteem for individual courage. But few suspected that Homer himself originated from the Atlantic seaboard, and those who did found it impossible to prove, because of the second major question we have to answer. If one assumes that the Trojan War was a conflict between Celts fought in Western Europe, how could Egypt, Lesbos, Crete, Cyprus and Syria be only a few days sailing from Troy? This question remained a problem until I read Iman Wilkins' book, which has been a treasure trove in terms of pointing me in the right direction. In his book Where Troy Once Stood, he showed that in Homer's time these places had entirely different names, as has been mentioned by various classical authors. For instance, Lesbos was called Issa, Cyprus was Elasha, Crete was Kaftor, Syria was Aram, Rhodos was Ophiusa, Hellas was Pelasgia, while Egypt was called Kini or Mizam as today, in Hebrew Mitzrayim, also unchanged until today, while the Nile was the or Happy the Great. The geographical names mentioned by Homer must therefore have designated other places, which I believe were situated in Western Europe. The parallels drawn between Syria and the Old Syrians, as mentioned by Wilson and Blackett, for the changing of the namesake fits like a tailor-made glove with the arrival of the Dorians. Phoenicians ecked into the area, which is why we see the names change, the language and also the material culture connections as mentioned by Lawrence Waddell. He called this culture from the Atlantic region to the Levant the Barats. And he done an incredible job in linking these locations and clustering them together in his books. Syria is etymologically tied to Sirius, a star we shall look at more deeply later on. Could it be these peoples believe they came from this particular star? Well, we have also the land of Canaan right next to Syria or the Assyrians. Could Canaan be a reference to the Sirius also, as it goes by the name the dog star? The reason say this example ties in so beautifully is if the Dorians are of the Druid class, then we need look no further than Alan Wilson's translation of the Aldersenes, or the Old Syrians, to be found in Surrey, UK. And the star maps that are to be found littered all over the land of Great Britain, as a number of people are starting to put together. Check out Britain's Hidden History, a number of works have been discussed on that channel relating to this. We are currently ending the period of darkness, and it is no secret we are exiting the age of darkness, or the Kali Yuga one might say, the age of copper, of which Nebuchadnezzar had a dream of a figure with a golden head, which would be the age of Saturn/Chronos, a torso of silver and below that bronze, before we reached iron and clay. Nebuchadnezzar's dream. 2. In the second year of his reign, Nebuchadnezzar had dreams. His mind was troubled and he could not sleep. 2. So the king summoned the magicians, enchanters, sorcerers and astrologers to tell him what he had dreamed. When they came in and stood before the king, 3. He said to them, I have had a dream that troubles me and I want to know what it means. 4. Then the astrologers answered the king, See, may the king live forever. Tell your servants the dream, and we will interpret it. 5. The king replied to the astrologers, This is what I have firmly decided. If you do not tell me what my dream was and interpret it, I will have you cut into pieces and your houses turned into piles of rubble. 6. But if you tell me the dream and explain it, you will receive from me gifts and rewards and great honor. So tell me the dream and interpret it for me. 7. Once more they replied, Let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will interpret it. 8. Then the king answered, I am certain that you are trying to gain time, because you realize that this is what I have firmly decided. 9. If you do not tell me the dream, there is only one penalty for you. You have conspired to tell me misleading and wicked things, hoping the situation will change. So then, tell me the dream, and I will know that you can interpret it for me. 10. The astrologers answered the king, There is no one on earth who can do what the king asks. No king, however great and mighty, has ever asked such a thing of any magician or enchanter or astrologer. 11. What the king asks is too difficult. No one can reveal it to the king except the gods, and they do not live among humans. 12. This made the king so angry and furious that he ordered the execution of all the wise men of Babylon. 13. So the decree was issued to put the wise men to death, and men were sent to look for Daniel and his friends to put them to death. 14. When Arioch, the commander of the king's guard, had gone out to put to death the wise men of Babylon, Daniel spoke to him with wisdom and tact. 15. He asked the king's officer, Why did the king issue such a harsh decree? Arioch then explained the matter to Daniel. 16. At this, Daniel went in to the king and asked for time, so that he might interpret the dream for him. 17 Then Daniel returned to his house and explained the matter to his friends Hananiah, Mishael and Azariah. 18 He urged them to plead for mercy from the God of heaven concerning this mystery, so that he and his friends might not be executed with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. 19 During the night the mystery was revealed to Daniel in a vision. Then Daniel praised the God of heaven. 20 And said, Praise be to the name of God forever and ever. Wisdom and power are his. 21 He changes times and seasons. He deposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise, and knowledge to the discerning. 22 He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with him. 23 I thank and praise you, God of my ancestors. You have given me wisdom and power. You have made known to me what we asked of you. You have made known to us the dream of the king. Daniel interprets the dream. 24 Then Daniel went to Arioch, whom the king had appointed to execute the wise men of Babylon, and said to him, Do not execute the wise men of Babylon. Take me to the king, and I will interpret his dream for him. 25 Arioch took Daniel to the king at once and said, I have found a man among the exiles from Judah who can tell the king what his dream means. 26 The king asked Daniel, also called Belteshazzar, Are you able to tell me what I saw in my dream and interpret it? 27 Daniel replied, No wise man, enchanter, magician or diviner can explain to the king the mystery he has asked about. 28 But there is a God in heaven who reveals mysteries. He has shown King Nebuchadnezzar what will happen in days to come. Your dream and the visions that passed through your mind as you were lying in bed are these. 29 As your majesty was lying there, your mind turned to things to come, and the revealer of mysteries showed you what is going to happen. 30 As for me, this mystery has been revealed to me, not because I have greater wisdom than anyone else alive, but so that your majesty may know the interpretation and that you may understand what went through your mind. 31 Your majesty looked, and there before you stood a large statue, an enormous, dazzling statue, awesome in appearance. 32 The head of the statue was made of pure gold, its chest and arms of silver, its belly and thighs of bronze. 33 Its legs of iron, its feet partly of iron and partly of baked clay. 34 While you were watching, a rock was cut out, but not by human hands. It struck the statue on its feet of iron and clay and smashed them. 35 Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver and the gold were all broken to pieces and became like chaff on a threshing floor in the summer. The wind swept them away without leaving a trace. But the rock that struck the statue became a huge mountain and filled the whole earth. 36 This was the dream, and now we will interpret it to the king. 37 Your majesty, you are the king of kings. The God of heaven has given you dominion and power and might and glory. 38 In your hands he has placed all mankind and the beasts of the field and the birds in the sky. Wherever they live, he has made you ruler over them all. You are that head of gold. 39 After you, another kingdom will arise, inferior to yours. Next, a third kingdom, one of bronze, will rule over the whole earth. 40 Finally, there will be a fourth kingdom, strong as iron, for iron breaks and smashes everything, and as iron breaks things to pieces, so it will crush and break all the others. 41 Just as you saw that the feet and toes were partly of baked clay and partly of iron, so this will be a divided kingdom, yet it will have some of the strength of iron in it, even as you saw iron mixed with clay. 42 As the toes were partly iron and partly clay, so this kingdom will be partly strong and partly brittle. 43 And just as you saw the iron mixed with baked clay, so the people will be a mixture and will not remain united, any more than iron mixes with clay. 44 In the time of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that will never be destroyed, nor will it be left to another people. It will crush all those kingdoms and bring them to an end, but it will itself endure forever. 45 This is the meaning of the vision of the rock cut out of a mountain, but not by human hands, a rock that broke the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver and the gold to pieces. The great God has shown the king what will take place in the future. The dream is true and its interpretation is trustworthy. 46 Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell prostrate before Daniel and paid him honor and ordered that an offering and incense be presented to him. 47 The king said to Daniel, "Surely your God is the God of gods and the Lord of kings and the revealer of mysteries, for you were able to reveal this mystery." 48 Then the king placed Daniel in a high position and lavished many gifts on him. He made him ruler over the entire province of Babylon and placed him in charge of all its wise men. 49 Moreover, at Daniel's request the king appointed Shadrach, Meshach and Abednego administrators over the province of Babylon, while Daniel himself remained at the royal court. As I was saying, the return of Saturn means the return of wisdom, and it is perhaps of no coincidence that we have such things as the internet now, and I am only just thinking of this as I am writing this text. Is it a divine spark or a coincidence? Who can really say? For this is what it is: most of the population of every nation has a library of Alexandria in their mobile smartphone, a tool such as a hammer of old that build or destroy. Let us now examine the transference of place names from Western Europe to the Eastern Mediterranean, just as European colonists later gave familiar names to places in the Americas and in other parts of the world. I have come across around 30-odd places that may have been transferred from a British-Trojan conflict to the Eastern Mediterranean post-1000 BC. In the Bronze Age, the transfer of place names was likely transferred, judging by their names as recorded by the Egyptians, were mostly Celts and Gauls, even of Gaelic origin, from the Atlantic seaboard, who sailed into the Mediterranean during the 2nd millennium BC. What is more, Herodotus tells us that the city of Athens was founded by a non-Greek people, the Pelasgians, whose name literally means sea peoples in Greek. According to him, the Pelasgian immigrants changed the names of many Greek towns. The Pelasgians seem to be the same people as Homer's Achaeans, who were originally not Greeks, as translators always made us believe, as their name means who dwell on the water, Gothic aqua, just as Latin aqua, meaning water. Which also fits nicely into my notion of the Doridic influx into the area of the Eastern Mediterranean arriving by sea, as opposed to just an expansion by land from the north. Minus the Dorians. The term Dorian typically refers to one of the major ancient Greek dialect groups, alongside Ionic and Aeolic. However, during the early periods of ancient Greek history, particularly during the Mycenaean and Dark Ages, circa 1600–800 BCE, there wasn't a single unified Greek language or dialect. Instead, various regional dialects coexisted and evolved over time. While the Dorians were one of the major Greek tribes and their dialect was prominent in certain regions, such as Sparta and Corinth, it's important to note that no single Greek dialect dominated as a lingua franca during this early period. Instead, linguistic diversity characterized the Greek-speaking world, with different dialects being spoken in different regions. The emergence of a standardized form of Greek, known as Koine Greek, occurred later, around the Hellenistic period, c. 4th century BCE onwards, due to the spread of Alexander the Great's empire and the cultural influence of Athens. Koine Greek eventually became the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean and played a significant role in the dissemination of Greek culture and ideas throughout the region. The Doric dialect and cultural influence were most prominently established in several key regions of ancient Greece. The Peloponnese, particularly the city-states of Sparta and Corinth, served as strongholds of Doric culture and tradition. Sparta, renowned for its military prowess, adhered closely to Doric customs, while Corinth, a major center of trade and commerce, also embraced Doric influence. Further afield, Greek colonies in Sicily and southern Italy, known collectively as Magna Graecia, were predominantly Doric in character. Cities such as Syracuse, Agrigento, and Toronto were founded by Doric settlers and maintained close ties with mainland Greece, particularly Sparta. Crete, despite its rich pre-Dorian history, also experienced Doric influence, particularly during the Archaic and Classical periods, with cities like Gortyn and Knossos serving as centers of Doric culture. Additionally, certain regions of central Greece, such as Boeotia and Phocis, had Doric-speaking communities, with cities like Thebes playing significant roles in regional politics. Parts of western Greece, including areas of Aetolia, Acarnania, and Elis, also experienced Doric influence, including Albania. These regions formed the heartland of Doric culture and dialect in ancient Greece, contributing to the diverse linguistic and cultural landscape of the Greek world. The eastward expansion of the Dorians from the Atlantic region brought significant cultural changes to various regions of ancient Greece, profoundly impacting language, traditions, architecture, and more. Let's explore these changes in each location. In the Peloponnese, the arrival of the Dorians from the west ushered in a new era of Doric culture, characterized by its emphasis on martial virtues, austerity, and tradition. In cities like Sparta and Corinth, the Dorians established a society centered around military prowess and communal values. The Doric dialect, brought from their western homeland, became dominant, influencing local speech patterns and shaping the linguistic landscape of the region. Architecturally, Doric temples and buildings emerged as prominent features of the landscape, characterized by their sturdy construction and simple, harmonious design. Traditional customs and religious practices, including the worship of Doric deities such as Apollo and Artemis, flourished, reinforcing the cultural identity of the Doric communities. Across the Ionian Sea, in Sicily and southern Italy, the Dorians from the Atlantic region brought with them their language, customs, and architectural styles, enriching the fertile lands of Magna Graecia. Cities like Syracuse, Agrigento, and Toronto became vibrant centers of Doric culture, blending elements of Greek tradition with local influences. The Doric dialect, originating from the western reaches of the Mediterranean, became the lingua franca of the region, shaping everyday speech and literary expression. Architecturally, Doric temples, with their imposing columns and pedimented roofs, dotted the landscape, serving as symbols of civic pride and religious devotion. Traditional Doric festivals and rituals, such as the celebration of the Olympic Games and the worship of Doric gods like Zeus and Athena, played a central role in community life, fostering a sense of unity and identity among the settlers. In Crete, the arrival of the Dorians from the west brought about significant cultural changes, influencing the island's ancient history during the Archaic and Classical periods. While Crete had a rich pre-Dorian history, with civilizations such as the Minoans flourishing in earlier times, the Dorians introduced their language, customs, and religious beliefs to the island. Cities like Gortyn and Knossos became centers of Doric culture and influence, adopting Doric architectural styles and religious practices. Doric temples, characterized by their robust construction and austere design, became focal points of community life, serving as centers of worship and civic administration. Traditional Doric festivals, such as the celebration of the Panathenaea and the Eleusinian Mysteries, were introduced to the island, enriching its cultural heritage and fostering a sense of belonging among the inhabitants. In central Greece, including regions such as Boeotia and Phocis, the presence of Doric-speaking communities from the Atlantic region added to the linguistic diversity of the region. While Ionic and Aeolic dialects were more prevalent, the influence of Doric culture from the west was felt in various aspects of daily life. Doric architectural styles, characterized by their simplicity and strength, left their mark on the landscape, particularly in religious and civic buildings. Traditional Doric festivals, such as the celebration of the Anthesteria and the Dionysia, were introduced to the region, enriching its cultural tapestry and fostering connections with neighboring Doric communities. Lastly, in parts of western Greece, including areas of Aetolia, Acarnania, and Elis, Doric influence from the Atlantic region was present, although to a lesser extent compared to other regions. Here, Doric-speaking communities coexisted with other Greek dialects, contributing to the region's cultural mosaic. Doric architectural styles, linguistic elements, and religious practices from the West left an indelible mark on the landscape, enriching the cultural heritage of the region and fostering connections with neighboring Doric communities. Overall, the eastward expansion of the Dorians from the Atlantic region brought about profound cultural changes across the Greek world, shaping the linguistic, architectural, and religious landscape of each region and leaving behind a rich legacy that endured for centuries. Genetic analysis reveals that ancient Greek populations from around 1200 BC exhibit a high frequency of Y chromosomal haplogroup R1bm269, commonly found in modern populations of Western Europe, including Britain and Ireland. This shared haplogroup suggests a potential genetic connection between ancient Greeks and populations in Britain and Ireland, supporting the hypothesis of migration or contact. Comparative DNA analysis of ancient individuals from archaeological sites in Greece and Britain/Ireland, dated to around 1200 BCE, shows that they share a significant proportion of genetic variants, particularly in regions associated with migration and settlement patterns. This genetic similarity indicates historical interactions or population movements between these regions during the relevant time period. Population structure analysis reveals evidence of genetic admixture between ancient Greek populations and those from Britain and Ireland, indicating periods of population mixing or migration around 1200 BCE. Specific genetic markers associated with British or Irish populations are found in ancient Greek individuals, suggesting genetic exchanges or shared ancestry between these regions. Studies examining genetic continuity within ancient and modern populations in Greece, Britain, and Ireland show that certain genetic signatures present in ancient Greek populations from around 1200 BCE persist in modern British and Irish populations, Lazarides et al., 2014. This continuity of genetic markers across time and geographical regions supports the hypothesis of historical population movements or genetic exchanges between these regions. Analysis of ancient DNA from archaeological remains in Greece, Britain, and Ireland, dated to around 1200 BCE, using advanced sequencing techniques reveals direct genetic links between ancient individuals from these regions. DNA samples from ancient Greek individuals exhibit specific genetic variants or haplotypes commonly found in ancient British or Irish populations, providing direct evidence of migration or contact between these regions during the relevant time period. The genetic group mentioned, Y chromosomal haplogroup R1bm269, is indeed found in various regions around the Mediterranean during the relevant time period. While most commonly associated with populations of Western Europe, including France, Spain, Portugal, and parts of the British Isles, its presence extends beyond these areas. In the Iberian Peninsula, haplogroup R1bm269 is particularly prevalent, reflecting its significant genetic legacy in modern-day Spain and Portugal, with origins dating back to prehistoric times. Additionally, it is found in populations of Central and Eastern Europe, such as Germany, Poland, and the Balkans, albeit at lower frequencies compared to Western Europe. In the Mediterranean basin, including countries like Italy, Greece, and North Africa, haplogroup R1bm269 is present at lower frequencies, suggesting it's a phasing out of the markers. Its occurrence in Anatolia and the Near East, though less common than in Europe, indicates its presence in populations beyond the Mediterranean basin. As you can see, this link between the Dorians and Britain has layers, and is now holding its own in terms of its influence on the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean at large. This haplogroup is now less prevalent in many locations, yet strong still in Britain, Ireland, Greenland, and stretching from Brittany south across the mountains into Spain. A few associations of the Sea Peoples, Dorians, and the potential Druidic knowledge. C. 1200 BC. Dardanians, Trojans from England, Dardanus being an ancestor of King Priam. Danes, Danes, people from Scandinavia. Teucrians, people from England, Teucer being an ancestor of King Priam. Pelasgians, who dwell on the sea. People from the Low Countries. Sicil, who live in ships, people from Western France. As I say, we will have more of these in another videos. The detailed list of regiments in the Iliad enabled Wilkins to identify the Homeric place names in Western Europe, of which only 1/3 have been transposed to Greece and the Mediterranean. This identification was facilitated by the fact that Homer's list of regiments groups place names by region, mentioning also many rivers which have the oldest geographical names in Europe. The picture that emerged was consistent, as not only the descriptions, but also the distances between and logical places and the travel directions given by Homer are correct. Was called the wide ruling king Agamemnon. He ruled over a small corner of the Peloponnesus, but most appropriate an epithet unjustified if in Western Europe, where he ruled over a very vast territory indeed, stretching from the Gironde in southwest France to the Rhine near Cologne in Germany. We can therefore consider Agamemnon as the first king of France of documented history, whose capital was Mycenae, situated on the Seine southeast of Paris. His kingdom was called Argos, a name preserved by the Argonne region in northern France. Here, river names have changed very little over time. For instance, The Ornea River in Homer is now the Orne. The same is true for many towns, such as Cleone, now Cleon, and Gonis, now Gonis, both situated near the Seine. But other names changed beyond recognition, such as Corinth, which became Corinths although it was still called Corinthia in the Middle Ages. Similarly, Homer's Tiryns was still called Tyrins in the Middle Ages, but has since changed its name to Thury Harcourt, a little town in Normandy. As to Agamemnon's capital Mycenae, it was renamed Troas probably after his victory, just as in our era the names of victorious battles are given to avenues, squares and buildings in our cities. The Achaeans had waged a war under the command of Agamemnon against a nation overseas, the Troad, which was the Bronze Age name of England. Here Troy stood on the Gog-Magog hills near Cambridge, these hills owing their name to a terrible battle mentioned in the Bible by the prophet Ezekiel. At a height of about 100 meters above sea level, they form a plateau wide enough for a city with wide streets and a population of 50,000. In the adjacent plain hundreds of bronze arms have been found. Here, the names of all rivers mentioned by Homer can be identified between the Didon Woods and the Wash, which was a bay wide enough for the huge fleet of 1,186 ships. It was also possible to identify many towns destroyed by Achilles in the region while two Gant war dikes still exist. The Achaean army was installed on the south coast of the Wash, which was some 40 kilometers further inland, close to Little Port and Schiphia Hill, both places now situated in the middle of the fenlands. There remains the crucial question as to why 29 regiments of continental Celts would wage a war against other Celts in England who had the same language and religion. The reason for this war seems to have been to secure free access to Cornish tin, just like in recent times 29 allies united in the Gulf War to secure their free access to the sources of crude oil in the Middle East. In the Bronze Age, tin was as important for the economy as crude oil today, as it is needed to make bronze, which is an alloy of about 90% copper and 10% tin. Whereas copper is found in many places in Europe, tin was found virtually exclusively in two regions, Cornwall and Brittany. But we know from archaeological research that the tin mines in western France were already worked out by 1200 BC. For this reason, arsenic had to be used to indurate copper, with dire consequences for people's health as attested by examination of skeletons dating from the period. As this coincides with the time of the Trojan War, it is likely that access to tin was the real cause of the conflict. Commerce was no alternative, as the Continentals had nothing of great value to offer in exchange, the British Isles being also rich in gold, silver and copper. Without tin, the continent would virtually have returned to Stone Age living conditions, forcing King Agamemnon, whom Homer called leader of men, to launch the greatest war of prehistory. The 28 regiments of Agamemnon's allies came from regions as far apart as South Spain and South Scandinavia. Among those from Spain were Odysseus, whose real name was Nanus according to the 1st century Byzantine scholar Tzetzes, whose island kingdom was in the present province of Cadiz, where all the islands are now part of the mainland due to the silting up of the coastal areas by the Guadalquivir and Guadalete rivers. Among the allies, only Odysseus was reticent to participate in the war because he must have believed that tin could always be obtained from seafarers stopping over in the harbor of Ithaca, which was the well-situated port in Europe, Cadiz. Among Odysseus' neighbors were Nestor, king of Pylos now called Pylos, who had the epithet horseman of Gerenia after the present town of Gerena in the same region, and Menelaus, king of Sparta, who lived in a town at the foot of the Espartros mountain which was renamed Moron by the Moors. Nearby was also Homer's Sidon, presently Medina Sidonia. The other famous ally of Agamemnon was Achilles, prince of deep-soiled Phthia in the Low Countries, where is the fertile delta of the Rhine, Meuse and Scheldt rivers. On ancient maps, the name of the Scheldt is spelled as Celt, a name which some believe to be cognate with Celts. They may well be right, as we find also a village called Galatea on ancient maps of the region, after the mythological mother of the Celts, whose name means milk-white. In Homer's time, Phthia appears to have been the most important religious center of the Celts living on both sides of the North Sea. For reasons of secrecy, the Achaean fleet therefore assembled in a remote region of Denmark. Here the port of Aulis was situated in the province of Aalborg in North Jutland, where, near the village of Nors, Hecatomb of 100 small ships of gold leaf were found dating from around 1200 BC. The treasure of Norse, which is now in the National Museum of Copenhagen, was quite probably a votive offering by the Achaeans before they sailed to Troy in England, as both the time and the site near the large inland lakes in northern Jutland suggest. All but 2 of the 17 regiments of Trojan allies came from England, Scotland and Wales, the 2 others from Finisterre in western France, and potentially Ireland. The allies from Finisterre sailed to Ap the Severn and Avon as far as Pershore, which corresponds to Homer's Percote. From where, according to the poet, they traveled overland to Troy. After the fall of Troy, Aeneas, his son Ascanius as well as Antenor, the counselor of King Priam, managed to flee the country to settle in those parts of Europe that were not inhabited by allies of Agamemnon, in particular in Portugal, where we find the Troia Peninsula south of Lisbon, and in the Mediterranean countries, in particular in Italy and northwestern Turkey near the Dardanelles, which bear the alternative name of the Trojans, the Dardanians, after Dardanus, founder of Troy in England. It was here, around the Aegean Sea, that the memory of the Trojan War was kept alive in Greece by the descendants of the sea peoples from continental Western Europe who recited the verses of Homer, while in Turkey the descendants of the Trojans from England recited the story as told by Dares. It is therefore not surprising that over time the peoples living around the Aegean Sea believed that the Trojan War had taken place in their part of the world. The Trojan kings of England. Homer was not only a poet but also a seer, as he predicted, curiously enough, that the mighty Aeneas shall be king among the Trojans, and his sons that shall be born in days to come. XX 302. In his History of the Kings of Britain, based on older documents, the medieval author Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote that Brutus Aeneas sailed with an army to England, where he became the first of the great-grandson of Irogen kings mentioned by the author. Around 1100 BC, Brutus founded London under the name New Troy, Cardroy and Celtic, on the Thames, Homer's Thames, rather than on the Magog Hills to have better access to the North Sea, as the Wash was already silting up to form the present Fenlands. The London stone allegedly brought by Brutus from Troy can still be found embedded into the floor of Watling Street in London today. I would like to see some analysis carried out as to ascertain the origins of the legendary stone. A great work of inspiration for me was Where Troy Once Stood by Eamon Wilkins. I shall list works from authors and researchers at the back. On some works of the past, I want to mention that the Hermetic teaching are real and have been taken serious by serious people throughout the ages. The list of great minds is long, and here is a sequence worth following as presented. Asclepius, Anubius, Hetacerus, Pythagoras, Plato, and Plutarch. The list could be far more extensive, however for this area of study and the period we are looking at, Pythagoras is the man I wish to elaborate on, and how he ties into the Dorians, or Druids as some have presented to me in the past. In this segment we shall be reading from the Iamblichus's Vita Pythagoric. Chap. XXV. We shall discover a bit about Pythagoras and an interaction with a certain chap named Zabaris. That which follows after this, we shall for a moment divert our attention, particularly to the works resulting from the virtues of Pythagoras, paying attention to Erebus, whom is a man of great mystery to the established narratives. And we shall begin in the first place from the gods, as it is usual to do, and endeavor to exhibit his piety and the admirable works which he performed. Let this, therefore, be one specimen of his piety, which also we have before mentioned, that he knew what his soul was and whence it came into the body, and also its former lives, and that of these things he gave most evident indications. After this also, let the following be another specimen. That once passing over the river Nessus with many of his associates, he spoke to it, and the river in a distinct and clear voice, in the hearing of all his followers, answered, Hail Pythagoras. Farther still, nearly all historians of his life confidently assert that in 198 the same day he was present at Metapontum in Italy and Tauromenium in Sicily, and discoursed in common with his disciples in both places, though these cities are separated from each other by many stadia both by land and sea, and cannot be passed through in a great number of days. The report also is very much disseminated that he showed his golden thigh to the Hyperborean Abaris, who said that he resembled the Apollo among the Hyperboreans, and of whom Abaris was the priest, and that he did this in order that Abaris might apprehend this to be true, and that he was not deceived in his opinion. 10,000 other more divine and more admirable particulars likewise are uniformly and unanimously related of the man, such as infallible predictions of earthquakes, rapid expulsions of pestilence and violent winds, instantaneous cessations of the effusion of hail, and a tranquilization of the waves of rivers and seas, in order that his disciples might easily pass over them. Of which things also, Empedocles the Agrigentine, Epimenides the Cretan, and Abaris the Hyperborean, receiving the power of effecting, performed certain miracles of this kind in many places. Their deeds, however, are manifest. To which we may add, that Empedocles was surnamed an expeller of winds, Epimenides, an expiator, and Abaris, a walker on air, because being carried on the dart which was given to him by the Hyperborean Apollo, he passed over rivers and seas and inaccessible places, like one walking on the air. Certain persons likewise are of opinion that Pythagoras did the same thing when in the same day he discoursed with his disciples at Metapontum and Tauromenium. It is also said that he predicted there would be an earthquake from the water of a well which he had tasted, and that a ship which was sailing with a prosperous wind would be merged in the sea. And let these, indeed, be the indications of his piety. Again, however, assuming a more elevated exordium, I am desirous to exhibit the principles of the worship of the gods, which Pythagoras and his followers established, viz. That all such particulars as they define with respect to doing or not doing a thing, have for the mark at which they aim, a consent with divinity. This also is with them the principle of piety, and their whole life is arranged with a view to follow God. The language, too, of their philosophy is this, that men act ridiculously in exploring good from any other source than the gods, and that their conduct in this respect resembles that of a man who in a country governed by a king should reverence one of the magistrates in the city, and neglect him who is the ruler of all of them. For they were of opinion that such was the conduct of mankind. For since God is, and is the Lord of all things, it is universally acknowledged that good is to be requested of him. For all men impart good to those whom they love, and to those with whom they are delighted, but they give the contrary to good to those to whom they are contrarily disposed. It is evident, therefore, that those things are to be done, in which God delights. It is, however, not easy for a man to know what these are, unless he obtains this knowledge from one who has heard God, or has heard God himself, or procures it through divine art. Hence also, the Pythagoreans were studious of divination. For this alone is an interpretation of the benevolence of the gods. And in short, he will conceive an employment of this kind to be worthy of regard, who believes that there are gods, but he who thinks that either of these is folly, will also be of opinion that both are foolish. Many of the mandates, however, of the Pythagoreans were introduced from the mysteries, for they did not conceive them to be the productions of arrogance, but to originate from a certain divinity. And in a similar manner all the Pythagoreans believe such things as are mythologically related of Orestes the Perconesian, and Abaris the Hyperborean, and other particulars of a like nature. For they consider everything of this kind to be credible, and of many such things they make trial themselves. They also frequently recollect such like particulars as appear to be fabulous, as not disbelieving in anything which may be referred to divinity. A certain person therefore relates that Eurytus said that a shepherd feeding his sheep near the tomb of Philolaus heard someone singing. But the person to whom this was related did not at all disbelieve the narration, but asked what kind of harmony it was. Both of them, however, were Pythagoreans, and Eurytus was the disciple of Philolaus. It is likewise said that a certain person told Pythagoras that he appeared to himself once to converse with his father who was dead, and that he asked Pythagoras what this indicated. Pythagoras replied that it indicated nothing, but that he had in reality conversed with his father. As therefore, said he, nothing is signified by my now discoursing with you, so neither is anything signified by your conversing with your father. Hence, in all particulars of this kind, they did not think that they were stupid, but those that disbelieved in them. For they did not conceive that some things are possible to the gods, but others impossible, as those fancy who reason sophistically, but they believe that all things are possible to the gods. And this very assertion is the beginning of the verses, which they ascribe to Linus, and which are as follow. All things may be the objects of our hope, since nothing hopeless anywhere is found. All things with ease divinity effects, and naught can frustrate his almighty power. But they thought that their opinions deserved to be believed, because he who first promulgated them was not any casual person, but a god. For this was one of their questions: what was Pythagoras? For they say that he was the Hyperborean Apollo, of which this was an indication, that rising up in the Olympic Games, he showed his golden thigh, and also that he received the Hyperborean Abaris as his guest, and was presented by him with the dart on which he rode through the air. But it is said that Abaris came from the Hyperborean regions, in order that he might collect gold for the temple, and that he predicted a pestilence. He also dwelt in temples, and was never seen either to eat or drink. It is likewise said, that rites which purify from evil are performed by the Lacedaemonians, and that on this account Lacedaemon was never infested with pestilence. Pythagoras, therefore, caused this Abaris to acknowledge that he was more than man, receiving from him at the same time the golden dart, without which it was not possible for him to find his way. In Metapontum also, certain persons praying that they might obtain what a ship contained that was then sailing into port, Pythagoras said to them, "You will then have a dead body." In Sybaris, too, he caught a deadly serpent and dismissed it. In a similar manner likewise in Terina, he caught a small serpent, whose bite was fatal. But in Crotona a white eagle, it is said, suffered Pythagoras to stroke it. A certain person also wishing to hear him discourse, he said that he could not till some sign appeared. And after this 103 a white bear was seen in Caconia, the death of which he predicted to one who was about to tell him that it was dead. He likewise reminded Mylius the Crotonian that he had been Midas the son of Gordius. And Mylius passed over to the continent of Asia in order to perform at the sepulchre of Midas those rites which had been enjoined him by Pythagoras. It is likewise said, that the person who bought his house and who dug up that which had been buried in it, did not dare to tell anyone what he saw on this occasion, but instead of suffering for this offense, he was seized at Crotona for sacrilege and put to death. For he took away a golden beard which had fallen from a statue. These things therefore, and others of the like kind, are related by the Pythagoreans in order to render their opinions worthy of belief. And as these are acknowledged to be true, and it is impossible they should have happened to one man, they consequently think it is clear that what is related of Pythagoras should be received as pertaining to a being superior to man, and not to a mere man. This also is the meaning of their enigmatical assertion, that man, bird, and another third thing are bipeds. For the third thing is Pythagoras. Such, therefore, was Pythagoras on account of his piety, and such he was truly thought to be. Unquote. The number 3 seems to be an association number to Apollo. I seem to have come across regularly, and more digging needs to be done on this. Also, Erebus in Asia Minor, as a Druidic priest, floating around the Mediterranean and Aegean seas, what was he doing there is a question that springs to mind given the dates cited. We hear what appears to be Celtic Druidic teaching being espoused, with Pythagoras himself becoming a master and prophet of his own order, the Pythagoreans. Was the philosophical and mathematical knowledge of Pythagoras attained via teachings from the Druid Abaris, who was providing teaching and guidance and even initiation into the mysteries, given as we have just seen, the claims of the Pythagoreans themselves? We later see reverence in the future literature of the Greeks and later the Romans, whom speak so highly of the Druids. The magic dart of levitation is an artifact that sounds extraordinary indeed, amongst other information in that text. Abaris, often depicted as a priest, healer, and prophet and as a druid, stems from several overlapping elements of his story that resonate with what is known about druids, which apparently inzenti a great deal. What we do know is druids were deeply connected to nature and were known for their knowledge of healing, which aligns with Abaris being depicted carrying a magical arrow given to him by Apollo, used for healing and prophecy. Additionally, Druids were regarded as wise men and seers, a trait shared by Abaris, who was reputed to have the ability to see the future. Merlin, or Mrin in Kumeric, with things like Mrin's prophecies, he could have potentially been of that order. Druids also served as priests in their communities, conducting religious rituals and ceremonies, and Abaris is described as a priest of Apollo, indicating a similar role in religious practices. The Greeks often assimilated and reinterpreted foreign religious figures within their own frameworks, and the identification of Abaris as a Hyperborean from a mythical land far to the north could have led to parallels being drawn with the Celtic lands where Druids were prevalent. This cultural blending may have led later writers and historians to associate Abaris with the Druids. In essence, the depiction of Abaris in Greek legend shares several key attributes with what is historically known about Druids: a deep connection to nature, roles as healers and prophets, and significant religious functions. These similarities likely contributed to the characterization of Abaris as a Druid. Pythagoras of Samos, an influential figure in ancient Greek philosophy and mathematics, indeed had Doric roots, although he was born on the island of Samos, located in the eastern Aegean Sea, which was part of the region of Ionia. Pythagoras was born around 570 BCE on the island of Samos, a significant cultural and economic center in the Greek world, known for its Ionian culture. His family was of Doric descent. The Dorians were one of the four major Greek ethnic groups, alongside the Ionians, Aeolians, and Achaeans. Each of these groups had their distinct dialects and cultural practices. The Dorians were known for their austere and disciplined lifestyle, which was reflected in their societal structures, particularly in places like Sparta. They spoke the Doric dialect and practiced customs that were somewhat different from those of the Ionians and other Greek groups. Around 530 BCE, Pythagoras moved to Croton, modern-day Crotone in southern Italy. Croton was a Greek colony in Magna Graecia, the coastal areas of southern Italy that were extensively colonized by Greek settlers. Croton itself was heavily influenced by Doric culture and traditions, which were prominent in many of the Greek colonies in that region. In Croton, Pythagoras founded his philosophical and religious school, which attracted a large following. The Pythagorean school was not just an institution of learning but also a community with its own unique lifestyle and religious beliefs. Pythagoras is perhaps best known for the Pythagorean theorem in mathematics, which establishes the relationship between the sides of a right triangle. However, his contributions extend far beyond mathematics. Pythagoras and his followers made significant advances in philosophy, music theory, and astronomy. They believed in the transmigration of souls, reincarnation, and the interconnectedness of all life. The Pythagoreans lived by strict ethical codes, practiced communal living, and followed various rituals and dietary restrictions. This way of life was influenced by both Orphic and Doric traditions. The emphasis on discipline, order, and harmony in their community can be seen as a reflection of the Doric influence on Pythagoras and his followers. The ideas of Pythagoras and his school had a profound impact on later philosophical thought, particularly on Plato and, through him, on the entire Western philosophical tradition. The Pythagorean emphasis on mathematics as a way of understanding the universe influenced many areas of science and philosophy. While Pythagoras himself was of Doric descent, his life and work illustrate the blending of different Greek cultural influences. Living in an Ionian region and later moving to a Doric-influenced colony, Pythagoras synthesized various elements of Greek thought and tradition in his teachings. In conclusion, Pythagoras' Doric heritage played a significant role in shaping his philosophy and the community he founded. His life and work exemplify the rich tapestry of cultural and intellectual exchanges in the ancient Greek world, where ideas from different regions and traditions intermingled to create enduring legacies. Pythagoras and the Druids share notable similarities, particularly in their roles as spiritual and intellectual leaders, their belief in the transmigration of souls, their secretive practices, and their profound influence on society. Both Pythagoras and the Druids held esteemed positions in their respective cultures, guiding their followers through a blend of philosophical teachings and religious rituals. Pythagoras, born around 570 BCE, founded the Pythagorean school, which was not merely an academic institution but a community deeply intertwined with spiritual and metaphysical beliefs. Similarly, the Druids, who were prominent in Celtic societies from around the 4th century BCE until the 1st century CE, served as the priestly class, where they were revered as philosophers, educators, and spiritual leaders. One of the most striking similarities between Pythagoras and the Druids is their shared belief in the transmigration of souls, also known as metempsychosis. Pythagoras taught that the soul is immortal and undergoes a cycle of rebirths, inhabiting different bodies through successive lives. This concept underscored much of Pythagorean philosophy, influencing their ethical and ascetic practices aimed at purifying the soul. The Druids held a comparable belief in the immortality of the soul and its reincarnation, teaching that the soul continues its journey through various incarnations. This belief was central to Druidic teachings and rituals, emphasizing the continuity of life and the spiritual progression of the soul. Both Pythagoras and the Druids were known for their secretive practices and esoteric knowledge, which were accessible only to initiated members of their respective communities. Pythagoras' teachings were often reserved for his inner circle of followers who adhered to strict ethical codes, dietary restrictions, and communal living. This esoteric approach created a sense of mystery around Pythagorean philosophy, with much of their knowledge being transmitted orally or through cryptic symbols. The Druids similarly maintained an oral tradition, passing down their wisdom and knowledge without committing it to writing. This practice preserved the sanctity and secrecy of their teachings, which were revealed only to those who underwent rigorous training and initiation. The influence of both Pythagoras and the Druids on their societies was profound. Pythagoras' contributions extended beyond mathematics to encompass music, astronomy, and philosophy. His emphasis on harmony and proportion influenced various fields, reflecting the interconnectedness of the cosmos in Pythagorean thought. The Druids, in their role as religious leaders, legal arbiters, and advisors to rulers, held significant sway in Celtic societies. They conducted religious ceremonies, presided over legal matters, and provided counsel on political and social issues, thus shaping the cultural and spiritual fabric of their communities. An intriguing aspect of Pythagoras' life that highlights these similarities is his association with Abaris the Hyperborean, a figure often linked to the Druidic tradition. Abaris was said to be a priest from the far north, possibly the British Isles, regions associated with the Druids. According to legend, Abaris traveled to Greece, where he met Pythagoras. The two formed a close bond, sharing their knowledge and spiritual insights. Abaris, known for his purity and wisdom, presented Pythagoras with a golden arrow, a symbol of spiritual authority and a tool for performing miracles. This meeting, purported to have occurred around 530 BCE, is significant as it symbolizes a cross-cultural exchange of esoteric knowledge and spiritual practices. The interaction between Pythagoras and Abaris underscores the shared themes of spiritual leadership and the transmission of esoteric knowledge. Both figures were revered for their wisdom and their ability to connect with the divine. The exchange of ideas between Pythagoras and Abaris highlights the commonalities in their respective traditions, despite the geographical and cultural distances. This connection further illustrates how ancient spiritual leaders, whether Greek philosophers or Celtic Druids, operated within a framework of mystical knowledge and metaphysical beliefs, guiding their followers towards a deeper understanding of the cosmos and the soul's journey within it. Pindar, the ancient Greek lyric poet, is known for his epinician odes, which celebrate athletic victories and often contain reflections on divine influence, the nature of human existence, and the quest for virtue and excellence. Several themes in Pindar's work resonate with Pythagorean and Druidic beliefs, highlighting their shared spiritual and philosophical outlooks. Here are some of these resonant themes. Number, immortality of the soul and the afterlife. Pythagoras and his followers believed in the immortality of the soul and the transmigration of souls, where the soul undergoes a cycle of rebirths until it achieves purification and liberation from the cycle of reincarnation. The Druids also believed in the immortality of the soul and reincarnation, teaching that the soul passes into another body after death, continuing its journey in the afterlife. Pindar in his odes, Pindar often reflects on the nature of the soul and the afterlife. For instance, in the Olympian Ode 2 Star, he describes the afterlife and the rewards awaiting the virtuous. For the souls of the dead, according to the wisdom of Pythagoras, pass into other bodies and the immortals live for eternity, while the wicked, on the contrary, are punished for their sins in the netherworld. Olympian 2. This notion of the soul's journey and its rewards in the afterlife echoes the beliefs of both Pythagoreans and Druids, emphasizing a spiritual continuum beyond physical death. Number, divine harmony and cosmic order. Pythagoras and his followers believed in the concept of cosmic harmony, where the universe operates according to mathematical principles and numerical relationships. They saw harmony and proportion as fundamental to the cosmos. The Druids held a deep reverence for nature and believed in a harmonious balance within the natural world. They saw the cosmos as interconnected and believed in the influence of divine forces on earthly affairs. Pindar's poetry often celebrates the divine order and the role of gods in maintaining cosmic harmony. In Pythian Ode 1 Star, he writes, "Water is best, but gold like a gleaming fire by night outshines all pride of wealth." Beside Pythian 1. This line, while primarily praising the victor's achievements, also reflects the idea of an ordered hierarchy and the divine bestowing of excellence, aligning with the Pythagorean and Druidic reverence for cosmic harmony and divine influence. Number, ethical living and virtue. Pythagorean philosophy emphasized ethical living, self-discipline, and the pursuit of virtue as means to purify the soul and achieve harmony with the cosmos. The Druids, too, valued ethical conduct, wisdom, and the pursuit of knowledge. They served as moral and spiritual guides in their societies, promoting virtues aligned with natural and divine laws. Pindar in his odes, Pindar often extols the virtues of the victors and the moral qualities that led to their success. For example, in Nemean Ode 6 Star, he praises the victor's character. "Not in the land nor in the sea is it possible to find a path untrod by dangers, but if one must toil, let him strive for high reward." Nemean 6. This emphasis on striving for excellence and enduring hardship to achieve greatness resonates with the Pythagorean and Druidic focus on ethical living and the pursuit of virtue as central to the human experience. Number, mystical and esoteric knowledge. Pythagoras and his followers were known for their mystical teachings and esoteric knowledge, often reserved for initiates within their community. They believed in the hidden truths of the universe that could be understood through philosophical inquiry and spiritual practice. The Druids were also guardians of esoteric knowledge, maintaining an oral tradition of wisdom and spiritual practices that were passed down through rigorous training and initiation. Pindar, while not a mystic in the same vein as Pythagoras or the Druids, Pindar's poetry often touches on the divine mysteries and the deeper truths of existence. In Pythian Ode 8 Star, he hints at the enigmatic nature of fate and divine will. Creatures of a day. What is a man? What is he not? A shadow in a dream is man, but when God-given glory comes, a bright light shines upon us and our life is sweet. Pythian 8. This reflection on the fleeting nature of human life and the illumination provided by divine favor aligns with the mystical perspectives of both Pythagoreans and Druids, who sought to understand the deeper, often hidden aspects of existence through their spiritual practices. In summary, Pindar's work resonates with Pythagorean and Druidic beliefs through its exploration of the immortality of the soul, the harmony of the cosmos, the importance of ethical living and virtue, and the appreciation of mystical and esoteric knowledge. These themes highlight the shared spiritual and philosophical outlooks among these ancient traditions. Theocritus, a Greek poet of the 3rd century BCE, is well known for his idyllic and pastoral poetry, which often highlights the beauty of rural life and nature. Several themes in his work resonate with Pythagorean and Druidic beliefs, particularly their reverence for nature, simplicity, and spiritual connections to the land. Number, reverence for nature. Pythagoras and his followers held a profound respect for nature, promoting harmony with the natural world and advocating for practices such as vegetarianism. The Druids maintained a deep spiritual connection with nature, performing rituals in sacred groves and venerating natural elements like trees, rivers, and stones. Theocritus's idols frequently celebrate the beauty and tranquility of the natural world. In Idol 1 star, he writes, "Sweet, my friend is the whisper of yonder pine that makes her music by the wells. Sweet sings the bee within the elm." This line reflects a deep appreciation for the natural world, aligning with the reverence for nature found in both Pythagorean and Druidic traditions. Simplicity and virtuous living. Pythagorean philosophy emphasized living a simple, disciplined life to achieve spiritual harmony and ethical purity. The Druids valued simplicity and wisdom, often leading austere lives and promoting virtuous behavior and ethical conduct. Theocritus, his idols often contrast the simplicity and contentment of rural life with the complexities and corruptions of urban existence. In Idol 7 star, he depicts a pastoral dialogue that highlights the virtues of simple living. "To us all toil is sweet, toil in the fields, or whatever else is dear to us, tending our sheep or cattle." This celebration of rural simplicity and satisfaction aligns with the Pythagorean and Druidic ideals of virtuous, uncomplicated living. Spiritual connection to the land. While Pythagorean teachings were more focused on abstract concepts of harmony and mathematics, they included a spiritual view of the world that respected the environment. The Druids had a profound spiritual connection to the land, viewing it as sacred and integral to their religious practices. Theocritus, his poetry often highlights the deep connection between characters and their natural surroundings, emphasizing the spiritual bond with the land. In Idol 10 star, he describes the intimate relationship a goat herd has with his environment. "Come hither, dear Lycidas, and sit down here beneath the oak tree, that whispers so sweetly of the shepherds. Here rest yourself, and let us hear the strain you played so sweetly last evening." This portrayal of a shepherd's connection to the natural world reflects the spiritual relationship to the land seen in Druidic practices. Celebration of seasonal cycles. Pythagorean thought included an appreciation of cycles and rhythms, evident in their interest in astronomy and natural patterns. The Druids celebrated seasonal festivals and rites closely tied to nature cycles, marking changes in seasons and agricultural milestones. Theocritus, his idols often celebrate the changing seasons and associated agricultural activities, mirroring the cyclical view of life. In Idol 1 star, he writes about the joys of different seasons. "When the pears fall and the apples fall, when from the trees the figs drop one by one." This celebration of natural cycles aligns with the Pythagorean and Druidic appreciation for the rhythms and patterns of the natural world. Esoteric and mystical elements. Pythagoreanism included mystical elements, such as the belief in the transmigration of souls and the idea that numbers have a mystical significance in understanding the cosmos. The Druids were custodians of esoteric knowledge, maintaining an oral tradition of wisdom and spiritual practices revealed only to initiates. While not overtly mystical, Theocritus's idols often contain a sense of the mysterious and the divine presence in nature. For example, in Idol 5 star, he writes, "The goat herd and the shepherd clasped hands and swore that a wolf should be their common foe, whether of flocks or herd, for at that time there was enmity between them." This reference to a pact and common understanding underlines a sense of shared knowledge and mutual respect for the natural order, resonating with the mystical and esoteric traditions of both the Pythagoreans and the Druids. In summary, Theocritus's poetry resonates with Pythagorean and Druidic beliefs through its reverence for nature, emphasis on simplicity and virtuous living, spiritual connection to the land, celebration of seasonal cycles, and subtle mystical elements. These themes highlight the shared spiritual and philosophical outlooks among these ancient traditions. Certainly. Let's delve into the argument for a potential connection or shared ancestry between the Dorians and the Druids, based on various historical, linguistic, cultural, and archaeological perspectives. The Dorians were a prominent ancient Greek tribe known for their migration into Greece around the end of the Mycenaean period, circa 1200 BCE. They spoke the Doric dialect and settled in regions such as the Peloponnese, Crete, and later, Magna Graecia. Their migration and subsequent establishment of powerful city-states like Sparta and Corinth marked a significant cultural and linguistic shift in ancient Greece. On the other hand, the Druids were part of the Celtic cultures that flourished in Western Europe, particularly in regions including Gaul, France, Britain, and parts of Central Europe. The Celts are believed to have originated from the Hallstatt culture, circa 800 to 450 BCE in Central Europe before spreading westward and influencing various regions across Europe. Despite migrating in different directions and during different time periods, both the Dorians and the Celts, and by extension, the Druids, are part of the broader Indo-European migrations that spread various tribes across Europe and into parts of Asia. This shared Indo-European heritage suggests a distant common ancestry, although direct interaction between Dorians and Druids is unlikely due to geographical and chronological differences. Etymologically, the term Dorian is linked to the Doric dialect of ancient Greek, while Druid comes from the Gaulish Druids, believed to derive from Proto-Indo-European roots Dru minus meaning tree or oak and Wid minus meaning to know, related to the English word wise. This linguistic connection hints at a shared reverence for nature and wisdom, albeit through different linguistic branches within the broader Indo-European family. Culturally, both the Dorians and the Druids exhibited significant similarities in their practices and beliefs. 1. Spiritual leadership and social roles. The Dorians revered priests and oracles, such as the Oracle of Delphi, as central figures in religious and social matters. Similarly, the Druids held significant religious authority among the Celtic peoples, presiding over rituals, legal judgments, and cultural traditions. 2. Nature and the divine. Both groups had a profound connection to nature. The Druids, for example, were known for their reverence of sacred groves and natural elements, whereas the Dorians emphasized harmony with the natural order through their philosophical teachings, as seen in Pythagorean thought originating from Magna Graecia. 3. Esoteric knowledge and oral traditions. The Druids maintained esoteric knowledge passed down through oral tradition, with teachings and rituals known only to initiates. Similarly, Pythagoras and his followers in the Doric region emphasized the transmission of philosophical and spiritual teachings through oral means, fostering a sense of mystery and exclusivity. Genetic studies have shown that many European populations, including those of Greek and Celtic descent, share common ancestry from ancient hunter-gatherer, Neolithic farmer, and Indo-European steppe herder populations. While specific genetic links between Dorians and Druids are not established, the broader genetic heritage of Indo-European peoples suggests a degree of shared ancestry and cultural exchange over millennia. Archaeologically, the spread of Indo-European peoples across Europe is evidenced by shared cultural artifacts, burial practices, and artistic styles. Both Greek, including Doric, and Celtic cultures contributed to the rich tapestry of European prehistory, reflecting a continuity and interaction among various Indo-European groups. The legends of the Hyperboreans, mythical peoples said to reside far to the north of Greece and possibly associated with the British Isles, hint at possible cultural exchanges and interactions between Greek and Celtic cultures. Pythagoras' legendary association with Abaris the Hyperborean, sometimes linked to Druidic traditions, suggests awareness and cultural borrowing between these distant societies. Certainly, exploring the hypothesis of a connection or shared ancestry between the Dorians and the Druids, especially considering the notion that Dorians migrated to Greece around 1000 BCE from Western Europe following a major conflict in Britain or elsewhere, offers a compelling perspective on their potential cultural ties. The Dorians, an ancient Greek tribe known for their migration into Greece during the Late Bronze Age collapse, circa 1200 BC, introduced the Doric dialect and established themselves in regions such as the Peloponnese and later, Magna Graecia. If we entertain the idea that they originated from Western Europe, possibly due to upheaval or conflict around 1000 BC, it suggests a significant migration event that could have influenced their cultural practices, beliefs, and interactions with other ancient Mediterranean civilizations. Migration inherently involves cultural exchange and adaptation. If the Dorians migrated from a region experiencing turmoil, They likely brought with them their cultural traditions and possibly integrated with or influenced existing cultures in Greece. This could include religious practices, social structures, and linguistic elements that may have resonated with or even overlapped with those of indigenous Greek populations. Both the Dorians and the Druids, as representatives of Celtic cultures, share a common Indo-European ancestry. Indo-European migration spread various cultural and linguistic elements across Europe, implying a shared heritage among diverse populations. While direct historical evidence linking Dorians and Druids is scarce, the broader Indo-European context suggests potential parallels in cultural traits, religious beliefs, and social structures that could have persisted over millennia. Mythological and legendary connections further enrich the hypothesis. For instance, the mythical figure Abaris the Hyperborean, associated with Pythagoras and possibly Druidic traditions, hints at legendary links between Greek and Celtic cultures. These mythological echoes may reflect ancient perceptions or traditions of cultural interchange, common origins, or shared knowledge systems that transcended geographical boundaries. Current accepted genetic studies and archaeological findings on ancient migrations and interactions is something we can discuss further in another section. While specific genetic evidence linking Dorians and Druids is claimed to be lacking, broader studies reveal patterns of genetic continuity and exchange among Indo-European populations. Archaeological evidence, such as shared material culture and burial practices, supports the notion of interconnectedness among ancient European societies, potentially including interactions between Dorians and Celtic peoples, and we have not even begun to explore the works of Waddell and the material culture as well as traditions. Spending time exploring the hypothesis of Dorians migrating from Western Europe to Greece around 1000 BCE or thereabouts, after significant events in Britain, offers a plausible framework for understanding their potential cultural ties. Shared Indo-European ancestry, cultural practices, mythological narratives, and archaeological insights collectively contribute to a nuanced view of ancient European civilizations and their interwoven histories, and it makes sense to me, yet seems to have no place being contemplated in current academia. I have more to present on these movement and exchanges. For now, given Apollo, Aplu and Mabonus appear to be of the same ilk, all representative of a solar deity, not the solar deity Aten, Helios Act, and as such solar worship, are we looking at the culture that built the megalithic constructions and solar calendars we find intertwined with astrology, found all across Northwest Europe, Britain and Ireland. An image for me forming is the idea of this older race of solar deity, Titans Act, are from an earlier race, perhaps being actual titans in stature as so many ancient accounts suggests. I want to elaborate some more. Mithra, or Mithras Act, whom even the Roman soldiers allegedly venerated and worshipped this pagan deity whilst campaigning in Britain. The location of Oxford University being built on such a temple, that dates way back. Mithra, also spelled Mithras in some traditions, is a deity associated with light, truth, and justice, worshipped in various forms across different cultures and religions. The worship and attributes of Mithras vary considerably across these traditions, reflecting the cultural and historical contexts in which the deity was revered. Mithra is a significant Yazata, a divine figure in Zoroastrianism representing covenant, oath, and light. In this context, Mithra is often associated with the sun and seen as a guardian of truth and protector of the faithful. In the Zoroastrian cosmology, Mithra is a key Yazata, or divine being, created by Ahura Mazda, the supreme god. Mithra is the god of covenant and oath, ensuring the sanctity of agreements and embodying truth and justice. Mithra is often linked with the sun, serving as a divine witness to all events, ensuring cosmic order and the protection of the righteous. As a mediator between light and darkness, Mithra plays a crucial role in the ongoing battle between good and evil, supporting the forces of light. Mithras is the central figure of a mystery religion practiced in the Roman Empire from the 1st to the 4th century CE. This version of Mithraism incorporated various elements from Persian, Greek, and Roman traditions. Mithras is often depicted slaying a bull, known as the Tauroctony, a scene central to Mithraic iconography. Mithras in Roman Mithraism is the central figure of a mystery religion that emerged in the Roman Empire, drawing from earlier Persian traditions. Mithraic cosmology is deeply symbolic and centers around the narrative of Mithras slaying a sacred bull, known as the Tauroctony. This act is interpreted as a cosmic event, symbolizing the creation of life and the cycle of renewal. The blood of the bull is said to bring forth all living creatures, highlighting themes of death and rebirth. Mithras is also associated with celestial imagery, often depicted with astronomical symbols, suggesting a connection to the stars and the cosmos. In Hindu tradition, Mitra is a Vedic deity associated with friendship, alliance, and the morning sun. In the Rigveda, Mitra is often mentioned alongside Varuna, another significant deity. Mithra is a prominent figure in mythological cosmology, depicted differently across several ancient traditions, each with unique narratives and symbolic meanings. In Hindu cosmology, Mitra is a Vedic deity associated with the morning sun and is often paired with Varuna, the god of the sky and cosmic order. Mitra represents friendship, alliances, and the harmonious aspect of relationships among gods and humans. Mitra's role in maintaining the cosmic order aligns with the broader Vedic understanding of RTA, the principle of natural order and balance. Mitra ensures that societal and cosmic laws are upheld, contributing to the stability and harmony of the universe. Across these traditions, Mithras is seen as a divine figure upholding cosmic order, truth, and justice, reflecting a synthesis of cultural and religious beliefs that emphasize the importance of these values in maintaining the balance of the universe. In Zoroastrian tradition, Mithra is revered as the god of contracts and covenants. One tale describes how Mithra oversees agreements made by kings and commoners alike. When a ruler made a pact with a neighboring kingdom, he invoked Mithra to witness and guarantee the terms. If the ruler honored the agreement, his kingdom prospered, blessed by Mithra's favor. However, if he broke the contract, Mithra would withdraw his protection, allowing chaos and misfortune to befall the treacherous king. This story emphasizes the importance of truth and the sacredness of promises under Mithra's watchful eye. Another tale tells of Mithra's journey across the sky. Each day, Mithra rides a chariot drawn by white horses, bringing the light of the sun to the world. As he travels, he sees all human actions, rewarding the just and punishing the deceitful. This journey symbolizes the daily renewal of life and the eternal vigilance of Mithra in maintaining cosmic order and truth. Central to Mithraic mythology is the story of Mithras slaying the sacred bull. According to the myth, Mithras is commanded by the god of light, often associated with Sol Invictus, to capture and sacrifice the bull. Mithras accomplishes this, and from the bull's blood, the earth is fertilized, giving birth to all living creatures. This act of creation through sacrifice is depicted in Mithraic temples, Mithraya, and symbolizes themes of death, rebirth, and the sustenance of life. Another tale recounts Mithras dining with the sun god, Sol Invictus, after slaying the bull. They share a sacred meal of the bull's meat and bread, symbolizing the unity and cooperation between Mithras and the sun. This feast represents the renewal of life and the spiritual nourishment provided by the gods. It also reflects the Mithraic ritual of communal meals, mirroring the divine banquet. In the Rigveda, Mitra and Varuna are often invoked together, representing complementary forces of friendship, Mitra, and cosmic order, Varuna. One tale describes how the two deities work in tandem to maintain the balance of the world. While Mitra ensures harmonious relationships and social bonds, Varuna oversees the moral order and the laws of nature. Together, they uphold RTA, the cosmic order, ensuring the smooth functioning of the universe. Mitra is also celebrated as the deity of the morning sun. In one hymn, the Rigveda praises Mitra for his ability to bring the dawn and dispel the darkness. As the light of the morning sun spreads across the sky, Mitra awakens all living beings, filling them with energy and vitality for the day ahead. This daily renewal signifies hope, clarity, and the continuous cycle of life. There is no strong historical or mythological evidence directly linking Mithras to Orion in ancient sources. However, some modern scholars and enthusiasts have proposed theories drawing symbolic or astrological connections between Mithras and the constellation Orion. One such theory suggests that the imagery of Mithras slaying the bull, Tauroctony, in Roman Mithraism might be connected to the constellation of Orion. Orion, often depicted as a hunter, is located near Taurus, the bull, in the night sky. This proximity has led some to speculate that the scene of Mithras slaying the bull could symbolically represent the celestial dynamics involving Orion and Taurus. Another theory posits that the Mithraic rituals and symbolism might have included astrological components, reflecting the positions and movements of certain stars and constellations, including Orion. This is supported by the fact that Mithraic temples, Mithraea, often had celestial imagery and might have been aligned with certain astronomical events. Despite these speculative connections, there is no definitive ancient text or widespread historical evidence that explicitly links Mithras to Orion. Most associations are modern interpretations attempting to find deeper astronomical or symbolic meanings in Mithraic iconography. Mithraic imagery, found in Mithraic temples, Mithraea, and artifacts, is rich in symbolism and often depicts scenes and figures central to Mithraic mythology and cosmology. Common motifs include Tauroctony. This central scene depicts Mithras slaying the sacred bull. Mithras is shown kneeling on the back of the bull, plunging a dagger into its neck. The bull is often depicted with various symbolic elements such as a globe, serpent, scorpion, or dog biting its genitals. Mithras and Sol Invictus. Another common motif is the representation of Mithras alongside Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun god. This imagery often shows Mithras and Sol standing or sitting together, sharing a meal or performing a ritual. Zodiacal imagery. Mithraic temples frequently feature depictions of the zodiac, with Mithras often shown within the context of the celestial sphere. These images represent the cosmic order and the cyclical nature of time and seasons. Other mythological figures. Mithraic artwork includes depictions of mythological figures such as Cottus and Catopates, the torchbearers symbolizing sunrise and sunset respectively. Mysteries of Mithras. Scenes depicting the initiatory rites and rituals, known as the Mysteries of Mithras, are also common. These scenes often show initiates undergoing various stages of spiritual transformation and enlightenment. The potential connections between Apollo, Mitra, Mithras, Apullu, and Lugh are intriguing aspects of comparative mythology, highlighting parallels across different cultures and historical periods. These figures share several attributes and functions. Apollo in Greek mythology is associated with the sun, light, music, prophecy, and healing. He is often depicted as a youthful god with a lyre. Mitra in Hinduism is a Vedic deity associated with the sun, contracts, friendship, and cosmic order (RTA). He is often invoked alongside Varuna in Vedic rituals. Mithras in Roman Mithraism is a deity linked to light, truth, and justice, often depicted slaying a bull in the Tauroctony scene. Apullu is the Etruscan counterpart of Apollo, sharing many attributes with the Greek god, including his association with the sun, music, and prophecy. Lugh is an Irish deity in Celtic mythology associated with the sun, skill, craftsmanship, and kingship. He is often depicted as a skilled warrior and craftsman. While these figures exhibit similarities in their solar associations and certain attributes, they also have distinct characteristics reflective of their respective cultural contexts. Apollo's roles as a musician, healer, and prophet are central to Greek mythology, while Mitra's emphasis on contracts and cosmic order align with Vedic beliefs. Mithras' connection to mystery rites and the Tauroctony scene sets him apart within Roman Mithraism. Apullu's presence in Etruscan art and religion reflects his role within the Etruscan pantheon. Lugh's significance in Celtic mythology as a multifaceted deity associated with kingship and craftsmanship distinguishes him within the Celtic religious landscape. The exact nature of the connections between these figures remains subject to scholarly debate and interpretation, but their shared attributes hint at broader cultural exchanges and influences within the ancient Mediterranean and Indo-European worlds. Let's delve deeper into Ain and the Dagda, as well as explore additional figures with solar associations in Irish mythology. 1. Ain. Ain is a goddess associated with sovereignty, fertility, and the land in Irish mythology. While not solely a solar deity, she is sometimes linked to the sun and summer, particularly in her role as a bringer of warmth and abundance. One tale involving Ain recounts her encounter with a mortal man named Gerald. In this story, Gerald attempts to force himself upon Ain, but she cleverly turns the tables on him by transforming him into a goose. Ain then leads a flock of geese to attack Gerald, teaching him a lesson about respect and consent. 2. The Dagda. The Dagda is a prominent figure in Irish mythology, often depicted as a powerful god associated with the earth, agriculture, and fertility. He is sometimes linked to the sun, particularly in his role as a bringer of abundance and prosperity. In one myth, the Dagda engages in a humorous encounter with a woman named Morgan, who challenges him to a battle of wits. The Dagda uses his magical cauldron, known as the Undri, to provide a never-ending supply of food and drink, impressing Morgan with his generosity and cunning. 3. Lugh. While Lugh is not typically depicted as a solar deity in Irish mythology, he is associated with various attributes and roles, including skill, kingship, and craftsmanship. He is often depicted as a skilled warrior and craftsman who plays a significant role in mythological events. One of the most famous tales involving Lugh is the Second Battle of Mag Tuired, in which he leads the Tuatha De Danann in battle against the Fomorians. Lugh uses his many skills and talents to defeat the enemy, ultimately securing victory for his people. 4. Bridget. Bridget is a goddess associated with fertility, healing, poetry, and craftsmanship in Irish mythology. While not explicitly a solar deity, she is sometimes linked to the sun's warmth and light, particularly in her role as a bringer of growth and renewal. In one myth, Bridget is associated with the festival of Imbolc, which marks the beginning of spring. She is said to bring the returning light of the sun, melting the winter snow and encouraging new growth to emerge from the earth. These figures, while not all exclusively solar deities, each possess associations with the sun or sunlight in various aspects of their mythology, reflecting the importance of solar symbolism in Irish cosmology and culture. Ain is a prominent figure in Irish mythology, associated with sovereignty, fertility, and the land. Here are more details about Ain and some tales associated with her. 1. Ain's Sacred Hill. Ain is closely connected to Knockaney Hill in County Limerick, Ireland, which is believed to be named after her. The hill was considered a sacred site dedicated to Ain, where rituals and ceremonies were held to honor her. 2. Ain and the Summer Solstice. Ain is sometimes associated with the summer solstice, a time of celebration marking the longest day of the year. It was believed that Ain's presence brought warmth, abundance, and fertility to the land, ensuring a bountiful harvest. 3. Ain and the Legend of Gerald Fitzgerald. One tale involving Ain recounts her encounter with Gerald Fitzgerald, a mortal man who attempted to force himself upon her. In response, Ain transformed Gerald into a goose and led a flock of geese to attack him, teaching him a lesson about respect and consent. 4. Ain's Well of Health. According to legend, Ain possessed a magical well known as Tabar Nain, or Ain's Well, which was believed to have healing properties. People would visit the well to seek cures for ailments and illnesses, invoking Ain's blessings for health and vitality. 5. Ain and the Harvest Festival. Ain is often associated with the festival of Lunasid, also known as the Harvest Festival, which takes place in early August. It was believed that Ain's presence during Lunasid ensured a successful harvest and prosperity for the community. 6. Ain's role in sovereignty. Ain is sometimes depicted as a sovereignty goddess, embodying the land and its fertility. In this aspect, she is associated with the concept of the goddess of sovereignty, who bestows kingship and prosperity upon worthy rulers. The Dagda is a multifaceted deity in Irish mythology, known for his wisdom, strength, and magical abilities. Here are more tales and aspects of the Dagda. One of the most iconic attributes of the Dagda is his massive club, which had the power to both kill and resurrect. In battle, the Dagda could slay 9 enemies with one end of the club, while reviving his fallen allies with the other end. The Dagda possessed a magical cauldron called the Cauldron of Plenty or the Undri, which could provide an endless supply of food and drink. This cauldron symbolizes the Dagda's role as a provider of abundance and sustenance. In some versions of Irish mythology, the Dagda is associated with the River Boyne, which flows through the Boyne Valley in County Meath, Ireland. According to legend, the Dagda created the river by diverting water from lakes and springs to form the Boyne, demonstrating his mastery over the land. In addition to his club and cauldron, the Dagda is also associated with a magical harp, known as the Harp of Dagda. This harp had the power to control the seasons and emotions, soothing or stirring the hearts of those who heard its music. In one tale, the Dagda encounters the powerful and ancient goddess Kaliachbira, who challenges him to a race. Despite her efforts to outwit him, the Dagda cleverly wins the race by using his magical harp to control the elements and create favorable conditions for his journey. The Dagda is often depicted as a generous and benevolent deity who shares his abundance with others. In some stories, he provides food and shelter to travelers and strangers, embodying the virtues of hospitality and kindness. These tales illustrate the complexity and significance of the Dagda in Irish mythology, portraying him as a powerful and multifaceted deity with various roles and attributes. He embodies themes of strength, wisdom, abundance, and generosity, making him one of the most revered figures in Celtic mythology. In Irish mythology, the birth and death of Ain are not explicitly described in the surviving texts. Instead, she is depicted as an immortal deity associated with the land, sovereignty, and fertility. As a divine figure, Ain is not subject to the same mortal limitations of birth and death as humans. Similarly, the Dagda is portrayed as a god of great power and longevity in Irish mythology. His origin story and eventual fate are not detailed in the mythological texts. Instead, he is depicted as an eternal and timeless figure, embodying the enduring qualities of the land and its cycles. In mythological traditions, deities like Ain and the Dagda are often considered eternal and timeless beings, existing beyond the bounds of mortal life and death. Their stories emphasize their roles as archetypal figures representing aspects of the natural world and the human experience rather than individuals with finite lifespans. Here are some of the astrological associations or interpretations for each of the mentioned mythological figures. Demeter and Zeus. Greek mythology, Demeter, as the goddess of agriculture and fertility, can be associated with the earth element in astrology, representing nurturing, stability, and abundance. Zeus, as the king of the gods and ruler of the sky, is often associated with the air element, symbolizing intellect, communication, and expansion. Isis and Osiris. Egyptian mythology, Isis, as a goddess of magic, motherhood, and fertility, can be linked to the moon in astrology, representing emotions, intuition, and nurturing qualities. Osiris, associated with rebirth and the afterlife, can be connected to the transformative energies of Pluto, symbolizing regeneration, transformation, and the cycle of death and rebirth. Freyr and Freya. Norse mythology, Freyr and Freya as deities of fertility, love, and prosperity, can be associated with the planet Venus in astrology. Venus represents harmony, pleasure, and abundance, reflecting the qualities of love and beauty embodied by these Norse gods and goddesses. Persephone and Hades. Greek mythology, Persephone, as the goddess of springtime and vegetation, can be associated with the cycle of the seasons in astrology, particularly with the transition from the darkness of winter to the light of spring. Hades, as the ruler of the underworld, can be linked to the transformative energies of Pluto, symbolizing the process of death, regeneration, and psychological transformation. Inanna and Umuzid. Sumerian mythology, Inanna, associated with love, beauty, and fertility, can be connected to the planet Venus in astrology, representing the qualities of attraction, harmony, and pleasure. Umuzid, as a vegetation deity and consort of Inanna, can be associated with the cycles of growth and decay, aligning with the seasonal energies of the sun and moon. Additionally, there are more tales associated with each of these mythological figures, adding depth to their stories and symbolism. Demeter and Zeus. In Greek mythology, Demeter's grief over the abduction of her daughter Persephone by Hades leads to the barrenness of the earth during winter, symbolizing the cycle of the seasons and the importance of the harvest. Zeus, as the king of the gods, plays a pivotal role in the resolution of the conflict between Demeter and Hades, demonstrating his authority and power. Isis and Osiris. The myth of Isis and Osiris involves Osiris's death and dismemberment by his brother Set, followed by Isis's quest to resurrect him and restore him to life. This myth symbolizes the eternal cycle of death and rebirth, with Isis's love and magic playing a central role in Osiris's resurrection and the renewal of the natural world. Freyr and Freya. In Norse mythology, Freyr's possession of the magical sword Sumarbrander and his love for the giantess Jerd are central to his story. Freyja's search for her lost husband Adar and her association with the practice of Sadar, a form of magic, add depth to her character as a powerful and multifaceted goddess of love and fertility. Persephone and Hades. The myth of Persephone's abduction by Hades and her subsequent return from the underworld is central to Greek mythology. Persephone's dual role as both queen of the underworld and goddess of spring symbolizes the cyclical nature of life, death, and renewal, with her annual return from the underworld marking the beginning of spring and the rebirth of vegetation. Inanna and Dumuzi. In Sumerian mythology, Inanna's descent into the underworld to confront her sister Ereshkigal and reclaim her throne is a tale of courage, sacrifice, and transformation. Dumuzi's role as Inanna's consort and his eventual death and resurrection reflect themes of love, loss, and the cycle of life and death in the natural world. Minos. Orpheus is primarily known for his musical talents and his quest to rescue Eurydice. Helios is the personification of the sun, responsible for bringing light to the world. Apollo, on the other hand, has a wide range of attributes, including music, prophecy, healing, archery, and the sun. Orpheus's stories often revolve around his music and his tragic love for Eurydice. Helios's myths are less well known, but he is associated with the daily journey of the sun across the sky. Apollo appears in numerous myths and legends, showcasing his multifaceted nature and diverse roles in Greek mythology. Orpheus is significant for his connection to music and poetry, as well as his role in the Orphic mysteries. Helios represents the sun and its life-giving properties. Apollo is one of the most important Olympian gods, revered for his contributions to music, prophecy, healing, and other domains. Parts of northwestern Europe, and see what we can begin to unearth there. Many place names draw the attention etymologically, not only of Apollo, but also of other characters and locations referenced in the Iliad, by Homer, and also versions by Dares and Dictys as we have discussed previously. One such reference springs to mind I came across in Eamon Wilkins' book Where Troy Once Stood was the potential spot where Odysseus saw the phoenix in the region of Delos, which is covered with heather and forests and now called the Veluwe. The name of the village of Benicom Valley of Bennu after the Egyptian name of the phoenix and of an hotel here, Keltwood, might be the first indications that this area was once inhabited by Celts. The people in question would be the Dorians, who also lived in Scandinavia. See the eponyms of two neighboring towns on the Rhine, Dorwerth and Dürstedt. The latter being called Dorestad, Dorian town, in the Middle Ages, as well as the town of Apeldoorn, which was called Apodro in the 8th century. Here must have been a place of worship of Apollo of the Dorians, Apoldorian, and even the god's birthplace was in Delos according to the Theogony of Hesiod. A royal palace built by William II of Orange and Mary II Stuart near Apeldoorn is called Het Loo, pronounced at Lo. The name comes from Latin lucus, meaning sacred place, and later cielcaring, in a wood. As the coats of arms of Apeldoorn show not only the Phoenix, but also the key to knowledge, there must have been a place of initiation in this region. Not far from Apeldoorn is the village of Putten, named after Apollo's oracle, Puthen in Greek, the same name as found in Zealand, where was on the island of Putten. Hermes is remembered by the another oracle village of Hermelo in 1050, while Athena was venerated under the older name by which she was also known to the early Greeks, Oak, as evidenced by another village in the region, Oaksbrook near Deventer. According to Aeschylus, there was a lake at Delos, and there is indeed a lake called Delens, was in the national park of the Hoge Veluwe, was being Old Saxon for water, as in the wash. Near Benicom, named after Bennu the Phoenix, is an ancient road called the Selterskampweg, the way to the camp of the Celts, which ran from the Rhine to Erne Fields in the forest. Close by is the knoll in T-Boss, meaning sacred circle in the woods. This is where Odysseus saw the phoenix. What he actually saw was an initiation ceremony, because a phoenix rising from his ashes is clearly a symbol of rebirth, but it was not Odysseus' own initiation, for he was already initiated by Circe on Aea. The only reason why Odysseus mentions this event must be to let Nausicaa know that he is not an ordinary man but an initiate. This made the young princess decide to introduce the stranger at the court of her father, King Alsanu. One may wonder whether the Value was already inhabited in the Bronze Age. The answer is affirmative, for objects belonging to a people of the Late Stone Age, dated to 14,000 BC, have been found, while the most ancient pottery found thus far dates from 2450 BC. Bronze swords and axes were dated to about 1600 BC, which is 4 centuries before Homer's time, showing the high society of these people. If the Value was a sacred place for the Druids, their Stone Age predecessors built their megalithic chamber tombs, Hunabedin, further north in the province of Drenthe. More on the Druids later. Apollo was worshipped not only in the Netherlands and northern France, but also in England, where he supported the Trojans in their war against the Achaeans. This confirmed by Hecates, a Greek geographer is of the 4th century BC, who wrote a history of the Hyperboreans, which has unfortunately not survived, but is quoted by Diodorus Siculus, who lived in Rome in the time of Caesar, where he compiled a historical encyclopedia. Diodorus cites a passage from Hecates speaking of Hyperborea, which obviously refers to England, and the veneration of Apollo in that country. The northern origin of Apollo is confirmed by the following passage. Among the historians who have consigned in their annals the traditions of antiquity, Hecates and certain others claim that there is beyond the Celtic land in the ocean an isle chat no less in size than Sicily. This isle, situated to the northwest, they say is inhabited by the Hyperboreans, so called because they live beyond the point from where Borea the north wind blows. The soil of this island is excellent, and so remarkable for its fertility that it produces 2 crops a year. It is there, according to this same account, the birthplace of Leto, mother of Apollo, which explains why the islanders particularly revere Apollo. They are claimed to be the priests of this god. This Isle of 2 crops has also been mentioned before by Plato, and as we have seen with the list of Hermetic teachers in the past, Plato sits near the bottom of the list I provided. Asclepius, Anubius, Petasurus, Pythagoras, whom we have touched on, Plato, Plutarch, and so on. Let us look a bit at Plato, who was discussing Atlantis when he made the same claim of 2 crops a year. Well, in Ireland is a site called Newgrange, as also mentioned, to which some claim to be a temple of incredible antiquity dedicated potentially to Apollo. Given the circular nature of its construction as well its solar alignment, it may very well be. It is that very day these island dwellers sing hymns in his honor. There is also to be seen in this isle a huge enclosure consecrated to Apollo, and a magnificent temple, round in shape as mentioned and decorated with many offerings. The town of these islanders is also dedicated to Apollo. Its inhabitants are for the most part players of the cithara, who ceaselessly celebrate in the temple the praise of the god, accompanying the singing of the hymns on their instruments. Could this be why we see the national symbol of Ireland, the harp, which is not only a spiritual symbol of emotion but the official emblem of Ireland, and is an extremely emotive and potent symbol? In Ireland, it is seen everywhere on official government documents, presidential seals, passports and currency, as well as well-known Irish companies' logos such as Guinness and Ryanair. The Hyperboreans speak a language of their own. They are very hospitable towards the Greeks and especially towards the Athenians and the Delians, and this attitude goes far back in time. It is even said that several Greeks went to visit the Hyperboreans and that they left rich offerings bearing Greek inscriptions. What I have come to understand is that centuries after the Dorians conquered and then infused with archaic Greece, we see the influence of 2 separate cultures being expanded. Expanded in the sense that Greece in the classical age is in its own right a fully fledged civilization separate to that of the Atlantic region, later becoming the Celts, one might say. The very intriguing Abaris the Hyperborene in the old days traveled to Greece to renew with the Delians, Dorians/Druids, the friendship that exists between the 2 peoples. It is also claimed that the moon, seen from this island, appears to be at a very little distance from the earth, and that one can distinctly see the contours of its terrain. Apollo is said to descend to this isle every 19 years. It is also at the end of this period that the stars are, after their revolution, returned to their point of departure. This period of 19 years is designated by the Greeks by the name of Big Year. Again, it seems the astrology plays a major significance of the learned minds of this epoch, and more work needs to be done in this area. This solar god is seen, during his apparition, to dance every night accompanying himself on the cithara from the spring equinox to the rising of the Pleiades, as if rejoicing for the honors paid to him. The government of this isle and the guarding of the temple are said to be entrusted to kings called Boreads, the descendants and successors of Borea. No satisfactory explanation has ever been found for this text, and it has therefore been discarded as devoid of any historical value. However, in the light of the discoveries made, this negative judgment appears unjustified. Although some observations are hard to reconcile with the facts, England is not beyond the origin of the north wind and the moon is not specially close, are we looking at allegorical reference here? Hecates does provide interesting information. If Apollo was the most venerated god in Troy, England, the Troad, then the magnificent temple, round in shape, was probably one of the huge sacred circles in the country, such as the megalithic monuments of Avebury or Stonehenge, which would thus still have been in use in the 7th century BC. However, Newgrange of Ireland seems more fitting. The Big Year, which is now called the period of Saros, the time span of 18 years and 113 days between two identical positions of the sun, the moon and the earth, had a special significance for the ancients, since not only was Apollo said to visit in Ireland every 19 years, but also both Odysseus and Helen are away from home for 19 years in the Odyssey. According to Hecates, England, the isle beyond the Celtic land minus Gallia, was the birthplace of Leto, so it is also possible that Delos, the birthplace of her son Apollo, was in the region of Deelen in the Netherlands. According to Iman Wilkins, the Delos in the citation is obviously the Mediterranean Delos, since Hecates lived several centuries after the transposition of place names to Greece. The Nordic origin of Apollo is indirectly confirmed by many other classical authors, such as Aelian, Elsius and Hesiod. The first left a poem mentioning the swans in the big temple of the Hyperboreans, which must have been the Nordic singing swan because they join in with the choir singing in honor of the god Borvid, an alternative name for Apollo, the principal gods. Elsius, who lived in Marseille about 600 BC, recounts how Apollo went to Delphi in a chariot drawn by swans, which again were not the silent swans so familiar today, but the wild singing swans. Hesiod recounts that the swans were calling loudly, "The shield of Heracles," line 316. Since the singing swan is not a Mediterranean species, there can be no doubt that Apollo was born in the northwest of Europe, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Delphi was the Bronze Age name for the Dutch town of Delft. This may seem surprising because of the famous oracle, where intoxicating vapors emanating from a fissure in the rocks put the Sibyl in a state of trance. But such a place never existed in reality, as it is an allegory of a priestess consulting the emanations of her subconscious. Delphi was considered to be the navel or below the heart chakra in universal body of man of the world, where was the link between heaven and earth, Midgord being the heart character to the head, and the third eye chakra and the crown chakra being heaven, which the Pleiades or seven sisters resides in the heavens in astrotheological terms. This again makes me ponder on the allegorical use of certain terminology even in the Iliad. This link is still symbolically preserved by the coats of arms of Delft, which merely shows a straight vertical column, linking the very bottom to the top. At some later date, the name Delphi was transposed not only to Greece, but also to Conmera, Ireland, or did it originate in Ireland and move eastwards, with the location being named in the epoch following the Trojan War? Who could really say? _________. Why did a 2016 discovery in Co Antrim potentially completely alter the perception that Irish people are descended from Celts? The 2016 discovery in Co Antrim refers to genetic research suggesting that the population of Ireland has more complex origins than previously thought. Specifically, the genetic study found that the Irish population has significant ancestry from the Middle East and Eastern Europe, which challenges the long-standing perception that Irish people are primarily descended from Celts. This discovery implies a more diverse genetic heritage for the Irish population, potentially involving migrations and interactions with different groups over millennia. It suggests that the Celtic influence might not be as dominant in Ireland's genetic makeup as previously assumed, thereby altering our understanding of Irish ancestry and population history. The idea that the Irish are not genetically Celtic is a complex and evolving topic in genetic research. Genetic studies have shown that modern Irish populations do have genetic connections to the broader Celtic populations of Europe, but they also exhibit genetic diversity reflecting interactions with other groups over millennia. Research has been taken more serious on this notion of a Western Celtic culture by professors Barry Cunliffe and John T. Cope. Recent genetic research continues to refine our understanding. For instance, studies like those from the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland and Trinity College Dublin have highlighted genetic diversity in Ireland, indicating influences from multiple sources including the original hunter-gatherer populations, Neolithic farmers, and Bronze Age migrants. These studies suggest a complex genetic history where Celtic influence is a significant component but not the sole contributor to Irish genetic ancestry, confirming Ireland and western parts of Britain to be of the real ancient stock. The focus is now to show that human remains may age more rapidly than previously thought, and throw a spanner in the works of conventional dating. Told from the currently accepted model, let us look at some specific examples and findings from genetic research that contribute to the understanding that Irish genetic ancestry is not solely Celtic. 1. Genetic diversity. Studies such as those conducted by researchers at the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland and Trinity College Dublin have analyzed ancient DNA from archaeological remains and modern populations. They have found that modern Irish populations exhibit genetic diversity reflecting contributions from various ancient populations beyond the Celtic migrations. This includes genetic links to the original hunter-gatherer populations of Europe, Neolithic farmers who migrated from the Middle East around 6,000 years ago, and Bronze Age migrants from Eastern Europe. 2. Middle Eastern ancestry. Genetic studies have identified genetic signatures in the Irish population that suggest connections to populations from the Middle East, particularly through Neolithic migrations. This Middle Eastern ancestry is not traditionally associated with Celtic populations but reflects broader European population dynamics during ancient migrations and settlement patterns. 3. Bronze Age migrations. Research has highlighted genetic contributions from Bronze Age migrations, particularly from Eastern Europe. This suggests that Irish genetic ancestry has been shaped by multiple waves of migration and interaction with different groups over millennia, contributing to the genetic diversity observed in modern populations. 4. Population mixing. Recent studies have shown evidence of genetic mixing and intermingling among various ancestral groups in Ireland over time. This includes interactions between incoming groups and pre-existing populations, leading to genetic admixture that complicates the simplistic notion of a purely Celtic genetic origin. These specific examples illustrate that while Celtic influence is an important component of Irish genetic ancestry, it is not exclusive or dominant. Instead, Irish genetic diversity reflects a complex history of migrations, interactions, and genetic contributions from multiple ancestral populations across Europe and beyond. A genome is the complete set of genetic material, DNA, present in an organism. It contains all the information needed to build and maintain that organism. Genomes are organized into chromosomes within the cell nucleus in eukaryotes like humans, or in the cytoplasm in prokaryotes like bacteria. The genome carries the instructions for how an organism develops, functions, and reproduces. In humans, the genome consists of about 3 billion base pairs of DNA distributed across 23 pairs of chromosomes, 22 autosomal pairs, and 1 pair of sex chromosomes. Each chromosome contains thousands of genes, which are specific segments of DNA that code for proteins or regulate other genes. The genome not only determines an organism's physical characteristics but also influences susceptibility to diseases and responses to environmental factors. Technological advancements, such as next-generation sequencing, have made it possible to sequence and analyze entire genomes efficiently. This has revolutionized fields like genetics, medicine, and evolutionary biology, providing deeper insights into genetic diversity, disease mechanisms, and human ancestry. The oldest human genomes sequenced so far come from ancient DNA extracted from archaeological remains. Here are some notable examples. 1. Anatomically modern humans from Africa. The oldest modern human genome sequenced is from a 15,000-year-old individual from Morocco. This individual belonged to a population that likely contributed genetic material to present-day North Africans. 2. Early European hunter-gatherers. Genomes have been sequenced from several early European hunter-gatherers dating back to the Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic periods, roughly 45,000 to 7,000 years ago. These individuals provide insights into the genetic diversity and population dynamics of early Europeans. 3. Neanderthals. Neanderthals are our closest extinct relatives, and their genomes have been sequenced from multiple individuals spanning different time periods. The oldest Neanderthal genome sequenced is from a specimen found in Cima de los Huesos, Spain, dating back about 430,000 years. 4. Denisovans. Denisovans are another extinct human relative known from genetic evidence. Their genomes have been sequenced from fossils found in Denisova Cave, Siberia, dating back to around 100,000 to 50,000 years ago. These ancient genomes provide crucial information about human evolution, population migrations, interbreeding between different hominin groups, such as Neanderthals and modern humans, and adaptations to different environments. They are also used by mainstream researchers to understand the genetic basis of traits and diseases that have shaped human history and diversity. These researchers, when dating ancient genomes, involve several methods and reasoning processes to establish the age of the genetic material extracted from archaeological remains. Here's an overview of the reasoning and methods used. Let us look at the mainstream reasoning for dating. 1. Contextual dating of archaeological remains. Archaeological methods are used to date the remains themselves through stratigraphy, layers of soil or sediment where artifacts are found, associated artifacts, and other dating techniques like radiocarbon dating, C14 dating, or luminescence dating. This provides an initial estimate of the age of the specimen. 2. Genetic dating consistency. Once genetic material, DNA, is extracted from the remains, it is compared against the estimated age from archaeological dating. The genetic data should align with the expected time period based on archaeological context. For example, if a specimen is dated to the Upper Paleolithic, the genetic analysis should confirm it as a genome from that time period. And now the methods for dating. 1. Radiocarbon dating, C14 dating. This method measures the decay of radioactive carbon isotopes, carbon-14, in organic materials. It is commonly used to date the remains themselves, such as bones or teeth, by measuring the ratio of carbon-14 to stable carbon-12. 2. Luminescence dating. Luminescence dating techniques, such as optically stimulated luminescence or thermoluminescence, are used to date sediments and ceramics by measuring the trapped electrons accumulated over time in minerals. 3. Stratigraphic dating. Stratigraphy involves analyzing the layers of soil or sediment where artifacts or remains are found. By understanding the sequence and relative dating of these layers, archaeologists can estimate the age of the remains. 4. Genetic dating methods. After extracting ancient DNA, geneticists use various methods to analyze and date the genetic material. Molecular clock analysis. This method estimates the time since divergence of genetic lineages based on the accumulation of mutations over time. Radiocarbon calibration. Genetic data can be calibrated against radiocarbon dates obtained from the remains to refine the genetic age estimates. Integration of methods. Cross-verification. Genetic dates are cross-verified with archaeological dating to ensure consistency and accuracy. A discrepancy between genetic and archaeological dates may indicate contamination or other issues with the genetic sample. Interdisciplinary collaboration. Successful dating of ancient genomes often involves collaboration between geneticists, archaeologists, and dating specialists to integrate multiple lines of evidence and refine the understanding of human history and evolution. It is claimed by scientific institutions and peer-review academia that combining these methods and reasoning, researchers can confidently establish the age of ancient genomes and integrate them into the broader understanding of human evolution and prehistory. But the spanner is coming. Dating ancient genomes involves a combination of archaeological reasoning and scientific methods to determine the age of genetic material extracted from archaeological remains. Archaeologists first established the age of the remains through techniques like radiocarbon dating, which measures the decay of radioactive carbon isotopes in organic materials, or through stratigraphy, which examines the layers of soil or sediment where artifacts are found. This provides an initial estimate of the specimen's age based on its context and associated archaeological evidence. Once genetic material, such as DNA, is extracted from the remains, it undergoes genetic analysis to confirm its age. This involves comparing the genetic data with the estimated age from archaeological dating methods. For instance, if a specimen is dated to a specific period like the Upper Paleolithic based on archaeological evidence, the genetic analysis should align with this time frame. Genetic dating methods include molecular clock analysis, which estimates the time since divergence of genetic lineages by calculating the rate of mutations accumulated over time. Genetic data can also be calibrated against radiocarbon dates obtained from the remains to refine age estimates. This interdisciplinary approach combines expertise from geneticists, archaeologists, and dating specialists to ensure accurate dating and interpretation of ancient genomes. Cross-verification between genetic dates and archaeological context is crucial. Consistency between genetic and archaeological dates helps confirm the accuracy of the genetic data and provides insights into human history, migrations, and interactions. Any discrepancies may indicate issues such as contamination of the genetic sample or complexities in the archaeological context that require further investigation. By integrating these methods and collaborative efforts, researchers can reconstruct detailed timelines of human evolution and understand the genetic diversity and adaptations of ancient populations. The transformation of organic matter into stone-like substances through natural geological processes typically unfolds over extended periods far exceeding a few millennia. Mineral replacement and permineralization involve the gradual infiltration of mineral-laden groundwater into organic material, where minerals precipitate slowly over tens to hundreds of thousands of years. This process replaces or fills the pore spaces and cells of the organic material, eventually forming stony structures. Carbonization, which involves the loss of volatile elements from organic matter under intense heat and pressure, can occur relatively faster compared to mineral replacement but still requires significant geological time to fully transform into a stony substance. The complete lithification of organic matter into sedimentary rock involves the compaction and cementation of loose sediment over tens of thousands to millions of years. While rapid burial or specific environmental conditions may accelerate these processes compared to normal decay, the complete transition of organic matter into a truly stony substance typically unfolds over geological timescales rather than within a few millennia. Therefore, natural processes of fossilization and lithification require considerable time to transform organic remains into stone-like structures observed in geological formations. Nucleophilic substitution is a chemical reaction where an electron-rich nucleophile, a species with an excess of electrons, replaces a leaving group, an atom or group of atoms that departs with an electron pair, in a molecule. This process is common in organic chemistry and can occur under various conditions, depending on the nature of the reactants and the reaction mechanism involved. In the context of geological processes and the transformation of organic matter into stone-like substances, nucleophilic substitution is not directly applicable. The conversion of organic material into minerals or stony substances in geological settings typically involves different mechanisms such as mineral replacement, permineralization, or lithification, as discussed earlier. These processes are driven by physical and chemical interactions with minerals and groundwater over long periods of time, rather than by specific organic chemical reactions like nucleophilic substitution. The effects of rapid mineralization on genetic analysis are profound and influence how we interpret genetic data in archaeological and paleontological contexts. Rapid mineralization can alter the organic material's chemical composition, potentially impacting DNA preservation and analysis. This phenomenon can encapsulate organic tissues, protecting DNA from degradation over shorter timescales than traditional fossilization processes. This preservation can provide researchers with well-preserved genetic material, enabling detailed genetic analysis that may not be possible with more degraded samples. Organic materials undergoing rapid mineralization may incorporate minerals with isotopic compositions different from the original tissue. This alteration can potentially affect isotopic dating methods that rely on stable isotopes for age estimation. Researchers must consider these changes when interpreting isotopic data alongside genetic analysis. Studying DNA from organisms preserved through rapid mineralization can offer insights into the genetic diversity of ancient populations. This includes identifying unique genetic markers or variations specific to certain geographical regions or historical periods, enriching our understanding of human migrations and evolutionary history. Scientists conducting genetic analysis on samples affected by rapid mineralization must account for potential biases or alterations in DNA sequences due to mineral intrusion. This involves employing rigorous extraction and sequencing methods to ensure accurate genetic data interpretation. Integrating genetic analysis with geological insights from rapid mineralization processes provides a holistic approach to studying ancient DNA. It allows researchers to refine dating techniques and reconstruct past environments more accurately, enhancing our understanding of human history and biological evolution. The effects of rapid mineralization on genetic analysis highlight the complexities of preserving and studying ancient DNA. By acknowledging these factors, researchers could actually refine genetic dating methods, interpret genetic diversity more accurately, and unravel intricate details of past civilizations and ecosystems through interdisciplinary research approaches. Nucleophilic substitution reactions are more relevant in synthetic chemistry and biochemical processes where organic molecules undergo transformations under controlled conditions in laboratories or biological systems. In contrast, the transformation of organic matter into stone-like substances in geological contexts is governed by geological processes such as mineral precipitation, compaction, and cementation over geological timescales. If minerals are made of electrons, as is all matter as some theorize, then would this aid the process? The idea that all matter is made of electrons and other subatomic particles like protons and neutrons is a fundamental concept in physics and chemistry, described by the Standard Model of particle physics. However, when discussing geological processes and the transformation of organic matter into minerals or stone-like substances, the focus shifts to how atoms and molecules interact and form stable mineral structures over geological timescales. Minerals are crystalline solids composed of atoms arranged in a repeating pattern or lattice structure. The formation of minerals typically involves chemical reactions between elements or compounds in aqueous solutions, groundwater, or under specific geological conditions such as high pressure and temperature. These conditions allow atoms to rearrange and form stable mineral structures through processes like precipitation, crystallization, and solid-state transformations. While electrons play a crucial role in chemical bonding and interactions between atoms, the transformation of organic matter into minerals is governed by physical and chemical processes that involve the entire atom and its interactions within the mineral lattice. These processes include ion exchange, dissolution and precipitation, and the growth of mineral crystals over time. The mainstream logic is that while the presence and behavior of electrons are fundamental to the properties of matter, including minerals, their role in geological processes such as mineral formation is part of a broader framework involving atomic interactions, chemical reactions, and geological conditions over long periods. Therefore, understanding mineral formation in geological contexts requires considering these complex interactions beyond the basic concept of electron composition. Saying that, the perception and acceptance of large time scales is necessary, indeed paramount for mineralization, and underpins this seemingly illogical stand by the academics when it comes to dating and predicting chronology. We are informed with complete confidence by academia that the perception and acceptance of large timescales are indeed fundamental to understanding mineralization processes in geological contexts. The transformation of organic matter into minerals or stone-like substances typically occurs over extended periods of time, often spanning thousands to millions of years. This time frame allows for gradual geological processes such as mineral precipitation, crystallization, compaction, and cementation to take place. These processes are exclaimed require sufficient time for minerals to form and for organic material to undergo transformations such as mineral replacement or permineralization. For example, mineral replacement involves the gradual replacement of organic molecules with minerals dissolved in groundwater, a process that unfolds slowly as mineral ions accumulate over time. Similarly, permineralization involves the infiltration of minerals into the pore spaces and cells of organic material, a process that also occurs gradually as minerals precipitate and fill these spaces. These geological processes are governed by physical and chemical conditions that evolve over time, influencing the rate and extent of mineralization. Therefore, the understanding that large time scales are necessary in the mainstream textbooks for mineralization and reflects the recognition of the gradual and complex nature of geological processes involved in transforming organic matter into minerals or stony substances, we can move forward. If a more rapid method of mineralization were proposed and demonstrated to occur under specific conditions, it could indeed prompt a re-evaluation of dating methods used in geological and archaeological contexts. Here are a few points to consider. 1. Impact on dating techniques. Rapid mineralization processes could potentially alter the assumptions and parameters used in dating methods such as radiocarbon dating, luminescence dating, and other techniques. These methods rely on specific rates of decay, accumulation, or geological processes over time. If mineralization were shown to occur faster than previously understood, the interpretation of ages derived from these methods might need adjustment. 2. Evidence and validation. Any proposed rapid mineralization process would require rigorous scientific evidence and validation through experimental studies, field observations, and possibly theoretical modeling. This evidence would need to demonstrate not only the rapidity of mineralization but also its applicability across different geological settings and conditions. 3. Interdisciplinary approach. Addressing the implications of rapid mineralization would likely require an interdisciplinary approach involving experts from fields such as geology, chemistry, physics, and archaeology. Collaborative efforts would be needed to integrate new findings into existing frameworks of geological processes and dating methodologies. 4. Contextual considerations. It's important to consider the context and specific characteristics of the mineralization process. For instance, rapid mineralization under controlled laboratory conditions may differ significantly from natural processes occurring in geological settings over long periods. Understanding these differences is crucial for accurately interpreting geological ages and historical timelines. While the proposal of a more rapid mineralization process could potentially influence dating methodologies, any new understanding would need to be robustly supported by scientific evidence and carefully integrated into existing knowledge frameworks. This process ensures that interpretations of geological and archaeological ages remain accurate and reliable in light of new discoveries and hypotheses. Here we shall look further at a thesis paper by Roger Spur. Traditional fossils discussed. Most preserved bones are found in porous sand or soils which are primarily porous and dry. The soft tissues, skin, muscle, tendon, cartilage, organs, etc. are usually scavenged and or decomposed and quickly stripped of anything consumable by bugs and microorganisms in porous oxygenated soils and sandy conditions. The decomposed organic matter becomes particles in the soil. In dry soil, the central calcium bones are mineral and remain mostly intact. The result is the most basic bone structure with no organic fleshy detail. Mud fossils discussed. Mud fossils are virtual copies of the original creature, exactly like petrified trees. Blood and flesh are sometimes unable to escape in these type of mudslides due to compaction. In mud fossils, the bones do not have the mineralized spongy center look. The reason is ionic and nucleophilic invasion and conversion of calcium and phosphorus into other minerals. Primary invaders are ionic, and O is often the major invader in deep mud fossil tissues. Natural electricity in wet soils discussed. The continuous wet soils generate spontaneous electrical potentials. 1. These currents affect any materials with polarity. I call the process mud fossil electrolysis. Identical to plating cheap jewelry, these electric currents in the mud drive platypolar tiny crystals to invade the surface of highly reactive onyx soft tissue. The molecular-sized tiny plates are flat and polarized. The electric current literally plates the soft tissue surface by electrolysis, which changes the original material due to molecular bonding and nucleophilic substitution with invading chemicals. The result is like shingling a house and protecting the contents within. Skin is 50x more concentrated in silicon as other body parts. Silicon dioxide is exactly what covers many of the specimens, and that layer was tested 100% human mtDNA. Final report due in September 2015. Flesh turns to feldspar from electrolysis. Mineralization and crystallization creep into voids created as Vox sublimate out, leaving metals, seeds, and carbon. Another similar process is plating cheap jewelry. I have done earth electrolysis experiments with chicken tissue in 12 VDC and various soil substrates. 2. The results show amorphous quartz and various feldspar buildup. Feldspar consists of a conglomeration of amorphous layers of silicates attached to each other by crystal bonds. Once the surface of organic fleshy tissue is coated with these crystals, the process begins to restrict the molecular size allowed in. The plating becomes very restrictive of new invaders' actual molecular size. Finally, H2O and O are so tiny they are allowed, but almost nothing else larger. O is highly reactive to bone chemicals and renders them unrecognizable eventually after chemical reaction. Fascia, a new science is discussed. The body parts are separated by a fascia layer as they are when alive. After cold compacted death, this fascia preserves organ systems, blood vessels, and bodily fluids. This is because fascia and keratin are not water or enzyme soluble. Uninterrupted moisture is the key to preservation. Sharps fibers are present with the reticular tissue penetrating fascia to bone. 3. Under the fascia is the periosteum layer. In the periosteum is a layer of soft tissue including the tendon sockets and ligament sockets and blood vessels and canaliculus and lacunae, which are soft tissues and are normally gone in dry mineral fossils. The fascia fabric protects soft tissue in distinct packages, organs, tendons, etc., and may be broken up along these fascial planes during glacial tilling, resulting in body parts. Unquote. Here follows a summary and explanation of the main points discussed in the paper. Traditional fossils. Formation process. Traditional fossilization typically occurs in porous and dry soils or sands. Decomposition. Soft tissues like skin, muscles, and organs decompose quickly due to scavenging and microbial activity, leaving behind only the hard, calcium-rich bones. Result. The resulting fossils usually consist of basic bone structures without any organic fleshy details because the soft tissues are stripped away early in the process. Mud fossils. Preservation process. Mud fossils are formed in mudslides where the compacted environment traps blood and flesh, preventing their escape and decomposition. Chemical transformation. The bones in mud fossils do not have the typical mineralized appearance. Instead, they undergo chemical changes due to ionic and nucleophilic invasion, particularly by hydroxide ions O-, which convert calcium and phosphorus in the bones into other minerals. Role of natural electricity in wet soils. Electrical potentials. Continuous wet soils generate spontaneous electrical currents, affecting materials with polarity. Electrolysis. This process, referred to as mud fossil electrolysis, is similar to the electroplating of cheap jewelry. Electric currents drive polarized tiny crystals to invade and coat the reactive soft tissue surfaces through molecular bonding and nucleophilic substitution. Protection mechanism. This electroplating-like process creates a protective layer on the soft tissues, preserving them by preventing further decomposition and invasion by other substances. Transformation into feldspar. Mineralization. The process leads to the mineralization and crystallization of organic matter. As volatile organic compounds, Vox sublimate, they leave behind metal, seeds, and carbon, which facilitate the formation of amorphous quartz and feldspar. Crystal coating. Once the organic tissue surface is coated with crystals, it restricts the molecular size of new invaders, allowing only small molecules like H2O and O to pass through. Chemical reactions, O-ions react with bone chemicals, eventually rendering them unrecognizable and transforming the tissue into a mineralized state. Preservation by fascia. Role of fascia, a layer that separates body parts, plays a key role in preservation. It is not soluble in water or enzymes, helping to preserve organ systems, blood vessels, and bodily fluids in moist conditions. Structural integrity. Fascia protects soft tissues by maintaining their structural integrity and creating distinct packages that can remain intact even in harsh conditions. The thesis suggests that under certain conditions, such as those involving continuous moisture and natural electrical currents in wet soils, organic matter can undergo rapid mineralization and preservation. This process, akin to electroplating, could potentially preserve soft tissues and transform them into stone-like substances much faster than traditional fossilization methods. If this rapid mineralization process is valid and can be demonstrated experimentally, it would necessitate a re-evaluation of the timescales and mechanisms traditionally accepted for fossilization and mineralization. So, we can begin to agree that fossils may or may not been as old as presenti by current scientific understanding, built on an accepted premise that it requires extraordinary long periods to fossilize. Let us continue. While the traditional view holds that long periods are required for fossilization, new evidence or mechanisms demonstrating rapid fossilization could significantly alter this perspective, leading to a reassessment of the age and formation processes of some fossils. However, rigorous scientific validation and broad acceptance within the scientific community would be essential for such a paradigm shift. Paleontologists might discover new fossil sites where conditions indicate rapid burial and mineralization, such as recent mudslides or areas with high electrical activity in wet soils. These sites could contain fossils with well-preserved soft tissues, indicating a shorter fossilization timeframe. Additionally, re-evaluation of existing fossils using advanced analytical techniques might reveal evidence of rapid fossilization processes, such as the presence of specific mineral coatings or the preservation of soft tissues in ways that align with the rapid fossilization hypothesis. Theory could lead to a reassessment of how we understand fossil formation and the time frames required for fossilization, potentially altering the interpretation of the fossil record and the history of life on Earth. Evolving our conversation thesis, what are likely natural events that may have happened in the past dozen millennia that may have supported such environmental conditions for this theory to have occurred? Well, several natural events could have created environmental conditions conducive to rapid fossilization processes. One example is the rapid fossilization in mudslides, of which many theories of mudflood catastrophes are abundant. In regions experiencing heavy rainfall and seismic activity, such as the Himalayas or the Andes, mudslides and landslides can quickly bury organic material. These events create high-pressure, anaerobic conditions that slow decomposition and promote mineralization. The melting of glaciers at the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 to 15,000 years ago, caused significant mudslides, potentially burying organic matter rapidly and leading to its preservation. Another scenario is electrolytic mineralization in wet soils. In areas with continuous wet conditions and natural electrical currents, organic matter buried in the soil might undergo electrolysis. This process could plate the tissues with minerals, much like electroplating in manufacturing, preserving the details of the soft tissues and bones much faster than traditional fossilization methods. Similarly, organisms rapidly buried by volcanic ash might become fossilized quickly. The ash could create a sealed environment, preventing decay and providing the minerals needed for rapid fossilization, potentially accelerated by the heat and pressure from volcanic activity. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, which preserved the city of Pompeii, including organic material, through rapid burial in ash, is a notable example. Chemical fossilization in mineral-rich waters is another example. Organisms that die in mineral-rich hot springs or geothermal pools might undergo rapid fossilization due to the high mineral content and specific chemical conditions that precipitate minerals onto the organic tissues quickly. Hydrothermal activity has been ongoing for millennia in various regions, providing ideal conditions for rapid mineralization. In addition, major floods, such as those caused by glacial outburst floods, can rapidly transport and deposit organic material and sediment. The quick burial in anoxic, waterlogged conditions promotes preservation. The Missoula floods, occurring around 13,000 to 15,000 years ago, released enormous volumes of water, depositing thick sediment layers and potentially preserving organic material. Laboratory experiments, such as those suggested by the thesis with chicken tissue and soil substrates under electrical currents, might also demonstrate that rapid mineralization is possible. These experiments could replicate natural conditions that lead to fast fossilization and provide empirical evidence for the theory. Paleontologists might discover new fossil sites where conditions indicate rapid burial and mineralization, such as recent mudslides or areas with high electrical activity in wet soils. These sites could contain fossils with well-preserved soft tissues, indicating a shorter fossilization timeframe. Additionally, re-evaluation of existing fossils using advanced analytical techniques might reveal evidence of rapid fossilization processes, such as the presence of specific mineral coatings or the preservation of soft tissues. Fish bones and fossils found in mountainous regions, such as those within the context of flood mythology, can provide intriguing insights into both geological history and cultural narratives. Mountainous areas like the Rockies or the Alps often host fossils embedded in sedimentary layers that have experienced dramatic environmental changes over millennia. These regions are not only scientifically significant but also hold cultural and mythological importance, often linked to stories of ancient floods and natural cataclysms. For example, fossils discovered in sedimentary deposits in the Green River Formation of Wyoming, USA, are renowned for their exceptional preservation. These fossils include fish bones that are crucial for understanding prehistoric ecosystems and the impact of geological processes like floods. In flood mythology across various cultures, stories often recount catastrophic deluges that reshaped landscapes and influenced human history. These myths sometimes intersect with geological evidence, as fossilized remains found in mountainous regions can bear witness to ancient environmental upheavals, potentially reflecting real events that inspired flood narratives. However, the preservation of fossils in such regions is not without challenges. The fluctuating moisture levels and chemical dynamics of sedimentary deposits can facilitate nucleophilic substitution over time. Hydroxide ions O and other nucleophiles in these environments can infiltrate fossils and replace original mineral components, altering their chemical composition. This process complicates the dating of fossils using methods like radiocarbon dating, which relies on stable mineral structures for accurate age determination. The introduction of new minerals through nucleophilic substitution can obscure or distort the original signals used for dating, requiring careful consideration of these factors in interpreting chronological data from fossil specimens. In integrating flood mythology with scientific inquiry, understanding the environmental influences on fossil preservation becomes essential. The narrative of floods, both in myth and geological history, underscores the dynamic interactions between human culture and the natural world. By examining fossils in mountainous regions through this dual lens of myth and science, researchers can gain deeper insights into the past while navigating the complexities introduced by processes like nucleophilic substitution. This holistic approach not only enriches our understanding of ancient environments but also informs how we interpret and communicate the intertwined stories of Earth's history and human experience. Examples of potential discovered solidified objects include the Tollund Man and other bog bodies, which are human remains preserved in peat bogs. The Tollund Man, discovered in a Danish peat bog, dates back to around 400 BC. The acidic, low oxygen conditions in peat bogs inhibit decomposition and promote preservation. The preservation of skin, hair, and internal organs in bog bodies supports the idea that certain conditions can rapidly preserve soft tissues. Fossil sites like the Burgess Shale and Solnhofen limestone are known for exceptional preservation of soft tissues in animals. The Burgess Shale, dating to around 508 million years ago, and the Solnhofen limestone, dating to around 150 million years ago, show detailed preservation of soft tissues, suggesting that rapid sedimentation and specific chemical conditions can lead to quick fossilization. The Petrified Forest National Park in Arizona contains trees that have turned to stone through mineral replacement. The petrified wood in this park dates back to around 225 million years ago. Silica-rich water rapidly permeated the wood, replacing organic material with minerals. The rapid mineralization seen in petrified wood demonstrates how organic matter can be preserved quickly under the right conditions. Well-preserved mammoths discovered in Siberian permafrost, such as the Yucca mammoth, which dates to around 39,000 years ago, show that freezing can rapidly preserve organic material. While not mineralized, these specimens retain hair, skin, and other tissues, illustrating how rapid encapsulation in ice can prevent decay. The process of dating geological and archaeological materials is traditionally rooted in the belief that fossilization and mineralization require long periods. However, the evidence laid out here suggests that under specific environmental conditions, these processes can occur much more rapidly, challenging the traditional understanding. In regions with heavy rainfall and seismic activity, such as the Himalayas and the Andes, mudslides and landslides can quickly bury organic material. The melting of glaciers at the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 to 15,000 years ago, caused significant mudslides, potentially leading to rapid burial and preservation of organic matter. These events create high-pressure, anaerobic conditions that slow decomposition and promote mineralization. Volcanic eruptions, such as the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, can rapidly cover large areas with ash and lava, burying and preserving plants and animals under mineral-rich layers. The heat and pressure from volcanic activity, along with the mineral content of the ash, facilitate quick fossilization. Major floods, like the Missoula floods occurring around 13,000 to 15,000 years ago, can rapidly transport and deposit organic material in sediment. The quick burial in anoxic, waterlogged conditions promotes preservation. These floods released enormous volumes of water, depositing thick sediment layers and potentially preserving organic material. Areas with hydrothermal springs or geysers, such as those in Yellowstone National Park, can rapidly mineralize organic material due to the high concentration of dissolved minerals in the water. Hydrothermal activity has been ongoing for millennia, providing ideal conditions for rapid mineralization. Mythological accounts, such as Noah's flood from the Bible, may also reflect ancient memories of catastrophic flood events that rapidly buried and preserved organic material. While these events are often interpreted through cultural and religious lenses, they align with scientific evidence of rapid fossilization observed in geological records. The Tollund Man, discovered in a Danish peat bog and dating back to around 400 BC, is an example of human remains preserved in acidic, low-oxygen conditions. The preservation of skin, hair, and internal organs in bog bodies supports the idea that certain conditions can rapidly preserve soft tissues. Fossil sites like the Burgess Shale and Solnhofen limestone are known for exceptional preservation of soft tissues in animals. The Burgess Shale, dating to around 508 million years ago, and the Solnhofen limestone, dating to around 150 million years ago, show detailed preservation of soft tissues, suggesting that rapid sedimentation and specific chemical conditions can lead to quick fossilization. The Petrified Forest National Park in Arizona contains trees that have turned to stone through mineral replacement, allegedly dating back to around 225 million years ago. Silica-rich water rapidly permeated the wood, replacing organic material with minerals. This rapid mineralization demonstrates how organic matter can be preserved quickly under the right conditions, but could the process alter the composition enough to give inaccurate dating? Well-preserved mammoths discovered in Siberian permafrost, such as the Yucca mammoth, dating to around 39,000 years ago, show that freezing can rapidly preserve organic material. These specimens retain hair, skin, and other tissues, illustrating how rapid encapsulation in ice can even prevent decay. Nucleophilic substitution, a process where a nucleophile replaces a leaving group in a molecule, can alter the chemical composition of bones, wood, and stone, impacting their dating. In bones, nucleophiles like O ions can invade and replace calcium and phosphate ions in hydroxyapatite, altering the bone structure. This can occur quickly in environments with high moisture and electrical activity, such as mudslides or wet soils. When these bones are dated using radiocarbon dating, the altered chemical composition can lead to incorrect age estimates, as the new minerals can skew the original carbon signals. In bones, which are primarily composed of hydroxyapatite, Ka-POO, nucleophilic substitution can occur when hydroxide ions invade the bone structure and replace essential ions like calcium Ka2 and phosphate PO3. This substitution changes the composition of hydroxyapatite, potentially altering the bone's structural integrity and chemical makeup. The impact of nucleophilic substitution on bones becomes particularly relevant in the context of dating archaeological or paleontological specimens. Techniques such as radiocarbon dating rely on measuring the decay of radioactive carbon isotopes, like C14, in organic material to estimate its age. However, bones affected by nucleophilic substitution may contain altered minerals that skew the original carbon signals used for dating. This alteration can lead to inaccurate age estimates because the new minerals formed through substitution may not accurately reflect the original carbon composition or decay signals. In wood, nucleophilic substitution can lead to significant challenges, particularly in environments like hot springs or volcanic ash deposits, where mineral-rich water permeates the organic material. The replacement of organic molecules in wood with minerals like silica or feldspar can happen quickly under these conditions. This rapid mineralization process can interfere with dendrochronology and radiocarbon dating by altering or replacing the original carbon content of the wood, making it difficult to pinpoint the wood's true age accurately. Stone, particularly sedimentary rocks containing fossils, is also affected by nucleophilic substitution. In areas with significant hydrothermal activity or volcanic influence, the original minerals in the stone can be replaced by others, altering the stone's composition. This substitution can occur relatively quickly and can complicate dating techniques like uranium-lead or potassium-argon dating, which rely on the original mineral content to determine age. The introduction of new minerals through nucleophilic substitution can reset or obscure the dating signals, making it challenging to determine the stone's precise age. The traditional belief that fossilization and mineralization require long geological periods is based on the assumption that these processes occur slowly under typical conditions. However, the evidence of rapid fossilization in specific environments, such as those created by mudslides, volcanic eruptions, major floods, and hydrothermal activity, suggests that these processes can happen much faster than previously thought. This rapid mineralization, facilitated by nucleophilic substitution and other chemical processes, challenges the notion that long timescales are necessary for fossilization. The presence of well-preserved fossils with detailed soft tissue structures, the rapid mineralization observed in petrified wood, and the preservation of organic material in permafrost all support the idea that under certain conditions, fossilization can occur quickly. This suggests that the dating of fossils and other geological materials should be re-evaluated, taking into account the possibility of rapid fossilization and the potential alterations caused by nucleophilic substitution. Objects and discoveries that have been found embedded in rock suggests they may have undergone rapid mineralization or fossilization processes. The London hammer, discovered in London, Texas, in June 1936, is a peculiar artifact consisting of an iron and wooden handle encased in a concretion of rock composed of limey sandstone and calcite. This artifact, initially thought to be an ancient tool, challenges conventional dating due to its unusual encasement. The hammer itself appears to be modern in origin, but its embedding in solid rock implies a process of rapid mineralization or encasement over an extended period, which has led to debates and speculation among researchers. The Coso artifact, found in 1961 near Olancha, California, is an anomalous discovery, a spark plug found inside a geode-like nodule composed of hardened clay and calcium carbonate. This artifact's discovery raised questions about how such a modern object could become encased in geological material typically associated with slow formation processes. The Coso artifact remains controversial and has sparked limited discussions about rapid mineralization and potential alternative explanations for its formation. The Uffington White Horse, located in Oxfordshire, England, is a striking prehistoric hill figure estimated to date back to the Late Bronze Age, around 1000 BC. Carved into the chalk hillside, the Uffington White Horse consists of trenches filled with crushed white chalk, forming a stylized depiction of a horse visible from a distance. Over millennia, Natural erosion and weathering have preserved this ancient artwork, showcasing how geological processes can contribute to the long-term preservation of cultural and artistic artifacts also. The Tong Child, discovered in 1924 in the Tong limestone quarry in South Africa, is a significant fossil find. It consists of a fossilized skull of a young Australopithecus africanus, an extinct hominid species. The skull was found in sedimentary deposits within a limestone cave system, preserved through natural sedimentation and geological processes over millions of years. The Tong Child provides questionable insights into early human evolution and the conditions that facilitated the preservation of ancient hominid remains. The Ediacaran biota, found in the Edikara Hills of South Australia, represents one of the earliest known assemblages of complex multicellular organisms, allegedly dating back a whopping 541 to 635 million years ago during the late Precambrian period, if such a period existed. These fossilized impressions and casts of soft-bodied organisms are preserved in fine-grained sandstone and shale. The Ediacaran biota provides valuable evidence of early life forms and their preservation through rapid burial in marine sediments, followed by mineralization processes over theorized geological timescales. These examples further illustrate the diversity of objects and organisms that have been preserved through geological and mineralization processes. They challenge traditional views on the timing and mechanisms of fossilization, suggesting that rapid mineralization and encasement can occur under specific environmental conditions and the complex interplay between natural processes and the preservation of organic and inorganic materials over vast and shorter stretches of time. The process of dating geological and archaeological materials is heavily reliant on the belief that long periods are necessary for fossilization. However, the evidence of rapid fossilization under specific environmental conditions, combined with the impact of nucleophilic substitution, challenges this traditional view. Scientists must consider these factors when interpreting dating results, as they may significantly affect the accuracy and reliability of the determined ages, potentially altering our dating history across the board. Minus. Of the fairest glories that mortals may attain, to him is given to sail to the furthest bound. Yet neither ship nor marching feet may find the wondrous way to the gatherings of the Hyperborean people. Yet was it with these that Perseus the warrior chief once feasted, entering their homes, and chanced upon their sacrifices unto the god, those famous offerings of hecatombs of asses. For in their banquets and rich praise Apollon greatly delights, and laughs to see the rampant lewdness of those brutish beasts. Nor is the Musa, muse, a stranger to their life, but on all sides the feet of maidens dancing, the full tones of the lyre and pealing flutes are all astir, with leaves of gleaming laurel bound upon their hair, they throng with happy hearts to join the revel. Illness and wasting old age visit not this hallowed race, but far from toil and battle they dwell secure from fate's remorseless vengeance. Pindar, Pythianode 1027 ff. Trans Conway Greek Lyric c. 5th BC. This land of Hyperborea was believed by the ancient Greeks to lie for all intents and purposes due north on the far shores of world-encircling Okeanos, so it was therefore a place where strange and ancient things might be discovered and glimpses of purer and holier ancient ways of life might be had. By the same association it lay in closer proximity to the ether or spiritual world, among which the dead and the divine spirits dwelt. In some Greek legends, e.g. Perseus, it was a place you had to pass through in order to reach the most remote spatially and temporally remote Cronian regions, the lands of giants, gorgons and harpies, far away in the time before memory, after the world had just begun. As pretty much all peoples north of Macedonia were referred to as barbarians by the ancient Greeks, it is fair to say that far alien Hyperborea sometimes functioned as a narrative form for an acceptable face of barbarism. Like Plato's Atlantis and Plutarch and Homer's Ogygia, it provided a hypostasis of man's universal exotic barbarian past, portrayed as living by higher philosophical ideals more akin to an idealized theocratic Athenian society. Contrast this with the often violent reality of interactions with barbarians closer to home. Hyperboreans were an ancient form of noble barbarians. The solar god Apollo was deemed, as with many of his kind, to have a place of resort far away which he retreated to in winter, as befits the seasonal drama of. Such a belief demonstrates that the cult of Apollon engendered a separate mythos to the agrarian chthonic drama of Demeter, Hades, Persephone, Dionysus. Greek historian Herodotus, Histories 432-36, 4th BC, explains the connection between Hyperborea and Hellas, more specifically the island of Delos, said to be Apollo's birthplace. Concerning the Hyperborean people, neither the Scythians nor any other inhabitants of these lands tell us anything, except perhaps the Estons. And, I think even they say nothing, for if they did, then the Scythians, too, would have told, just as they tell of the one-eyed men. But Hesiod speaks of Hyperboreans, and Homer too in his poem the Epigonoi, if that is truly the work of Homer. But the Delians from Delos say much more about them than any others do. They say that offerings wrapped in straw are brought from the Hyperboreans to Scythia. When these have passed Scythia, each nation in turn receives them from its neighbors until they are carried to the Adriatic Sea, which is the most westerly limit of their journey. From there, they are brought on to the south, the people of Dodona, an important Zeus Apollonian oracle, being the first Greeks to receive them. From Dodona they come down to the Melian Gulf, and are carried across to Euboea, and one city sends them on to another until they come to Charistos. After this, Andros is left out of their journey, for Charistians carry them to Tenos, and Tenians to Delos. Thus, they say, these offerings come to Delos. But on the first journey, the Hyperboreans sent 2 maidens bearing the offerings, to whom the Delians give the names Hyperic and Laodic, and 5 men of their people with them as escort for safe conduct, those who are now called Perpheres and greatly honored at Delos. But when those whom they sent never returned, they took it amiss that they should be condemned always to be sending people and not getting them back, and so they carry the offerings, wrapped in straw, to their borders, and tell their neighbors to send them on from their own country to the next, and the offerings, it is said, come by this conveyance to Delos. I can say of my own knowledge that there is a custom like these offerings. Namely, that when the Thracian and Paeonian women sacrifice to the royal Artemis, they have straw with them while they sacrifice. I know that they do this. The Delian girls and boys cut their hair in honor of these Hyperborean maidens, who died at Delos. The girls before their marriage cut off a tress and lay it on the tomb, wound around a spindle. This tomb is at the foot of an olive tree, on the left hand of the entrance of the temple of Artemis. The Delian boys twine some of their hair around a green stalk, and lay it on the tomb likewise. In this way, then, these maidens are honored by the inhabitants of Delos. These same Delians relate that 2 virgins, Arge and Opes, came from the Hyperboreans by way of the aforesaid peoples to Delos earlier than Hyperic and Laodic. These latter came to bring to Aletheia, i.e. Artemis, the tribute which they had agreed to pay for easing childbearing. But Arge and Opes, they say, came with the gods themselves, i.e. Apollon and Artemis, and received honors of their own from the Delians. For the women collected gifts for them, calling upon their names in the hymn made for them by Olin of Lycia. It was from Delos that the islanders and Ionians learned to sing hymns to Opes and Arge, calling upon their names and collecting gifts. This Olin, after coming from Lycia, also made the other and ancient hymns that are sung at Delos. Furthermore, they say that when the thigh bones are burnt in sacrifice on the altar, the ashes are all cast on the burial place of Opes and Arge, behind the temple of Artemis, looking east, nearest the refectory of the people of Chios. I have said this much of the Hyperboreans, and let it suffice. For I do not tell the story of that Abaris, alleged to be a Hyperborean, who carried the arrow over the whole world, fasting all the while. But if there are men beyond the north wind, Boreas, then there are others beyond the south, and I laugh to see how many have before now drawn maps of the world, not one of them reasonably, for they draw the world as round as if fashioned by compasses, encircled by the Oak-Nose River, and Asia and Europe of a like extent. For myself, I will in a few words indicate the extent of the 2, and how each should be drawn. Film buffs may recall a retelling of the story of Alexander the Great called The Man Who Would Be King, starring Michael Caine and Sean Connery, set in the British Raj. Connery's sergeant major carries a golden arrow as his stick of office. Callimachus, 3 RDC BCE, takes up the description of this relationship with Delos' idealized state. Thou Delos art famed as the most holy of islands, nurse of Apollon's youth. On thee treads not Enyo nor Hades nor the horses of Ares. But every year tithes of first fruits are sent to thee all cities lead up choirs, both those cities which have cast their lots toward the east and those toward the west and those in the south, and the Hyperboreans, peoples which have their homes above the northern shore, a very long-lived race. These first bring the cornstalks and holy sheaves of corn ears, which the Pelasgians of Dodona, i.e. the famous oracle of Zeus, first receive, as these offerings enter their country from afar. Next they come to the holy town and mountains of the Malian land, and thence they sail across to the goodly Lelentian plain of the Abants, i.e. the island of Euboea. And then not long is the voyage from Euboea, since thy havens are nigh thereto. The first to bring thee these offerings from the fair-haired Arimas Poi were Opis and Loxo and happy Hecierge, daughters of Boreas, and those who then were the best of the young men. And they returned no home again, but a happy fate was theirs, and they shall never be without their glory. Verily the girls of Delos, when the sweet-sounded marriage hymn affrights the maidens' quarters, bring offerings of their maiden hair to the maidens, while the boys offer to the young men the first harvest of the down upon their cheeks. Callimachus, hymn 4 to Delos 275 ff. Transmere Greek poet 3rd BC. It appears from these early accounts that the Hyperboreans sent gifts of their first fruits apparently as or within bundles of corn/straw. The accounts vary, to Apollo's supposed birthplace, the once floating, formerly mobile island of Delos. This practice was going on as late as the 2 and CE, according to Pausanias. They also state that two archery-oriented maidens accompanied the archery-oriented Artemis and Apollo to Delos when their mother Leto came pregnant fro Hyperborea, Op's aim, and Argus distanced the Hyperboreae. Furthermore, he mentions the arrow-carrying prophet Abaris the Hyperborean, a holy man druid, from a far-off land who preaches the word of Apollo. The arrow represented accuracy, reach and distance, yet must also have been a symbol of the northeastern steppes tribes, collectively referred to as Scythians, it seems, who were famous throughout the ancient world for their skills in archery and horsemanship. The arrow and the stalk of corn have certain morphological similarities too. In spite of Herodotus and others' proposed location of Hyperborea to the northeast above the Black Sea steppes, other authors such as Apollonius of Rhodes, Argonautica, 3 RDC BCE, suggest a more conventionally Celtic location to the west. Here, he writes of the Argonauts' return voyage via the lower reaches of the Hyperborean river, Eridanos, far unsped Argo under sail, and entered deep into the stream of Eridanos, where once, smitten on the breast by the blazing bolt, Phaethon half-consumed fell from the chariot of Helios into the opening of that deep lake. And even now it belcheth up heavy steam clouds from the smoldering wound. And no bird spreading its light wings can cross that water. But in mid-course it plunges into the flame, fluttering. And all around the maidens, the daughters of Helios, enclosed in tall poplars, wretchedly wail a piteous plaint. And from their eyes they shed on the ground bright drops of amber. These are dried by the sun upon the sand, but whenever the waters of the dark lake flow over the strand before the blast of the wailing wind, then they roll on in a mass into Eridanos with swelling tide. But the Celts have attached this story to them, that these are the tears of Leto's son, Apollon, that are borne along by the eddies, the countless tears that he shed aforetime when he came to the sacred race of the Hyperboreans and left shining heaven at the chiding of his father Zeus, being in wrath concerning his son Asclepios, whom divine Coronis bare in bright Lacra at the mouth of Amiros. And such is the story told among these men. But no desire for food or drink seized the heroes, nor were their thoughts turned to joy. But they were sorely afflicted all day, heavy and faint at heart, with the noisome stench, hard to endure, which the streams of Eridanos sent forth from Phaethon still burning, and at night they heard the piercing lament of the Heliades, daughters of Helios, wailing with shrill voice, and as they lamented, their tears were borne on the water like drops of oil. Thence they entered the deep stream of Rhodanos, the Rhone which flows into Eridanos. And where they meet there is a roar of mingling waters. Now that river, rising from the ends of the earth, where are the portals and mansions of Nyx, night on one side bursts forth upon the beach of Oknos, at another pours into the Ionian Sea, and on the third through 7 mouths sends its stream to the Sardinian Sea and its limitless bay. And from Rhodanos they entered stormy lakes, which spread throughout the Celtic mainland of wondrous size, and there they would have met with an inglorious calamity, for a certain branch of the river was bearing them towards a gulf of Oknos. This passage should pique the interest of scholars of Apollonian myths as it contains distinct allusions suggesting a link between the legend of Helios' son Phaethon, etymologically similar to Python, whose stolen son chariot appears to have crashed into a lake, suggested here to lie in the NW reaches of Europe, in which case it must be a reference to either Iceland or a peat bogland on the Atlantic fringe. The noxious vapors and oily waters of chthonic solar putrefaction flow into Eridanus and hence south closer to the known world. Apollonius uses it to represent a challenge to the brave Argonauts, yet mentions the legend of the river's nature was given by the Celts. The Stygian vapors of the rotting Python, slain by Apollo, were of course supposed to be the vapors emitted from the Omphalos at Delphi and inhaled by the Pythian oracle. See my articles on serpents and Norse myth for an in-depth look at their symbolic link to rivers and regeneration. Needless to say, Greek was an Indo-European language in which the P and K sounds often switch, Python and Chthon linked to this earthy putrefied origin. The river Eridanus therefore seems to be somewhat Stygian in aspect. It is interesting to speculate if the quadriga statue from Delphi was supposed to be a representation of this, or simply of a racing quadriga. The Greeks certainly used the name Eridanus for the river Po, now in northern Italy and once the interface between Etruscan and Celtic tribes, such as the Boii. However, its mythical entity was connected with Hyperborea. This perhaps illustrates how the barbarian horizon influenced Hellenic Greek thinking. Ptolemy, 2nd CCE Greek geographer and astronomer, discussed the constellation of Eridanos, near to Cetus, Orion and other mythologically interesting groups associated with the Atlantic mythology. This suggests that it was a sky river befitting the astral reality of northern Hyperborea. There are other mythological indications that this was the case. For instance, Nanos Dionysiaca 23-380 ff. 4 THCCE has the god Dionysos boast. I will drag down from heaven the fiery Eridanos whose course is among the stars, and bring him back to a new home in the Celtic land. He shall be water again, and the sky shall be bare of the river of fire. This no doubt reflects the old Greek association of Eridanus with the Po River, but yet again frames the legends which place Hyperborea beyond that geographical and cultural, religiously potent and mysterious northern horizon, from beyond which geese and swans were noted to migrate in the ancient world. The swan in Europe and Eurasia is a bird strongly associated with legend, and indeed makes an appearance in the Greek mythos of Apollo's Hyperborean servants, the Boreads, sons and daughters of the north wind, Boreas. The race of the Hyperboreans and the honors there paid to Apollon are sung of by poets and are celebrated by historians, among whom is Hecataios, not of Miletos but of a Greek philosopher c. 4th BC. This god has as priests the sons of Boreas, north wind, and Chion, snow, 3 in number, brothers by birth, and 6 cubits in height. So when at the customary time they perform the established ritual of the aforesaid god there swoop down from what are called the Rhipaean mountain swans in clouds, past numbering, and after they have circled round the temple as though they were purifying it by their flight, they descend into the precinct of the temple, an area of immense size and of surpassing beauty. Now whenever the singers sing their hymns to the god and the harpers accompany the chorus with their harmonious music, thereupon the swans also with one accord join in the chant, and never once do they sing a discordant note or out of tune, but as though they had been given the key by the conductor they chant in unison with the natives who are skilled in the sacred melodies. Then when the hymn is finished, the aforesaid winged choristers, so to call them, after their customary service in honor of the god and after singing and celebrating his praises all through the day, depart. Elian on Animals 11:1-2 and DCC. It is worth remembering that in the myth of Perseus, the Grey were 3-word sisters who shared one eye and were tricked by Perseus in order to locate Medusa. They were sometimes portrayed as half-swan. Apollo's mythological mother Leto has a name similar to Leda, the mortal woman bedded by Zeus in the form of a swan. Father Castor and Pollux the Dioscoroi or twins of Gemini. Callimachus' hymn to Apollo refers to the swans, sacred to the Muses, who circled over his birth on Delos singing their hymns. Callimachus, hymn 4 to Delos 248 ff. Transmere Greek poet c. 3rd BC. With music, the swans, the god's own minstrels, left Maeonian Pactalos encircled 7 times round Delos, and sang over the bed of childbirth, i.e. of Apollon, the Musai's birds, most musical of all birds that fly. Hence that child in after days strung the lyre with just so many strings, 7 strings, since 7 times the swans sang over the pangs of birth. No 8 times sang they, ere that the child leapt forth. The legend of Phaethon has a number of versions in which his friend Cygnus turns himself into a swan and plunges into Eridanus in grief for his death. The mournful tone of their song, the whistling noise of their wings, the association with the north and hence the far reaches of Okeanos and the otherworld made swans potent creatures in ancient European myths, as the tale of the children of Lear from Ireland and the descriptions of Valkyries as swan maidens from the Norse Edda myths suggest. Apollo's annual migration to his beloved Hyperborea must have been a parallel metaphor to the migrations of the beautiful white birds. I must say I do not align fully with all of these concepts as of right now, however they are dots on the board. Belenus/Apollo. Belenus is another solar deity, known also as the Celtic god of fire, an ancient deity worshipped across Celtic regions, holds significant historical and cultural importance. This divine figure, whose personal name might be connected with divine names of radiance and healing, embodies the essence of brightness and brilliance, marking him as a key figure in celebrating renewal and fertility. The deity, often associated with pastoralism and the Beltane festival, symbolizes the fire's transformative power and the sun's radiant energy. Furthermore, the place name of his prominent sanctuary in Aquileia suggests that Belenus's worship, stretching from the Italian peninsula to the British Isles, may have been interwoven with the worship of other deities, possibly indicating more different names and forms of this versatile god. During the Roman period, Belenus was identified with Apollo, expanding his worship even more and perhaps connecting with the cults of 3rd century emperors Diocletian and Maximian, each of whom sought divine favor in turbulent times. Noricum inscriptions dedicated to Belenus sometimes show a syncretism with the Roman pantheon, suggesting a complex interplay of divine names and attributes. Explore the depth of Belenus's legacy, the Celtic god of fire, and unravel the mystery surrounding this revered figure in Celtic mythology. Who is Belenus? Belenus, an ancient Celtic deity revered for his enigmatic qualities and influential impact on Celtic culture across various regions, stands as a testament to the power of divine names in shaping religious and cultural identities. His role as the Scottish god of fire and his association with divine entities like Manannán mac Lir enrich our understanding of the interconnectedness of Celtic deities. In this section, we delve into the origins and characteristics of Belenus, shedding light on his importance in the Celtic pantheon and exploring how the personal name and place name connected with his worship reflect the widespread adoration he enjoyed. Tributes in Celtic mythology, embodying him as the bright and shining one, often equated with the sun itself. His worship, extending from the Italian peninsula to the British Isles, showcases the deity's far-reaching influence. The place name of Aquileia, where his primary sanctuary was located, along with Concordia and Ioleum, further illustrates the geographical spread and the rich tapestry of stories connected with Belenus. The worship of Belenus intersected with pastoralism, reflecting his association with fertility and abundance. This divine figure embodies the vitality of nature and the bountiful blessings bestowed upon Celtic tribes. His connection with the festival of Beltane, a celebration of fire and renewal, alongside the medicinal properties of the henbane plant, further highlights his importance in Celtic festivities and his role as a healer and protector. These symbols and associations, including the horse and wheel, represented the power and energy present in Celtic society and the natural world, tied closely to Belenus's divine presence. Exploring the stories and worship associated with Belenus opens a gateway to understanding the rich tapestry of Celtic mythology, revealing a complex panorama of divine names, personal names, and the places sacred to his followers. The intricate relationship between Belenus and symbols like the horse and wheel highlights his role as a divine figure influencing various aspects of life, cementing his status as a protector of the tribes that worshipped him. Belenus and his associative significant symbols connected to Belenus, such as the horse and wheel, embody the intricate relationship between the divine and natural world in Celtic myth and legend. As the Gaulish deity whose worship was widespread, Belenus's presence from Britain and Ireland to the broader Celtic world symbolizes the god's far-reaching influence, demonstrating the enduring legacy of Celtic deities and their complex pantheon. Explore the rich tapestry of celebrations and festivals associated with Belenus, the revered Celtic god. These festivities offer insights into the cultural significance and worship practices surrounding Belenus across Celtic regions. Beltane, a prominent festival in Celtic lore, is deeply intertwined with the worship of Belenus. Held on the eve of May 1st, this ancient celebration marks the arrival of summer and is considered one of the most important in the Celtic calendar. It is believed that Belenus played a central role in this festival, which focused on fire rituals, fertility, and the ushering in of prosperity, embodying the spirit of the Celtic fire god. Nation. Communities would gather around bonfires and leap over the flames for good fortune and protection, invoking the energy of Belenus. As a deity associated with the sun's radiance, Belenus' presence was especially honored during Beltane, with offerings and prayers dedicated to him, affirming his identity as the Celtic sun god. Maypole dances, a popular tradition during Beltane, also held symbolic significance in connection to Belenus. The dance around the decorated pole represented the growth and vitality associated with the Celtic god. Saint Bonnet, a festivity linked to Belenus. Saint Bonnet, a feast day celebrated on the 15th of May, is believed to have connections to Belenus. In some Celtic communities, this particular festivity became intertwined with the worship of the ancient god, reflecting the enduring legacy of Belenus into the later 4th century and beyond. During Saint Bonnet, locals would gather in sacred groves or near ancient monuments associated with Belenus to honor their heritage and pay tribute to the deity, showcasing the god's significance in both the spiritual and physical landscape of the Celts. Ceremonies often involved processions, music, and communal feasting as a way to express devotion to Belenus and seek blessings for the year ahead, demonstrating the community's deep-rooted connection with the deity. Offerings of flowers, herbs, and other natural elements were made at Belenus sacred sites during Saint Bonnet, representing gratitude and seeking favors from the deity. Belenos. Belenos. Gaulish, bright, shining. Also, Beli/Belimar, Belenus. Belly, shining, Carey says it may be connected to Belisa Henbane. The Gaulish, continental Celtic god of light, identified with Apollo via Interpretatio Romana. It is conjectured that he is the patron of Beltane, the 1st of May, and the god referred to by Julius Caesar as Apollo. The identification with Beltane is likely based on two texts, Cormac's Glossary, which says that Beltane is named for Bel, and that cattle were driven through two bonfires to purify them. The same idea is echoed in Tokmarchamire. To Beldine, i.e. Belton, viz. a favoring fire. For the Druids used to make two fires with great incantations, and to drive the cattle between them against the plagues every year. Or to Belden, viz. Bel, the name of an idol. At that time the young of every neat were placed in the possession of Bel. Beldine, then Belton. If there is any possible basis for this idea, it is perhaps that Belenos, like Apollo, may have had some special association not only with the sun or fire, but with cattle as well. Of course, it could also be that these two Irish texts were extrapolating from Belenos' name Bel-, referring to shining. Elsewhere, Belenos is also possibly associated with prophecy. If the editors of the Celtic Culture Encyclopedia are correct, his name may be derived from Belisa, the word for henbane, a psychoactive drug. This would strengthen his tie to Apollo, who has his own famous oracle at Delphi. His name may be related to the god Mars Beladikadros, or Mars the Shining One. While Belenus is referred to as Apollo and Beladikadros as Mars, the Interpretatio Romana should not be a stumbling block when one sees the similarities. Sites of worship. The healing wells at Saint Sabine, Burgundy, were dedicated to Apollo Belenus. Other inscriptions to Belenos have been found in Aquileia, Sylvie 732-755, Provence, Nîmes, where he is carved onto a jewel, Sylvie 5693, 12, and depicted as an older man in a tunic, Sylvie 5958, Ilium Carnicum, Sylvie 1829, Concordia, Sylvie 1866, Altinum, Sylvie 2143-2146, Rome, Sylvie 2800, and Rimini, Sylvie 353. There are also a few Gaulish inscriptions, such as at Saint Chamas, Rig IG-28, Marseille, Rig 1G-24 partially destroyed, and Satin Remy de Provence, Rig IG-63. Sylvie 732-755 and 8212 all refer to Belenus either simply as Belenus, or with Apollo or Augustus attached. Classical references. Belenos is one of those rare Celtic gods who made an impression not only in Roman consciousness, but in Christian, too, for he is mentioned by Tertullian as being worshipped by the Noricii tribe, at that time part of the Noricum province, now Austria. Ausonius, a Gallo-Roman poet of the late 4th century, speaks not only of the Druids of Bordeaux, but of one Fabricius, priest of the temple of Belenus. Another tie to Apollo is found in the history of Herodian, his reported appearance above a battlefield in Aquileia, Italy. The Emperor Maximinus besieged the city in 238. According to Herodianos, oracles testified that the city would be protected by Belenos, who was later attested to have been seen hovering over the soldiers, not unlike the Angel of Mons in WWI. The city did withstand the siege, outlasting the emperor, who was assassinated within 4 months. Medieval survival. Later legend makes him king of Britain, in the form of Bali Mar, Bali the Great. See the entry on Bali Mar for the complications on this identification. Elsewhere, namely in the history of the kings of Britain, Belenus is made the brother of Brennus, Bran, and his rival. This rivalry may be a half-remembrance of the battles between the children of Dawn and the children of Lir, as Bran was the son of Lir, and Bali the consort of Dawn. Geographically speaking, Belenus lives on. He gave his name to Beligna, Italy, while Berinton, Brittany may be connected to him also, 2 locations connected to Troy and claim the same lineage. Minus. There is at least one record which appears to describe an actual case of the Celts worshipping a Greek god. This is found in the writings of Diodorus Siculus. He lived in the 1st century BC. However, in one part of his writings, he described a report from a much earlier Greek traveler. This was Hecataeus of Abdera, who lived in the 4th century BC. According to Hecataeus, there was an island beyond the land of the Celts, meaning Gaul or France. It was at least as big as Sicily. This is widely understood to be a reference to Britain. In this account, it was called Hyperborea. This place name was usually applied to the region beyond Scythia, but it was flexible and could sometimes be used for other northern locations. In this account, Hecataeus explains that the people of this island worshipped Apollo as their chief god. Of course, this could be just another example of the Greeks applying the names of their own gods onto similar barbarian ones. Nonetheless, a closer examination of this account indicates that it really does refer to the Greek god Apollo. In this account of ancient Britain, Hecataeus explains why the inhabitants worshipped Apollo as their chief god. He says they believed that Leto was born on the island. Leto was the mother of Apollo from Greek mythology. The fact that this account specifically refers to goddess Leto as well as god Apollo is interesting. It lends credence to the idea that it really does refer to figures from Greek mythology. Furthermore, the account mentions that the kings of a certain city on this island called themselves Boreadae. They had that name because they were allegedly descendants of Boreas. Boreas was the god of the north wind in Greek mythology. It should be noted that this account specifically says these kings were called Boreadae. Therefore, this does not appear to be an instance of the Greeks using their own term for something which had a different name to the Celts. Rather, it appears that the Celts of Britain really did use the term Boreadae. At least, that is what the record claims. Hence, there was an awareness of Greek mythology. The reference to Apollo specifically in conjunction with Leto supports this conclusion. In southwest Gaul, there are inscriptions dedicated to a god called Abellio. This name also appears as Abellio and Abellione. Notice the similarity to the name Apollo. Interestingly, the name of Apollo sometimes appears as Apello in ancient Italy and also as Abellio on ancient Crete. The presence of an on the end of the name of the Celtic god Abellio in one form Abellione also supports a connection. This is because the name of Apollo was also sometimes written as Apollon. Therefore, it may well be that the god of the Celts named Abellio came from the Greek god Apollo. However, the god Abellio is solely found in the southwest region of Gaul. How could this explain the fact that Hecate said that Apollo was the chief god of the Celts of Britain? Etymology. As with most Greek deities, the etymology of the name Apollo has mysterious origins. It does not appear in the Linear B tablets, the earliest surviving text of Greek civilization, written in a syllabic script during the Greek Bronze Age, ca. 1600 to 1100 BC. However, this does not necessarily mean that Apollo was a late addition to the Greek pantheon. The name Paeon, one of Apollo's most common alternate names, does show up in Linear B. Some scholars have posited that the name Apollo is a derivation from Apella, a word in the Doric dialect of ancient Greek that means public assembly. Indeed, the Doric form of the god's name is Apellon. In this interpretation, Apollo translates to he who assembles or he of the assembly, possibly referring to his reputation as the bringer of civilized order and the source of civil constitutions. Gregory Nodge, on the other hand, has argued that Apollo was derived from the words appeal, a noun meaning promise, boast, or threat, and appealon, a verb meaning to make a promise, boast, or threat. Such an etymology would render Apollo the god of authoritative speech, the one who presides over all manner of speech acts, including the realms of song-making in general and poetry in particular. Other names. Apollo was often called Paeon, a name that emphasized his ritual function as a god of healing and protection. This was a very ancient name, perhaps even more ancient than the name Apollo. Another alternative name for Apollo was Phoebus, one of the god's most popular epithets. Many ancient sources call the god Phoebus Apollo or even just Phoebus. The Romans, for example, refer to the god as Phoebus at least as often as they refer to him as Apollo. Other names commonly used to identify Apollo include Loxias, referring to the god's ambiguous oracles, called Loxia, and Lycius, a word that simultaneously evokes light, wolves, and the region of Lycia. Epithets. Apollo's diverse functions were reflected in his many epithets. In addition to titles such as Paeon, Phoebus, Loxias, and Lycius, which sometimes served as alternative names for the god, see above, Apollo was also called Hekulos far shooter, Hekiergos far worker, Epikorios assisting, Aulius healer, Loimios pestilential, and Alexikakos ill-deterring. Other epithets, such as Delios Delian, Pythios Pythian, and Smintheus Sminthian, refer to sites and places of worship considered sacred to Apollo. As a god, Apollo was associated primarily with prophecy, music, and all things beautiful. But he was also regarded as the god of medicine and plague, livestock, colonization, and virtue. Apollo was viewed as the symbol of universal and aesthetic order, civilization, and reason. In this capacity, he would punish the wicked and overbearing. In the arts, Apollo stood for harmony and order, while Dionysus, the other divine patron of the arts, reveled in ecstasy and chaos. This led to the pairing of the Apollonian and Dionysian as the two opposing poles of artistic creation, an opposition made especially famous by the 19th century German philosopher and philologist Friedrich Nietzsche. From earliest antiquity, Apollo was represented in both art and literature as eternally youthful and handsome, with locks of radiant hair, a clean-shaven face, and an athletic but not overly muscular physique. The god was most commonly identified by either a bow or a musical instrument, usually a lyre, but sometimes a more specialized stringed instrument called a cithara. Apollo's symbols were many. In addition to the bow, lyre, and cithara, Apollo was also represented by the tripod, a tall, three-footed structure, sometimes elaborately decorated, used for sacrifices and religious rituals. This object represented Apollo in his function as god of prophecy. The Delphic tripod was the famous tripod on which Apollo's priestesses at Delphi sat and delivered the god's prophecies. Apollo's symbols also included sacred plants, such as the palm tree, the tree under which he was usually said to have been born, the laurel, whose leaves crown those honored by Apollo, and the cypress. The palm tree can be found on the Isles of Wight. The weather there is a small microclimate, with palm trees and sandy beaches, staying warm most of the year. While most British children have spent at least one summer week on the tiny island, most people outside Britain have never heard of it. Apollo's symbols included an array of sacred animals. Among the most important of these were swans and cicadas, symbolizing music and song, ravens, hawks, and crows, his messengers, snakes, connected with prophecy, and wolves, dolphins, deer, mice, and griffins. Minus. Apollo and the Trojan War. During the Trojan War, Apollo vigorously defended the city of Troy. In some traditions, he even had an affair with Hecuba, the queen of Troy. He was also closely associated with the Trojan princess Cassandra, whom he had loved and to whom he had given the art of prophecy. Throughout the conflict, Apollo was a key mover of events. In the early stages of the war, Apollo's rage threatened to undo the Achaeans by causing a rift between the mighty heroes Agamemnon and Achilles. This rift began when Agamemnon carried off Chryses, the daughter of Apollo's priest Chryses, as a war captive. Chryses first tried to ransom his daughter. Failing this, he prayed for Apollo's intercession. "Hear me, god of the silver bow, who stand over Chryse and holy Scylla, and rule mightily over Tenedos, Sminthean god, if ever I roofed over a temple to your pleasing, or if ever I burned to you fat thigh pieces of bulls and goats, fulfill this prayer for me, let the Danaans pay for my tears by your arrows." Apollo immediately came down from heaven, bringing plague and death in his wake, a terrible sight to behold. Down from the peaks of Olympus he strode, angered at heart, bearing on his shoulders his bow and covered quiver. The arrows rattled on the shoulders of the angry god as he moved, and his coming was like the night. Then he sat down apart from the ships and let fly an arrow, terrible was the twang of the silver bow. The mules he assailed first and the swift dogs, but then on the men themselves he let fly his stinging shafts and struck, and constantly the pyres of the dead burned thick. After numerous deaths, the Greeks realized why they were suffering, and Achilles demanded that Agamemnon return Chryses to the offended priest. Agamemnon relented, but the goodwill between the two would remain forever broken. Agamemnon took Achilles captive, Brises, to replace Chryses, and in response, Achilles refused to fight anymore for the Greeks. At other points in the conflict, Apollo fought on the side of the Trojans or interceded on behalf of Trojan heroes such as Aeneas and Hector. When the former fell injured on the battlefield at the hands of Diomedes, Apollo enveloped the scene with a fog that protected Aeneas. Apollo also helped Hector kill Achilles' dearest friend, Patroclus. When Patroclus entered the battle in Achilles' invincible armor 39 later, Apollo would use his power again with Hector, who had been bested by Achilles in hand-to-hand combat. When Achilles finally vanquished Hector, Apollo used his protective mist to cover the body, which Achilles had wanted to mutilate in his triumph and rage. In the end, Apollo brought about the death of the nearly invincible Achilles. Apollo had long nursed a grudge against Achilles for slaying his son Tens before the Trojan War began. In most traditions, Apollo guided an arrow shot by the Trojan prince Paris to kill Achilles. Other accounts exist on the death of Achilles. Minus. Apollo appears in one of his earliest known forms as Utu Shamish in Mesopotamia. Here, the inspiration is crystal clear. Like Apollo and Helios, Utu is a solar god and a charioteer. Like Apollo, Utu has a sister who becomes the consort of Semitic deities, most famously Dumuzi or Tammuz. Totems associated with Ucha's sister, the Aryan Inanna/Ishtar, are the lion, the dove, and the planet Venus. Here Greek equivalent is Venus. All of this details indicate her as Aryan according to this study. Indeed, one of the manners in which the Aryan solar deity has been demoted through the passage of time is through his association with the wolf in lieu of the lion. Here, not only is the Aryan solar deity associated with a weaker animal, he is associated with a nocturnal animal. This phenomena is identical to the association of Aryan figures like Diana with the lunar aspect. Jewish esotericists continue this trend today of associating the Apollonian or Aryan with the Lupin. There, frequently, names that mean or reference wolf indicate a character who is Aryan. Yet, where this association of Aryan with wolf occurs most dramatically is in Genesis when Jacob is blessing his children. There Jacob assigns his Aryan son Benjamin the totem of the wolf, while awarding Judah the symbol of the lion. This seminal moment in myth we will refer to as the Jacobean swap. The goal here is, clearly, to demote the Aryan, traditionally associated with the lion, beneath the Jew. This is gem writ large. Indeed, the passage contains more Jed than this. To wit, Benjamin is a ravenous wolf, in the morning he devours the prey, and in the evening he divides the plunder. In other words, the Aryan wolf, like Apollo, is understood as the founder, the hunter and the provider. The tribe of Judah, on the other hand, is understood the inheritor and beneficiary, the lion to whom the plunder is proffered. Here Jacob effectively switches the birthrights of these two sons, as he himself traded his lowly birthright for the high birthright of his firstborn Aryan brother Esau. With this understanding that the Aryan is the wolf, we receive great clarity to the notion of the false prophet who is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Here we understand why Jesus warns against ravening wolves in sheep's clothing, yet is willing to send his followers among wolves like sheep, instructing them to be wise as serpents yet appearing as doves. The answer is, simply, animal symbolism, where Jews are understood as serpents and Aryans as wolves. In other words, in a characteristically Jewish manner, the New Testament advocates tekiah for Jews and Christians or serpents, but condemns tekiah for Aryans or wolves. In Revelation 13, a ravening wolf in sheep's clothing also appears. There, a false prophet is described as a beast having two horns, head like a lamb, body as a sheep, tail like a wolf, and feet like a goat. References to the Tiferet in 666, the number with which this wolf-tailed beast may be closely associated, will also corroborate him as Aryan. Our study will explicate these details. Here, it is necessary to understand that wolf was one of the notable symbols of Apollo in the ancient world. We see this in Apollonian epithets like Apollo Lycoctonus, meaning wolf, and Apollo Lysigens, meaning born of wolf. This symbolism carries over to Rome. For example, that Romulus, the first and eponymous king of Rome, was understood as suckled by a she-wolf, indicates, unequivocally, an Aryan beginning in Rome. Indeed, his lineage as the son of Mars and the wood spirit Rhea Silvia confirms this lineage. However, this association between Apollo and the wolf, whether appearing esoterically in the biblical context or explicitly in the Greek context, was doubtlessly Semitic in its original development. It's my speculation as well that its inauguration was perhaps disguised as a kind of honoring, false flattery, or pseudo-veneration. Here, gem is slipped in, disguised by tone. Aryans are sold on a noble wolf. Given the honored place Apollo held through long periods in the Greek world, it is curious indeed that the epithet was accepted at all on any scale. Then again, we will see many instances where myth appears to have been development to demote Apollo, however subtly and gradually. Indeed, the reputation of the wolf in the ancient world, particularly as they became characterized in Greece, does not appear to be very high. This epithet is especially an affront to the extent it shares any connection to the two other salient figures connected to wolves in Greek myth. These figures are Lycaon and Autolycus. Indeed, by their names they might be considered definitive representatives of the figure of the wolf. Lycaon means wolf and Autolycus means the wolf itself or very wolf. Both are certainly Semitic figures. In fact, by the association of Apollo with the wolf, here we may encounter the equivalent of the Jacobean swap yet occurring in the broader pagan world. In Lycaon's tale, Lycaon cooks and serves one of his own children to Jupiter as a test of the god's omnipotence. Given a consumption motif that appears in myth, particularly in biblical myth, where consumption of resources appears as a metaphor for racial intermixing, possibly this appears as a metaphor for Lycaon seeking to admit his blood among the Aryan nobility. This would repeat a symbolism found with the Jewish Christ's giving of his blood in the form of wine. For example, Lycaon and his surviving children are turned into wolves by Jupiter as punishment for Lycaon's trickery. The tale shares striking similarities with the deception of Jupiter by the Semitic figure of Prometheus, as this study explores. In both, Jupiter is given a bad faith food offering by a Semitic figure. Lycaon was the son of Pelasgus, the eponymous ancestor of the Pelestians, whom I posit in this study to be Jews or Proto-Jews, at least in their original influential form. Autolycus, for his part, is the son of the Semitic Mercury and was a notorious thief and charlatan. In fact, the myths contrast him very deliberately with his talented stepbrother, Philemon, whom was the son of Apollo and a master musician. In any case, the reputation of the wolf here is very clearly understood as the very opposite of that attributed to Apollo. Apollo was the god of truth. He was the last to hide in a wolf's clothing. It's possible as well that the wolf as a symbol is a reference to racial cuckoldry against Apollo and therefore Aryans more generally. Indeed, Coronis Crow or Raven, one of Apollo's lovers, was unfaithful with him while pregnant with his son Asclepius. One of the names given for her lover is Lycus, meaning wolf. It is perhaps indicated that this lover is the real father of Asclepius. Maybe epithets like Apollo lysogens or the idea of wolf or Lycus associated with Apollo or Aryans becomes ultimately a play on words, especially for instance in the New Testament. Strong's exhaustive concordance suggests the word Lycos appearing in the New Testament and describing a wolfish or cruel person is akin to the base of Lukos, from the whitish hair. Lukos means white. In fact, the origin of this slur of Apollo as wolf may have theoretically developed from common Apollonian epithets like Lyceus, which meant light in the Proto-Greek but came to mean wolf. The term lyceum, meaning a hall for educational lectures and instructions, is a reference to the temple of Apollo and derives as well from these words. Indeed, we should make certain to attach the correct, original and moralizing etymology of light or white and not wolf to this word. In any case, it appears that the ravenous wolf has since ancient times been associated with gluttony, whether sexual or otherwise. In Rome, for instance, the slang word lupa appears as a term for whore. Lupa means she-wolf. It seems fair to wonder if this term developed and persisted as an esoterically rendered ethnic slur. Regardless, this connection between prostitute and wolf persisted through the Middle Ages. In Elizabethan times, the term wolf became associated with sexually aggressive males. Today, the term wolf is still used to describe a womanizer. Doubtlessly, it appeared first in this manner as an expression of vexation. Possibly underlying the development and appearance of this term may be the idea of an Aryan sexual competitor. In my estimation as well, the myth of the werewolf also developed as an esoteric slur against Aryans. By my interpretation, the myth of the full moon triggering this metamorphosis is a reference to the Semitic lunar power demoting the Aryan man to wolf. That he is slain only by a silver bullet, a lunar medal, long associated with the moon more generally, is also meaningful. As the Christian, dominated by a Semitic god, he is both demoted and made vulnerable and mortal. As a remedy to this insult the wolf, I recommend the epithet Apollo Leo in addition to epithets that suggest his solar power. Here it will be clearly understood that Leo has no connection whatsoever to the nocturnal zodiac symbol but only to the animal. Without putting too fine a point on it, this indicates, Jews, actually we are the lions, as was Utu and as your Hebrew clearly admits. You will respect this now as your insults are now clearly understood. Read the information entitled Controlling Logos by Eating the Ears of Lions. The word Ari, for example, means both Aryan and lion. The gem corroborates the Aryan as symbolized by the lion, with the possible important exception of Judah, who is indicated as a lion's whelp, if not a lion per se. The distinction here may be akin to Adam or man versus son of man or Ben Adam. See the chapter entitled The Spurt and Seducing the Aryan Psyche in book number 3 of this series. Jewish writer John Broome created Wallace Rudolph Wally West for DC Comics in 1959. Rudolph means famous wolf. Stan Lee created Jonathan Lowell Spencer Johnny Storm for Marvel Comics in 1961. Lowell is derived from a Norman French nickname meaning little wolf. Given what we have discussed, the notion of Apollo potentially originating, or at least visiting Britain is pretty clear given the many accounts, place names and indeed legends/history. Then mention of Abaris earlier, a Druidic priest of Apollo, whom was able to flay on a magical dart that he then gave to Pythagoras, shows these Western peoples were not insular and were actually greatly respected, even revered by the later Greek cultures of the Aegean. from the 6th-7th century onwards. The island mentioned to be the size of Sardinia was believed to be Britain. However, construction of circular hangars, wooden and stone, across Britain and Ireland presents a plethora of locations for a potential round temple Apollo. The temple complex of Stonehenge comes to mind, or even the Trojan citadel at Wandlebury Hill in Cambridgeshire, though surprisingly I find Ireland to be more suited. The Emerald Isle has 2 harvests a year, used to have a Stonehenge much larger than that of in England, and also the New Grange complex is an ancient circular construction that is also aligned with the equinoxes as associated with Apollo in his various forms. Indeed, the White Isle contains the palms can be located between Ireland and England in the Irish Sea. We have numerous buried found in England of ancient folk with bows and arrows are to be found up and down the British Isles and over into Scandinavia. Of course, Apollo was a bowman with many tales of his ability to destroy, such as him battling serpents and other powerful beings, as well as mortals. He was also a charioteer, and we know from Caesar's accounts that the Brits were still using the 2-wheeled chariot in the 1st century BC. We shall more on such matters later on. It must be noted that this information, as detailed, is built upon the premise that this higher ancient culture originated in the West, not the East as mainstream history postulates, indeed presents as facts. Well, as for this, the Trojan conflict was in East Anglia and modern-day England, of that I am pretty sure. Apollo was the main deity of worship for the Trojan Dardanians, who were at war with numerous foes, including the Danaans, or Achaeans, whom after the 10-year war, ventured out into the Mediterranean. We had an expulsion of sorts at the end of the 3rd millennium BC, from northwestern Europe into the Mediterranean and Aegean Sea. Trojan Dardanians such as Antenor and Aeneas, who had sold out their own people in allowing the Danaans into the settlement, as told by Dictys Cretinus, were allowed safe passage by the Achaeans. They took what people they had and left. Seemingly one group, after stop-offs in modern-day Portugal and Spain, then branched off with one group taking residency in the Tyrrhene Sea from Sicily onto the mainland, eventually becoming the Etruscans, and the other group carried on into the southwestern Greek islands and eventually to Asia Minor and the location of Hisarlik, the location Schliemann believed, as does conventional institutions, that this was the original Troy. However, the topography, archaeology and classical accounts provides no evidence and makes no reference to this location being the city of Troy. I believe survivors came and bolstered the numbers of their kinsmen in this region as well as in Italy, in doing so left numerous artifacts that show clear linkage between the Trojans, Etruscans and the Brits and Celts. As mentioned prior, Hecataeus mentions a barbarian race occupying the southwest islands of the Aegean in the 5th century BC, which is the location to which we see the arrival and growth of the Doridic culture. The arrival of these barbarians, or barbarians, showed a leveling up of society, from language, traditions, pottery act. The society seemingly after destruction, whether natural or otherwise, was transformed into a more advanced region. Another key indicator was the discovery of a Bronze Age shipwreck found in the eastern Mediterranean. This sunken vessel was transporting tin ingots that under analysis was discovered to have been mined in Cornwall, England. This discovery, as well as others we shall discuss, proves beyond doubt that the ancient British and Irish were more than capable of migrating out of the Atlantic region into the Mediterranean, as trade and commerce, also cultural diffusion, was well underway along this trade route a millennia before the middle of the 2nd millennium BC and presented to us. Mainstream interpretations tell us any cultural advancements came of east to east, with Greek expansion. Yet we have an advanced ancient culture already existing up the northern Atlantic coastline of Europe and Africa, as we shall soon see. Why the Dorians may be Aryans from Britain after the fall of Troy, in Cambridgeshire. It is interesting to note that Achilles was also a relative of Galatea through his mythological mother Thetis, another Nereid. He was of course neither god nor of the same generation as Celtus, which means that Thetis was substituted for his biological mother merely as a mark of honor. In the Bronze Age, there were no civilian or military honors, and the best way to immortalize kings and heroes was to substitute names from the pantheon for one or both of their biological parents. As to the Illyrians, They are mentioned by Thucydides among the barbarians living in Western Greece in his time. Much later they would become so influential that, during the Roman Empire, Greece and part of southern Yugoslavia were known as the prefecture of Illyricum. The close relationship between Galatea, Celtus and Achilles is evidence that Homer's epics are of Celtic origin. In this context, it is interesting to note that several specialists of the Celts actually compared the Celtic culture in Western Europe with Homeric culture, as both the vernacular Celtic epics and Homeric epics are heroic, both recount warrior aristocracy, both describe warriors fighting from two-wheeled, horse-drawn chariots, and both show the highest esteem for individual courage. But few suspected that Homer himself originated from the Atlantic seaboard, and those who did found it impossible to prove, because of the second major question we have to answer. If one assumes that the Trojan War was a conflict between Celts fought in Western Europe, how could Egypt, Lesbos, Crete, Cyprus and Syria be only a few days sailing from Troy? This question remained an unsurmountable problem until it dawned on me that in Homer's time these places had entirely different names, as has been mentioned by various classical authors. For instance, Lesbos was called Issa, Cyprus was Elastia, Crete was Caftor, Syria was Aram, Rhodos was Ophiusa, Hellas was Pelasgia, while Egypt was called Kini or Mizum as today, in Hebrew Mitzrayim, also unchanged until today, while the Nile was the or Happy the Great. The geographical names mentioned by Homer must therefore have designated other places, which I believe were situated in Western Europe. The Sea Peoples. It seems that there has been a transfer of place names from Western Europe to the Mediterranean, just as European colonists later gave familiar names to places in the Americas and in other parts of the world. In the Bronze Age, the transfer of place names was likely attributable to the Sea Peoples, who, judging by their names as recorded by the Egyptians, were mostly Celts and Gauls from the Atlantic seaboard who sailed into the Mediterranean during the 2nd millennium BC. What is more, Herodotus tells us that the city of Athens was founded by a non-Greek people. The Pelasgians is one theory, whose name literally means sea peoples in Greek. According to him, the Pelasgian immigrants changed the names of many Greek towns. The Pelasgians seem to be the same people as Homer's Achaeans, who were originally not Greeks, as translators always made us believe, as their name means who dwell on the water, Gothic aqua, just as Latin aqua, meaning water. Given that we see the arrival in the Aegean, Greece and southern Anatolia of the Doridic peoples around this period, it is possible that this arrival or influx of people would go by numerous names that have been attributed by various chroniclers and historians. The Spartans and Macedonians both claim Doridic descent. Doris is the alleged mother country of the Dorian conquerors of the Peloponnese. It was a small district in central Greece, lying between Mounts Oeta, modern Oiti, and Parnassus, and consisting of a narrow valley nowhere exceeding 4 miles, 6 kilometers, in breadth, with only 4 small townships. Given their presence is located, as I say, from the mainland, around the archipelago through Crete, the earliest references to the island of Crete come from texts from the Syrian city of Mari dating from the 18th century BC, where the island is referred to as Captora. This is repeated later in Neo-Assyrian records and the Bible, Caftor, and into southern Anatolia. The presence was very strong and showed the strength of the wider nation of Doridic peoples. The area in southern Anatolia known as Lycia in the Classical Age is a mountainous region in southwest Anatolia, also known as Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey. The earliest references to Lycia can be traced through Hittite texts to sometime before 1200 BC, where it is known as the Luca. According to the historians, Luca means land of the light. Lycia was ruled by Syrian king Antiochus III starting from the end of the 2nd century BC until mid-2nd century BC. In the mid-1st century BC, Lycian League was established, which comprised of 23 cities. Wilkins claims that the invaders can be identified as the Sea Peoples and were also known as Achaeans and Pelasgians, who settled the Aegean and mainland Greece. This matches Spanoth's identification of the Sea Peoples recorded by the Egyptians as originating in the North Sea. Spanoth went further and claimed that those North Sea peoples were in fact the Atlanteans. From 1180 to 1100, Hisarlik was indeed inhabited by a non-local people. They were the survivors of the greatest war of prehistory, when Troy on the Gog-Magog hills in Cambridgeshire, England, was destroyed. Here, countless bronze weapons and other remains of a major war in the Late Bronze Age have been found. The Achaeans are documented in the Iliad to have built 1,186 ships for their attack on Troy, yet they could have traveled the short distance overland far quicker and cheaper if Troy really had been in the Turkish setting and establishes clear supply lines as would be proficient in a military campaign as we witnessed as late as the Crusades from Europe into the Levant. Odysseus, in Homer's Odyssey, claimed to have got home by traveling as a passenger on a ship going from Crete to Sidon, present-day Saida and Lebanon, but that is the opposite direction he needed to go in the Mediterranean setting. Agamemnon tells us it took him a full month to sail from his kingdom Argos to Ithaca. We know the trip takes less than 24 hours in the Mediterranean setting. The mythical location for Troy in Turkey is far too small to accommodate the invading army of about 100,000 men and the long pursuits in horse-drawn chariots. The extensively traveled Greek geographer Strabo, who lived 2,000 years ago, 1,200 years after the Trojan War, believed that some of the ports of call in the Odyssey should be found in the Atlantic because of the mention of tides that do not really exist in the Mediterranean. We have as was called the wide ruling king Agamemnon, whom ruled over a small corner of the Peloponnesus, but most appropriate an epithet unjustified if in Western Europe, where he ruled over a very vast territory indeed, stretching from the Gironde in southwest France to the Rhine near Cologne in Germany. We can therefore consider Agamemnon as the first king of France of documented history, whose capital was Mycenae, situated on the Seine southeast of Paris. His kingdom was called Argos, a name preserved by the Argonne region in northern France. Here, river names have changed very little over time. For instance, the Ornia River in Homer is now the Orne. The same is true for many towns, such as Cleone, now Cleon, and Gonis, now Gonis, both situated near the Seine. But other names changed beyond recognition, such as Corinth, which became Corinths although it was still called Corinthia in the Middle Ages. Similarly, Homer's Tiryns was still called Tyrins in the Middle Ages, but has since changed its name to Thur Harcourt, a little town in Normandy. As to Agamemnon's capital Mycenae, it was renamed Troyes probably after his victory, just as in our era the names of victorious battles are given to avenues, squares and buildings in our cities. The Achaeans had waged a war under the command of Agamemnon against a nation overseas, the Troad, which was the Bronze Age name of England. Here Troy stood on the Gog-Magog hills near Cambridge, these hills owing their name to a terrible battle mentioned in the Bible by the prophet Ezekiel. At a height of about 100 meters above sea level, they form a plateau wide enough for a city with wide streets and a population of 50,000. In the adjacent plain, hundreds of bronze arms have been found. Here, the names of all rivers mentioned by Homer can be identified between the Didon Woods and the Wash, which was a bay wide enough for the huge fleet of 1,186 ships. It was also possible to identify many towns destroyed by Achilles in the region, while 2 Gant war dikes still exist. The Achaean army was installed on the south coast of the Wash, which was some 40 kilometers further inland, close to Little Port and Schiphia Hill, both places now situated in the middle of the fenlands. There remains the crucial question as to why 29 regiments of continental Celts would wage a war against other Celts in England who had the same language and religion. The reason for this war seems to have been to secure free access to Cornish tin. Just like in recent times, 29 allies united in the Gulf War to secure their free access to the sources of crude oil in the Middle East, though other powers may have also been at play during this conflict. In the Bronze Age, tin was as important for the economy as crude oil today, as it is needed to make bronze, which is an alloy of about 90% copper and 10% tin. Whereas copper is found in many places in Europe, tin was found virtually exclusively in 2 regions, Cornwall and Brittany. But we know from archaeological research that the tin mines in western France were already worked out by 1200 BC. For this reason, arsenic had to be used to indurate copper, with dire consequences for people's health as attested by examination of skeletons dating from the period. As this coincides with the time of the Trojan War, it is likely that access to tin was the real cause of the conflict. Commerce was no alternative, as the Continentals had nothing of great value to offer in exchange, the British Isles being also rich in gold, silver and copper. Without tin, The continent would virtually have returned to Stone Age living conditions, forcing King Agamemnon, whom Homer called leader of men, to launch the greatest war of prehistory. The 28 regiments of Agamemnon's allies came from regions as far apart as South Spain and South Scandinavia. Among those from Spain were Odysseus, whose real name was Nanus according to the 1st century Byzantine scholar Tzetzes, whose island kingdom was in the present province of Cadiz, where all the islands are now part of the mainland due to the silting up of the coastal areas by the Guadalquivir and Guadalete rivers. Among the allies, only Odysseus was reticent to participate in the war because he must have believed that tin could always be obtained from seafarers stopping over in the harbor of Ithaca, which was the well-situated port in Europe, Cadiz. Among Odysseus' neighbors were Nestor, king of Pylos, now called Pylos, who had the epithet horseman of Gerenia after the present town of Gerena in the same region, and Menelaus, king of Sparta, who lived in a town at the foot of the Espartros mountain, which was renamed Moron by the Moors. Nearby was also Homer's Sidon, presently Medina Sidonia. The other famous ally of Agamemnon was Achilles, prince of deep-soiled Phthia in the Low Countries, where is the fertile delta of the Rhine, Meuse and Scheldt rivers. On ancient maps, the name of the Scheldt is spelled as Celt, a name which some believe to be cognate with Celts. They may well be right, as we find also a village called Galatea on ancient maps of the region, after the mythological mother of the Celts, whose name means milk-white. In Homer's time, Phthia appears to have been the most important religious center of the Celts living on both sides of the North Sea. For reasons of secrecy, the Achaean fleet therefore assembled in a remote region of Denmark. Here the port of Aulis was situated in the province of Aalborg in North Jutland, where, near the village of Norse, hecatomb of 100 small ships of gold leaf were found dating from around 1200 BC. The treasure of Norse, which is now in the National Museum of Copenhagen, was quite probably a votive offering by the Achaeans before they sailed to Troy in England, as both the time and the site near the large inland lakes in northern Jutland suggest. All but 2 of the 17 regiments of Trojan allies came from England, Scotland and Wales, the 2 others from Finisterre in western France. The allies from Finisterre sailed up the Severn and Avon as far as Pershore, which corresponds to Homer's Percote, Balm, where, according to the poet, they traveled overland to Troy. After the fall of Troy, Aeneas, his son Ascanius, as well as Antenor, the counselor of King Priam, managed to flee the country to settle in those parts of Europe that were not inhabited by allies of Agamemnon, in particular in Portugal, where we find the Troia Peninsula south of Lisbon, and in the Mediterranean countries, in particular in Italy and northwestern Turkey near the Dardanelles, which bear the alternative name of the Trojans, the Dardanians, after Dardanus, founder of Troy in England. It was here, around the Aegean Sea, that the memory of the Trojan War was kept alive in Greece by the descendants of the sea peoples from continental Western Europe who recited the verses of Homer, while in Turkey the descendants of the Trojans from England recited the story as told by Dares. It is therefore not surprising that over time the peoples living around the Aegean Sea believed that the Trojan War had taken place in their part of the world. The Trojan kings of England. Homer was not only a poet but also a seer, as he predicted, curiously enough, that the mighty Aeneas shall be king among the Trojans, and his sons that shall be born in days to come. XX 302. In his History of the Kings of Britain, based on older documents, the medieval author Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote that Brutus Aeneas sailed with an army to England, where he became the first of the great-grandson of Trojan kings mentioned by the Homer. Around 1100 BC, Brutus founded London under the name New Troy, Cardroy in Celtic, on the Thames, Homer's Thames, rather than on the Gog-Magog hills to have better access to the North Sea, as the Wash was already silting up to form the present Fenlands. Why would Brutus sail east to collect kinsmen and sail all the way past the Pillars of Hercules to Britain? For me he was collecting his in the colonies of refugee survivors for the great epic a few generations before sailing to reclaim his ancestral homeland, the Trode. The Dorians. Given the links mentioned of the term Dorian, let us just recap and expand on these people. The word typically refers to one of the major ancient Greek dialect groups, alongside Ionic and Aeolic. However, during the early periods of ancient Greek history, particularly during the Mycenaean and Dark Ages, circa 1600–800 BCE, there wasn't a single unified Greek language or dialect. Instead, various regional dialects coexisted and evolved over time. While the Dorians were one of the major Greek tribes and their dialect was prominent in certain regions, such as Sparta and Corinth, it's important to note that no single Greek dialect dominated as a lingua franca during this early period. Instead, linguistic diversity characterized the Greek-speaking world, with different dialects being spoken in different regions. The emergence of a standardized form of Greek, known as Koine Greek, occurred later around the Hellenistic period, c. 4th century BCE onwards, due to the spread of Alexander the Great's empire and the cultural influence of Athens. Koine Greek eventually became the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean and played a significant role in the dissemination of Greek culture and ideas throughout the region. The Doric dialect and cultural influence were most prominently established in several key regions of ancient Greece. The Peloponnese, particularly the city-states of Sparta and Corinth, served as strongholds of Doric culture and tradition. Sparta, renowned for its military prowess, adhered closely to Doric customs, while Corinth, a major center of trade and commerce, also embraced Doric influence. Further afield, Greek colonies in Sicily and southern Italy, known collectively as Magna Graecia, were predominantly Doric in character. Cities such as Syracuse, Agrigento, and Taranto were founded by Doric settlers and maintained close ties with mainland Greece, particularly Sparta. Crete, despite its rich pre-Dorian history, also experienced Doric influence, particularly during the Archaic and Classical periods, with cities like Gortyn and Knossos serving as centers of Doric culture. Additionally, certain regions of central Greece, such as Boeotia and Phocis, had Doric-speaking communities, with cities like Thebes playing significant roles in regional politics. Parts of western Greece, including areas of Aetolia, Acarnania, and Elis, also experienced Doric influence, including Albania. These regions formed the heartland of Doric culture and dialect in ancient Greece, contributing to the diverse linguistic and cultural landscape of the Greek world. The eastward expansion of the Dorians from the Atlantic region brought significant cultural changes to various regions of ancient Greece, profoundly impacting language, traditions, architecture, and more. Let's explore these changes in each location. In the Peloponnese, the arrival of the Dorians from the west ushered in a new era of Doric culture, characterized by its emphasis on martial virtues, austerity, and tradition. In cities like Sparta and Corinth, the Dorians established a society centered around military prowess and communal values. The Doric dialect, brought from their western homeland, became dominant, influencing local speech patterns and shaping the linguistic landscape of the region. Architecturally, Doric temples and buildings emerged as prominent features of the landscape, characterized by their sturdy construction and simple, harmonious design. Traditional customs and religious practices, including the worship of Doric deities such as Apollo and Artemis, flourished, reinforcing the cultural identity of the Doric communities. Across the Ionian Sea, in Sicily and southern Italy, the Dorians from the Atlantic region brought with them their language, customs, and architectural styles, enriching the fertile lands of Magna Graecia. Cities like Syracuse, Agrigento, and Taranto became vibrant centers of Doric culture, blending elements of Greek tradition with local influences. The Doric dialect, originating from the western reaches of the Mediterranean, became the lingua franca of the region, shaping everyday speech and literary expression. Architecturally, Doric temples, with their imposing columns and pedimented roofs, dotted the landscape, serving as symbols of civic pride and religious devotion. Traditional Doric festivals and rituals, such as the celebration of the Olympic Games and the worship of Doric gods like Zeus and Athena, played a central role in community life, fostering a sense of unity and identity among the settlers. In Crete, the arrival of the Dorians from the west brought about significant cultural changes, influencing the island's ancient history during the Archaic and Classical periods. While Crete had a rich pre-Dorian history, with civilizations such as the Minoans flourishing in earlier times, the Dorians introduced their language, customs, and religious beliefs to the island. Cities like Gortyn and Knossos became centers of Doric culture and influence, adopting Doric architectural styles and religious practices. Doric temples, characterized by their robust construction and austere design, became focal points of community life, serving as centers of worship and civic administration. Traditional Doric festivals, such as the celebration of the Panathenaea and the Eleusinian Mysteries, were introduced to the island, enriching its cultural heritage and fostering a sense of belonging among the inhabitants. In central Greece, including regions such as Boeotia and Phocis, the presence of Doric-speaking communities from the Atlantic region added to the linguistic diversity of the region. While Ionic and Aeolic dialects were more prevalent, the influence of Doric culture from the West was felt in various aspects of daily life. Doric architectural styles, characterized by their simplicity and strength, left their mark on the landscape, particularly in religious and civic buildings. Traditional Doric festivals, such as the celebration of the Anthesteria and the Dionysia, were introduced to the region, enriching its cultural tapestry and fostering connections with neighboring Doric communities. Lastly, in parts of western Greece, including areas of Italia, Acarnania, and Elis, Doric influence from the Atlantic region was present, although to a lesser extent compared to other regions. Here, Doric-speaking communities coexisted with other Greek dialects, contributing to the region's cultural mosaic. Doric architectural styles, linguistic elements, and religious practices from the West left an indelible mark on the landscape, enriching the cultural heritage of the region and fostering connections with neighboring Doric communities. Overall, the eastward expansion of the Dorians from the Atlantic region brought about profound cultural changes across the Greek world, shaping the linguistic, architectural, and religious landscape of each region and leaving behind a rich legacy that endured for centuries. The second part of this video pertains to genetic markers 1I particular. Let us take a look. Genetic analysis reveals that ancient Greek populations from around 1200 BC exhibit a high frequency of Y chromosomal haplogroup R1bm269, commonly found in modern populations of Western Europe, including Britain and Ireland. This shared haplogroup suggests a potential genetic connection between ancient Greeks and populations in Britain and Ireland, supporting the hypothesis of migration or contact. Comparative DNA analysis of ancient individuals from archaeological sites in Greece and Britain/Ireland, dated to around 1200 BCE, shows that they share a significant proportion of genetic variants, particularly in regions associated with migration and settlement patterns. This genetic similarity indicates historical interactions or population movements between these regions during the relevant time period. Population structure analysis reveals evidence of genetic admixture between ancient Greek populations and those from Britain and Ireland, indicating periods of population mixing or migration around 1200 BCE. Specific genetic markers associated with British or Irish populations are found in ancient Greek individuals, suggesting genetic exchanges or shared ancestry between these regions. Studies examining genetic continuity within ancient and modern populations in Greece, Britain, and Ireland show that certain genetic signatures present in ancient Greek populations from around 1200 BCE persist in modern British and Irish populations. Lazaridis et al. 2014. This continuity of genetic markers across time and geographical regions supports the hypothesis of historical population movements or genetic exchanges between these regions. Analysis of ancient DNA from archaeological remains in Greece, Britain, and Ireland, dated to around 1200 BCE, using advanced sequencing techniques reveals direct genetic links between ancient individuals from these regions. DNA samples from ancient Greek individuals exhibit specific genetic variants or haplotypes commonly found in ancient British or Irish populations, providing direct evidence of migration or contact between these regions during the relevant time period. The genetic group mentioned, Y chromosomal haplogroup R1bm269, is indeed found in various regions around the Mediterranean during the relevant time period. While most commonly associated with populations of Western Europe, including France, Spain, Portugal, and parts of the British Isles, its presence extends beyond these areas. In the Iberian Peninsula, haplogroup R1bm269 is particularly prevalent, reflecting its significant genetic legacy in modern-day Spain and Portugal, with origins dating back to prehistoric times. Additionally, it is found in populations of Central and Eastern Europe, such as Germany, Poland, and the Balkans, albeit at lower frequencies compared to Western Europe. In the Mediterranean basin, including countries like Italy, Greece, and North Africa, haplogroup R1bm269 is present at lower frequencies, suggesting it's a phasing out of the markers. Its occurrence in Anatolia and the Near East, though less common than in Europe, indicates its presence in populations beyond the Mediterranean basin. As you can see, this link between the Dorians and Britain has layers, and is now holding its own in terms of its influence on the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean at large. This haplogroup is now less prevalent in many locations, yet strong still in Britain, Ireland, Greenland, and stretching from Brittany south across the mountains into Spain. Based on the evidence presented, by the 12th century BCE, it appears that haplogroup R1bm269 was present in various regions of the Mediterranean, including Carthage, Etruria, the Peloponnese, Crete, the Levant, and southwest Anatolia. The presence of this haplogroup in these regions suggests a migration or genetic influence from Western areas, possibly from regions of Western Europe. The continued presence and activity of haplogroup R1bm269 in these regions indicate that it remained a significant genetic lineage during this time period. However, it is also evident that the genetic landscape of these regions may have been influenced by interactions with other groups, leading to admixture and changes in genetic diversity over time. In eastern areas, where the genetic influence of haplogroup R1bm269 appears to have been diluted or lost due to admixture with other groups, it is likely that factors such as population movements, migrations, intermarriage, and cultural exchanges played a role in shaping the genetic diversity of these regions. Overall, the evidence suggests that haplogroup R1bm269 originated in Western areas and spread to various parts of the Mediterranean, where it remained active and influential during the Bronze Age. Further research and archaeological discoveries may provide additional insights into the migration patterns and genetic interactions that shaped the genetic landscape of the ancient Mediterranean world. Here are the references for the genetic analyses mentioned in the previous comments. 1. Myers N.M., Roots E.S., Lin A.A., Jarv M., King R.J., Kutuv I. and Metzbulu M. 2010. A major Y chromosome haplogroup R1b Holocene era founder effect in Central and Western Europe. European Journal of Human Genetics, 1901, 95-101. 2. Hock W., Lazaritis I., Patterson N., Roland N., Malik S., Lamas B. and Reich D. 2015. Massive migration from the steppe was a source for Indo-European languages in Europe. Nature, 522 7555, 207-211. 3. Lazaritis I., Nadel D. Rolifson G. Merritt D.C., Roland N., Malik S. and Patterson and 2016. Genomic Insights into the Origin of Farming in the Ancient Near East. Nature, 536 7617, 419-424. 4. Lazaritis I., Patterson N., Midnick A., Renault G., Malik S., Personum K. and Roland N. 2014. Ancient human genome suggests 3 ancestral populations for present-day Europeans. Nature, 513 7518, 409-413. 5. Matheson I. Alpeslan Rudenberg S. Postage C. Skseninaj A. Roland N. Malik S. and Skiffles S. 2018. The Genomic History of Southeastern Europe. Nature, 555 7695, 197-203.